Almost 2 weeks ago, I was browsing YouTube late in the evening when I had stumbled upon the channel of a user by the name of FOXSOL, a former fighting game content creator who recently set himself up in the Zenless Zone Zero community and was currently celebrating a 10,000 YouTube subscriber milestone on a live stream. I jumped into the chat, said my hellos, and I quickly realized I had jumped into the space of one of the content creators whom I had ruffled feathers with following my open letters of Saintontas drama farmers. That night, FOXSOL had called attention to my more recent videos and wanted to extend the offer of a private one-on-one conversation with him so he could come to an understanding of my side of the situation. I agreed, and the next day would have said private conversation with him. However, given my state of mind at the time and the anxious feeling of having painted a target on my own back, I had recorded the conversation as a means to protect myself of fear of not knowing what FOXSOL wanted from me that afternoon or what would happen to me in the following days. However, my fears were misplaced, as FOXSOL and I would go on for 6 hours with both of our experiences in the gacha space and YouTube content creation, and both leave extremely satisfied with our interactions of one another. Since then, I have more or less integrated myself into FOXSOL's community, became friends with him, and put down my defensive guard around several people whom I had issues with in the past, like Rezi, Dejin King, and Loki Gacha. A few days ago, I came clean about the recordings I had made of our conversation, and suggested if I could edit and upload it into a YouTube video for others to listen to. FOXSOL gave his consent, and was even kind enough to provide a transparent image of his avatar for use in this video. What you're about to listen to is almost all of our private chat from that night, with some minor editing to keep our Discord DMs private while still presenting the relevant contents of certain topics of conversation. It is not the complete private call, as I had forgotten to re-enable the recording partway in following a short break. Know that some of my opinions, particularly when discussing certain creators, may have changed since that private call. If any creator wishes to talk to me about my addressment of them in this 6-hour chat, I'm open to talking in case you need to know where I currently stand. With that out of the way, this has been Arikado Zodan, and here's what happened the night with FOXSOL.
Let's see, is my headset working?
Your headset's working.
All right, there it goes. Because I was trying to listen here on YouTube, whatever, it wasn't playing at the same time. So I was like, oh man, maybe my headset was dead.
Evening.
Evening, sir. How are you?
Feeling a little bloated. Should have had a lighter dinner, but too many leftovers. Got to get it over with.
I know the feeling.
Especially because I keep frivolously spending on groceries every now and then.
Oh gosh, I got a family of 4, and I don't like my grocery bill.
I was the youngest of a family of 4.
Ah, I was an only child.
How was that
But
like?
pretty much. I always wanted a brother. My parents were overprotective in a lot of different ways. My father was a very stern man that pretty much, like I would say this on my live streams a couple of times. He was the type of person that when I was growing up and I say I was depressed, he would bring me outside and make me dig a hole, basically a ditch from the front of the yard all the way to the back bayou, all day long, and then come to me when I was at the end of it and ask me if I was still depressed. And I'd just be like, no, I'm tired. I'm not depressed. And he's like, yeah, that's how you cure depression. Get back to work.
Oh, my father was a piece of shit, and he was out of my life as early as age 5.
That's kind of like what my stepson is right now. He's got a father, and with his father, the man pretty much said that I don't want to deal with him until he's 13.
Yeah, I don't. That sounds better. I don't want to deal with my father at all. It's funny because when I ran into him following my sister's wedding about maybe 3 or 4 years ago, he looked so down bad from like drug abuse and just trying to get in a bunch of scandals. I didn't even think he wasn't even like worth my time anymore. Despite the fact that I really wanted to let it go at him. I just took one look at him. I thought, there's nothing I could say to you that will make you. There's nothing I could do to you that you haven't already done to yourself. That's far worse.
Oof.
I
I
just
know
left it at that.
Yeah, I know from a friend of mine's. We went to his house and everything, and he never had a father. And his father just one day happened to show up during his Christmas party to try to get back with his mother. And with my friend Matt, he just looked at his father. His father looked at him, and his father just walked right past him. Didn't even acknowledge him
Yeesh.
because he was just only coming in there saying to his ex-wife pretty much, "Hey, let's get back together," because he was actually in debt from basically, funny enough, from casinos.
Mm, lovely.
Alrighty. Well, I do appreciate the call. I mean, this is something I was not actually expecting. I'm going to be completely honest with you.
I didn't even realize you made the video on me. I just jumped. I just saw that you were streaming that night, and I just popped right in. I did the exact same thing with. I'm sure you may have already seen my 3-minute video with Tuhu, where I just dropped him in as well there.
Yeah, and Tuhu actually wants to talk to me as well, apparently,
Oh, interesting.
because I have some critical thoughts about Saintontas himself. Um, I'll say it like this: I'm a type of person that I do think that in a lot of regards, he is very disingenuous, but the old Saintontas was a person that I used to agree with 80% of the time. I always found that it was more the video footage, the videos that he would make was always more rampant about how bad Hoyo was rather than how great Wuthering Waves was. It's just the best way I could point it out is, like I've told this to a couple of people, is that I agree with his points 80% of the time, but can we just get a video that's not about how bad Genshin is? Because back then I wasn't.
How long was Wuthering Waves out when you were liked Saintontas or agreed with him, were more agreed with him?
Yeah, actually,
Or was it during
I didn't know.
like its pre 2.0 period?
Yes, it was. I started off with the day one that Wuthering Waves came out. Basically, a friend of mine, we were playing Dungeons and Dragons, and he got me into gachas before, and I didn't like Genshin. I didn't like Honkai Star Rail. I didn't like none of these. He said, "Hey, new game's coming out. Try it. Let's go ahead and try it together." We got out Dungeons and Dragons. We would play Wuthering Waves day one, and I spent 15 hours live streaming it. And I actually, during that time period, I took a week off of work, and I just nonstop played it for an entire week, live streaming it when I only had one viewer.
Oh, nice. I played Genshin. I started with Genshin on like I think day 2. To me it was like a bucket list. Like what are things I want to do before I what are things I want to experience in life? Probably see what all the mumbo jumbo about a gacha game is, and I did. Played it daily and slowly got annoyed with the inconveniences and frustrations, and also was occasionally getting pushed out when suggesting improvements on like subreddits and stuff, and that didn't help the situation until eventually I just stopped at version 3.1 and then dropped it. Dabbled in Tower of Fantasy when it came out. Dabbled in Wuthering Waves until halfway into 1.1 because I was fatigued from open world content, and then dropped that. Then I picked up Star Rail in like 1.3 just on a whim, and I played that like daily as well. But I didn't have the same attachment to it with any of the gacha games that I played before and after. Okay. And then played ZZZ and GFL2.
Well, let me put it this way. My history. Back in 2020, when Genshin was rampant and everything else, my friend at the time, Valk, who was a person that basically that's how he started his career before he got to game development with Roblox and everything else, and producing games, was he played a lot of Genshin, and he was streaming it every single day. He was getting like 200-300 people watching him play Genshin and everything, and I dabbled into it because of him, but I did not like Genshin. I played 19 hours on it. My first time playing in Genshin was 2020 because he kept saying, before you mock it, you should try it.
You beat Nicholas though.
So I gave it a shot, okay? Because I was a person who I still to this day I used to prefer fighting games until they got more casualized. And I was a person who really liked Dark Souls series, Elden Ring, games of that nature. So when I looked at Genshin back in 2020 and I saw him play, and my biggest criticism is why the hell would I play this? I got a Switch. I can go get Breath of the Wild, and I don't like Breath of the Wild. It looks identical. This is just a Chinese bootleg of Legend of Zelda here. And I tried it, and my first impressions is that this game is so damn slow. This game looks like it was made for kids because none of the characters except for Diluc was any kind of appeal, because I'm a guy who likes big swords. Diluc reminded me of Roni Kenshin with like guts with the static with the sword. I was like, I want the claymore. Then I found out that gacha games about, pulling and getting RNG, and I'm just like, first character I came out was the first character I got was this guy. I forgot. Look, I don't know nothing about Genshin too much. This is how bad my history is. I think his name is Z Long or something, where he's got a brown suit and he throws a meteor with his ult from the sky.
Yeah,
Zhang
Zhongli.
Pillars. Yeah, I got him, and I was like, I don't want this character. I don't like this game. Like, everything felt slow. Everything doesn't feel right. It looks great. It looks but my God, climbing a wall here feels like it's going to take 12 years for me to do this. It's like there's nothing else to do. So I gave it 19 hours. I didn't like the story. When I got a little bit interested in the story, we got to the part where I got upset, where it locked me out, where I go up this tower where there's this dragon and everything. I remember this, and was this thing that I don't know if it was a boy or a girl. That's a girl that was dressed in green, and it's just like, after that part, it's like, oh, you're level 15. You got to be level 25 to get to the next part of the story. I said, nope, I'm done. I'm not playing this game no more. Like, it's so slow. Level up, all this progress. I got energy here. I don't spend this time. This was my first involvement, I guess you want to say, into a gacha game, and I did not like the fact that, the content's made for short periods of time every single day instead of me just being able to blow through it. I was impatient.
I first picked it up because I just saw a character I was attracted to, and I just said, I want that character, and then I just started playing that. That's my mentality when I play certain anime games. Is if there's a character I like the design of, I will just play it just for the sole purpose of that. That character would be it's the Chinubio girl, like the purple with the eye patch named Fischl. I just immediately started pulling when I first started playing with my brother, just to try and get her. I did have to like spend some money to get it. I had pulled so much. I'd pulled so much to try and get Fischl that the next day, when they gave like a free 10 pull and free registration, I pulled a 5-star, and I didn't even realize when the gold star was going by, and then I won the 50-50, and I didn't even realize that I got the green bard, dude. Okay, it's not a girl. I'll just wait for the more pulls, I guess.
Look, I got called after some drama with me happened with Wuthering Waves. I got called a Hoyle shill for a lot of things, and I popped over my Genshin account to show people. The last time I played Genshin, when I collected characters, was all back in 2020, and I never touched it since, to where I spent money in Genshin. Okay? But I did not realize that at the time that when you collected dupes, that those dupes you go unlock basically their
Oh, did you have unactivated constellations?
Yes, unactivated constellations. I did. I had pretty much like 15 of them for these characters, and everybody's just like looking at it. It's like, you don't play. You have all these. You need to unlock this, and it's just like, I don't play the game. I didn't play it back then. I didn't know in 19 hours of playing it. Oh, I can unlock this and get these characters stronger. I didn't care. I just never liked Genshin. I tried it actually recently off stream, and again, my entire opinion is that, to someone else out there, it might be a great game. Okay, it might be a beautiful game. I can see maybe the appeal to some people out there, but in general, just for me, it just doesn't feel right. It wasn't like when I played Wuthering Waves. Because before Wuthering Waves,
I just wanted to try and insert this quickly. You briefly mentioned like your past experience mostly with fighting games and stuff. I just wanted to quickly add on to that and just say my past history was primarily just jumping from random games and then settling with Payday 2 in like 2012, and then playing that literally for years until eventually they stopped supporting it.
Oh gosh, like me, my history when it comes into gaming was I said this on the live stream. I'm gonna tell you, like I got addicted before fighting games. I got addicted to League of Legends.
I did hear you briefly say that. My brother was upset. What played Smite for years while I was playing Payday 2. I could never enjoy a MOBA.
I enjoyed it, and I'm gonna tell you right now, I've spent more money in League of Legends than I've ever spent in the Gacha game.
I think the biggest turnoff for me with like playing MOBAs is just kind of like the rules of engagement. Like if someone just backs towards a tower, you're just supposed to let them go. It's like, are you serious? Like fuck this shit. This isn't interesting. I'm just supposed to let them go.
Yes. And you see, that's where like I would play unorthodox because typically I'm sure if you realize with the League of Legends community that it just as toxic as the gacha space can be, and if not worse with your own teammates. Because I was like a person who was supporting someone one time, and then they run into the tower to go kill an enemy, get themselves killed, and they're blaming me for not supporting them. And I'm just like, you're not supposed to run past the tower. What am I supposed to do? Follow you and die too? And I ended up after that with League of Legends, I ended up picking up one character and one character only, which was Ziggs, and played every single role with Ziggs, where if you're going to be toxic to me, I'm just going to be toxic too. I'm just going to go in there and I'm going to play what I want to play, and I'm going to go have fun.
I don't think I don't think any community is worse than the Dead by Daylight community. Just my opinion.
Oh God, I tried that. Oh my no.
I hate it, and I hate it even more that it's so successful.
I was a person that tried to get into Dead by Daylight, but then not sure if you'll know the game I'm talking about, but Evil Dead came out with its asymmetrical horror style, and it never took
I
off.
briefly knew that.
I played the crap out of that over Dead by Daylight. I was trying to push that game because the community with Dead by Daylight, and at the same point in time, what I did not like about Dead by Daylight was not even just the community. It was more about the game itself. It's just like, how am I supposed to defend myself with a fucking flashlight?
Yeah, it's just the dynamic. Like the dynamic for survivors is eventually like the end game is just to piss off the other player into chasing you around for hours. Like it's just a grief simulator.
Yeah, that's what it is. Like when I played the killer and I went in there one time, it's just like I got people who is basically teabagging me and running around and everything else. It's just like, this is what the game is, and then they have tournaments and everything. Like, no, it's the same thing as the problem with what Texas Chainsaw Massacre had. I've played a few games in my life. That's where like I ended up settling more into the anime FGC with anime fighters like Guilty Gear, Blaze Blue to a certain point, and then I got a little bit into Tekken. I was actually enjoying Tekken 7 because of Negan, but I mean, I never got into Mortal Kombat because that community was absolutely kind of like the Genshin community. There was no other game that could beat it. They would trash every other game. Maximilian Dude was a person that I used to know who was big into the FGC side of things casually. And when he started playing like Mortal Kombat, you could not talk in that chat. Everybody was throwing slurs. Everybody's trying to go ahead and get into a fight. It was just so toxic as hell. And like I said, with the declining rate of how fighting games are nowadays, they're not made like they used to be. Like Guilty Gear, for example, I stopped playing Guilty Gear because I played that series since back on the Dreamcast. And the Gatling system, the combos, everything were always the same. When you went from one game to another game, it was just basically improved upon, but they never changed the core value. Strive, they removed the entire core structure, and they basically made a throw do like 2/3 your health. Big numbers.
2/3.
Yes. So bad guy, you could grab a character where before it used to be like maybe like 5% of your health bar. You would do a wild throw, and now you could just do a wild throw 3 times and you basically killed your opponent.
I think
so. Would they?
I think maybe the problem with fighting games is I think it was heavily influenced by the generations that grew up with it. I do think there is an approachability. I'm sure this has been said to death, but there's an approachability issue with fighting games.
Yes. The thing is that like a lot of people who are casual players, like when Guilty Gear XR came out, XR Rev and Rev 2, which are all part of the main series, when they came out, the game was niche because it's hard to get into it if you're a casual player. You've never played Guilty Gear in your life. You're not going to understand the mechanic. It takes a lot of time to get in and understand your bread and butter combos, understand the mechanics. It takes a while. In a game like Strive, what they wanted to do, which don't get me wrong, I think that, Arc System Works was on the right way, but it's the same way like I approach Wuthering Waves 2.0. Strive was not made for me because Strive was made for the purpose of trying to get new players who are not competitive players, but the casual market to come in and play. So now we're making it to where we strip down the entire combo system, and we're making it to where instead of doing these 15 hit combos, which does, a good chunk of your life bar, we're going to make it to where 3 hits does a good chunk of your life bar. So that way, when a casual player comes in and they get 3 random hits in and they see they're doing big damage, they feel good about it. And it worked. Like Strive got over for the first time, a Guilty Gear game got over 1 million copies sold.
I thought Rev 2 already had like the safe combo system, so I thought there was already like a new player friendly system in place.
What they did, and it didn't work out well, what they did in Rev 2 is they put auto combo, which was they took a system. You picked either like kind of like Street Fighter.
No, I put about maybe like 2 to 3 hours into Rev 2 playing with like one other guy who played so much of it. So, and also this guy I played with doesn't like go easy on anyone. It's like he wants to play with somebody. He wants to like show off all his skills, but he doesn't have anyone to. So I guess I'm just kind of that.
I know the type of people like that. I'm just gonna say in Rev 2, like they had the auto combo system, which it works, but when you look at it from an approachable ability, for someone who's brand new, it does work, but it just limits you down to what your actual capabilities are. And I know some people who when we were live streaming that on Twitch and everything, just didn't like it, but they didn't want to learn either how to play the technical control scheme.
The most I was willing to put into a fighting game was actually Skullgirls.
I've dabbled in a little bit of Skullgirls, but then I ended up leaving Skullgirls because the creator of it was pretty much, I'll say it like this, Mike was actually pretty much a piece of shit. He was bashing games like Guilty Gear and stuff like this. He actually had some things that got him canceled that I don't quite remember exactly what it was, but like the community attacked him for basically also attacking like Sonic Fox and everything else, who was promoting the hell out of the game.
Didn't Sonic Fox get his own like little NPC model in one of the maps of Skullgirls though?
Yes. But that was before all this happened. There was like a whole entire thing. I don't remember the exact drama that happened.
I mean, I think Sonic Fox can be pretty weird.
Oh yeah. Trust me, like some people just don't like Sonic Fox. Some people like Sonic Fox. I never really met the man, to be honest. The only person I've met in the FGC was Low Tier God.
If I recall correctly, the weird issues with Sonic Fox is that he tries to present like his furry sexuality as like some sort of handicap that he rose above. Like I'm a successful gay black furry. Like what does that have to do with anything?
A lot of people's like, look, just in the FGC, and this is another reason why I left the FGC community, because this is another big primary situation that's going on, is that you have a lot of different people that never was in the FGC, especially with like Guilty Gear and such, that was transgender, that was homosexual, stuff like this. There was no LGBTQ that was prominent in there. And then now games are allowed, even Street Fighter, they're accepting of it now. And then there is these old type fighting game players that don't accept this. And they look at someone like Sonic Fox, for example, who is a furry, who's an openly gay furry, and their argument to him is like, we don't care about your struggles. You're just a fighting game player. Stop. And they feel like he's pushing it in their face.
You think he's pushing it?
I don't know. I never followed his career, to be completely honest, because he was never really into like the anime section of things. He was more into, like I said, like Mortal Kombat, Skullgirls, and stuff like this. But I never really followed those fighting games as much as I did.
I think he called attention to it when he won a VGA award for best competitive player or something in like maybe the 2016, 2015 maybe.
I don't remember quite off the top of my head, but I know the one moments that I've seen of Sonic Fox is like when him and Perfect Legend went at it, and Perfect Legend called his ass out, and Sonic Fox put him in his place, went 13-0. Like it went straight downhill. He's calling him out, and then at the end of them doing like the first to 10 or whatever it was, it's just like Perfect Legend gets on stage. He's like, "Okay, yeah, I lost every single round, every single match. Sonic Fox won, but I will tell you right now that if he would have played as Aaron Black, I would have beaten him." And then all of a sudden, the announcer's like pulls the mic out of Perfect Legend's hand and says, "Let's go for it." And then to this day, Perfect Legend pretty much has been put down by Sonic Fox. That's like the typical drama that I've seen, or the low tier God versus Viscount drama. Where, like I said, I've had the pleasure of meeting low tier God, and if you see I know you know about him because you've probably most likely seen a lot of clips of him where he's calling people, trying to say go kill yourself and everything else.
I've just seen the one meme. Actually.
Well, he is such a villain. He's such a villain in the FGC that he does it actually on purpose. He's actually a really nice guy. Everything he does is acting.
Oh, really?
Really, everything he does on the stream and everything is acting. This is a guy that we've talked to him at the over there, Guilty and everything else knew about. They had plans where there was another streamer who was transgender that was Guilty. That him and low tier God were sitting there eating and everything else. We met the guy and straight up two best buds, and it's like, yeah, we do this crap on purpose because it makes money.
I mean,
like, we don't actually hate each other.
I mean, I guess after Nikado Avocado, any kind of act is possible.
Yeah, dude, that was something.
No, that was insane.
That I have no words for that. Yes, play your Star Wars, son. Play your Star Wars.
That is like performative. Like that is like performative art for a generation. I can't think of any other way to put it.
Yeah, and I just look. I gotta be honest with you. When it comes down to a lot of different things, I don't know how all this content creation. I don't know. I don't understand how some of this drama even gets started. In some cases, it just seems like a lot of people, and I'm talking about in general, even like the FGC, they take things way too far, way too much to heart. In the FGC, I mean, with the LGBT community, really adapting into Guilty Gear, I don't have a problem with that. Like, I don't have a problem with that person, but there's a lot of people like NYC Furby, who used to be a tournament organizer, ended up going unhinged on Twitter and basically saying that the entire FGC problem is that there's too many gays. Like straight up, that was what he did. He got canceled for it. He goes on to some person's Rumble stream, goes donate to them $500 to go ahead and read his messages about how pretty much the LGBT community is trying to take over the world and how they're trying to go ahead and brainwash kids and everything else like this. And it's just like this was one of the most respectful people that was in the community that one day just snapped. And it's just like, are you doing this for clout, or are you actually believe this? Like, no one knows to this day, and he's still on Twitter. He's banned from so many different tournaments. Like, he's banned from Evolution Tournament, Combo Breaker, and stuff like this. But he's on the internet still ranting and raving about how bad the gay community is for fighting games. That it's a man sport, not a femboy sport, not a furry sport. It's for men. I mean,
well, I'm sure that's going so well for him.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm sure it is, but it's not. I mean, like, when I looked at it and everything else, look, I've got a bunch of people that I know of that, I'm friends with. I got some trans friends. I got some friends that are gay. I got some people who I'm acquainted with that we don't talk no more because these are people who faked being trans. because the reason why was because at that time period, back maybe 8 years ago, when there was like all these esports teams that was coming out and they were picking players, it was like the easiest paycheck for a lot of people just to go in and say, "Hey, I'm transgender," and they would get like a sponsorship through an esports team,
I can
like almost
absolutely
immediately.
see that. I can absolutely see that.
I had one person that I knew of that was a friend of mine that legitimately went on a live stream, got into a dress, got onto his dress, everything else, put earrings on and everything else, said that, you know what? He's coming out, he's transgender, all this stuff. And then right off the live stream, he takes it all off, gets back, he says, "Yeah, I'm just waiting for my sponsorship now." I was like, dude, like, that is just like so fucking goddamn hard. Like, why? Why would you do that? He's because it's easy money. And sure enough, like 2 weeks later of him doing live streams and everything like that, there was a team at the time, Head Start Kick or something, that picked him up and gave him a deal to where they paid for his hotel room, they sent him to tournaments, and all he had to do, he said, was just dress up in a dress. But otherwise, he was completely a straight man. He did not. He was just lying his ass off just for the check.
How'd you approach him about that?
I just straight up asked him what the hell his problem was. Like, there's other people out there and everything else that's, that is this, and you're just coming and you're lying and all this. Dude straight up told me, it's like, he did not care. He did not care.
Did you cut off communication at all, or are you still in touch with him?
Oh, okay. No, we cut off communication straight after this, because I basically told him that this is the most wrong thing you could ever do, in my personal opinion here. And, I'm not going to go expose you because, we're friends here at a point, but you shouldn't be doing this. It's going to come and bite you in the ass. Sooner or later, it's going to bite you in the ass. And nope, we stopped talking. And I could tell you right now, it did bite him in the ass, because about a year and a half later, he was caught with several DMs, several conversations about this, and he has not shown back up ever since.
I personally have a friend who's transgender, or I think they are, or they might just be taking a lot of like hormones for that. But either way, they are like LGBT. They did it like at a very young age. Not like, I'm pretty sure they did it like after 18, but there was like a few conversations in our private friend group about the whole matter, and I just kind of said, there's a lot of things that younger people aren't like fully aware or know about themselves yet, so I really think that they should just be not trying to be doing something as life-changing as that until like they've actually figured out what they want to do.
No, 100%. Like, when I met my wife and everything else, she's got friends who are transgender. She's got friends who are drag queens and stuff like that. Like, I met someone, I was an introvert that met a socialist who was very sociable. And I used to have conversations with one of her friends who was Gina, which he was Alex, but he just recently retransgendered back from a female to a man. And we had this conversation, and my only thought pattern that like I express is that I don't care, about anybody's business. Like, however you feel about your life and what you want to do with your life, that is your business. Like, if you want to transgender, that's fine. The only issue I have is when we involve kids that is under the age of 18 and we allow things that happen, because I'm going to be honest. If my son right here, who's 7 years old, he turns 13 years old and he tells me, "Daddy, I feel like a girl," this might sound horrible, but I'm going to be the type of parent that's going to be telling him that, "Hey, we'll wait till you're 18 and we'll see if you're still feeling like that." Because when I was 13 years old, when I was 14, 15, I didn't know I thought I was going to be a game developer. I thought I was going to go work for NASA. I thought I was going to be doing all this other kind of stuff in my life. And then
I wanted to be black when I was a kid. Yeah.
That's a new one.
My eldest brother is actually African American. But everyone else in the family is like white with like quarter Hispanic. But there was a period of time where I thought my eldest brother was cool, and I thought I wanted to be like them, and that includes skin tone. And I grew up reading like Captain Underpants. So, and
Uh-huh.
I did doodle a lot with like the intent to make like comics. Burn those. If my mother ever leaves those out in the open, I will burn them. And I drew myself black.
Look, when we're children, we have different thoughts. Like, when we're younger, we have different thoughts of what we want to be and everything else when we grow up. And that's why, like, I think that even at the age of like even 18, I think it's like even too young still. Like your brain's, if I'm not mistaken, from scientific point of view and everything else, like your brain does not fully develop till you reach at least the age of 25. And it's more the fact that life changes, your expectations change, and your dreams change all the time.
25.
So
I'm still waiting.
I think you're good. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I've watched a lot of people have shown me your videos, and you hit subjects like recently. I'm gonna be honest. It's a little confusing. But like, you're very much a very down to earth person, in my personal opinion. You are very much very a very intellectual person when you're speaking. You take a look at all sides.
I
You
like
you
I like this segue. We round it out with I want to be black too. All right, so about the videos.
Well, no, like you're saying, like,
I'm just saying it's funny.
you're still waiting. uh I just want to point that out because yeah, I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. We got different things that happen all the time and everything else. See, I now lost my train of thought. You see, this is where my
When I was
ADHD kicks in.
when I was growing up, my eldest brother was raised with some very toxic masculine mindsets and behaviors from my father, my
Huh?
biological father, and then he would then try to my eldest brother would then try to teach, quote unquote, teach those things to me and my brother, and by just hitting us, and that translated to me then just hitting people a lot, or just causing a lot of trouble at school, until I eventually like became like a problem child, and then at around like high school, I then eventually realized that all of the suspensions from school and being ostracized a lot is just not gonna work out. So I just had to refrain, just kind of hold myself back the whole time, and then in an attempt to try and like fit in, I would try to be more articulate with my word choice, even if I would fumble my words or just start saying stuff that didn't make sense when just putting big words together, and that's just kind of how I've been now for up until this point, is where I over articulate sometimes, but you know, given a script, I can reread it and make it sound more cohesive.
No, I completely understand. You see, with me, my childhood, I'll say like this. Like I was saying, my family was practically an overprotective family, but my father was a very stern man at the same point in time. And when I went to public school till third grade, and then I was pulled out at third grade, and I was homeschooled because the problem was is that I was one of those kids that I would ace a test, but I would fall asleep in class. I was bored because my mother was teaching me things prior to, like, I was learning fourth grade work already when I was in third grade. Like, I mean, it's boring. I could pass the test. Like, I don't care what the teacher's saying. And I used to get in arguments with the teachers about certain things that they were saying, like, oh, the St. Louis Canal connects to the Pacific Ocean or whatever. And it's like, no, it connects to the Atlantic. And we would get into fights and everything else. Black Friday and all kinds of different topics and everything we used to get into. So I was a problem child mostly to teachers and everything, but I was mostly an introvert to where, most of my friends at the time period were people who did not care about anime. They cared more about, live action movies. I was the outcast, and I was homeschooled, and I became an introvert where I didn't have really any friends except online. And my father taught me the arts of debating every single day, to where if you're going to defend something, you better attack it. And I've always learned this. My father always made me say you need to look at both sides of the picture before you can look at one side, and you can defend that one side properly. We move on to where my father made me go take a test at the age of 16 at a local university. I didn't know what it was for. I passed it. They accepted me. I had to go ahead and go do that as well as get a GED at the same time. And then by the age of 18, I graduated. But being in a classroom who is 16 years old with a bunch of 25-year-old men is kind of weird.
Not intimidating,
Like,
just weird.
There is like it was intimidating. Okay, it was intimidating, but it was weird because everybody just looked at me like, "Oh, you're the smart one in the class." You know, "Oh, look, he's 16 years old. He's so smart and everything." And I'll tell you like this. This is what happened one time. Introverted me going to college. We had two black guys in our class that was talking outside, and they were using the N word with the A behind it, not with the ER, with the A behind it, and they were just talking back and forth to each other. And our class was out for a break, and I go talk to them. I go up to them, try to make friends in a sense, but I ask them the question. So, why are you guys, saying the N word between each other? But I didn't say the N word. I actually used the word. Like, isn't that considered racist? All of a sudden, all the white guys in my class just got up and walked back into the university. They just left me there. They just left me there because I just asking a question here. And funny part is that these two guys actually took me in a sense, you could say, brought me around the class, sat me down, and explained to me the difference between the N word with the A and the actual hard R word. They actually explained every single thing to me and gave me a urban education into the ghetto, to where we ended up becoming friends and everything else, to where to this day, I mean, they're some of the greatest people I know of. And I hate to say this, I really do, but it's the truth. They're the most racist people in the sense, if you want to look at it like this. They make the most racist comments there is.
Oh, I have a friend who's also black who also talks about just how awful other black people could be. So yeah.
It was that, and then it's like one time I'm sitting there and we're in a group call and everything with a bunch of other people and everything, and we have our friend, and this one's Kobe, and Kobe is just straight up going ahead and being like, Master, don't hit me again, Master. And I'm just like, what the hell's wrong with you? And he's just like, I give you the N-word pass, Travis. I give you the N-word pass. Go ahead and use it. It's just like, dude, stop. He's like, look, we got a bunch of white guys in here. You guys are just so afraid of saying the N-word. I have no problems with it. Come on, say it. Just trying to bait us to say it. But like I said, I was pretty much an introvert, and my communication skills was talking with people online. And then I guess that, with my career choices and everything else that ended up happening, I started actually doing online jobs. I used to work for a technician shop building website design, where I started learning how to approach customers. And I'm not sure if this is going to make any sense, but like the way I was raised, I felt more comfortable talking to people who were much older than me than people around my age.
I always hung around with people like way above my age.
So it was like when I go talk to customers that are, I'm at this point in time in my life, I'm 19 years old, and I'm talking to people who's 40, 50 years old. I felt more comfortable having a conversation with them than trying to have a conversation with another 19-year-old. Like, one of my friends tried grabbing, which we became roommates and everything, wanted to go out one night to go drinking, and let's go drinking together. This guy is trying to get me involved with him. He's trying to tell, while he's drunk, to girls and everything, that I saved him from a burning baby and shit. I having to bring him all around the place, and just like, this isn't my type of environment. Like, I don't like this kind of stuff. And it's just like, I've communicated better with older people. I communicated better with people who had the same thought process as I did with fighting games. That's why I went to like tournaments and everything. Once a year, I would meet people, have fun, play some fighting games, lose some money, some grudge matches. Best times of my life. Then I met my wife, who stalked the hell out of me.
She stalked you?
And Well, we ended up meeting one night and started talking and everything else. Didn't think it was going to go anywhere, right? And she did what every typical woman does, I guess, which is go on Facebook and go on all kinds of social media and go find out every single thing about me that she found out that I did live streaming, because I never told her. She found out that I did live streaming on Twitch and came onto my Twitch live stream and told me that I better go ahead and meet her at Books a Million the next night at 8 o'clock.
That's quite
she,
the ultimatum.
yeah. Well, she's the first real woman to honestly go ahead and talk to me and bring me out my shell. When I was younger and I was stupid, I had long distance relationships. One of them where the girl called the fucking cops on me. Tried getting me swatted on my own live stream when I was playing Guilty Gear.
Yeah, those don't go well.
Because we broke up. Like, I still don't understand to this day why that even happened, because we broke up because she was all upset because I'm going to say it. The truth is the truth. She wanted real dick. That was how she told it. She wanted a real relationship and she wanted to get fucked for real and all this other stuff. And I'm just like, okay, well, let's break up. You go find yourself a real guy. I'm good with it. And I went back to live streaming. Like, it's not a big deal to me. I understand. Next thing I know is I got 2 police officers at my door knocking on it, telling me that I was apparently, quote unquote, grooming a 16-year-old girl.
The fuck?
When she was 19. So right then and there, I'm about to have cops put me in jail and everything else. I showed them all the conversations between me and Lexi. We doing all this other stuff, to which they go report back to the other police department over there, which they go verify her ID, her birth certificate and everything, to find out that, yeah, she would lie, that she was trying to say that she was 16 when she's 19. So she lied to the law enforcement to try to get me in jail.
Did she get anything out of that, or did she face any consequences after that, or no?
I was told by the sheriff's office that I could press charges, and all I said is that I just want a restraining order, but I would like y'all to inform her just to leave me the hell alone, that I do not want nothing to do with her. After that, I have no idea if anything else happened with her. I have left that situation completely alone after that, but she got, apparently, from what I heard from mutual friends that we had, is that she got upset with me because when we broke up, I did not cry. That I was not supposed to break up with her. I was not supposed to allow the breakup to happen. It was a test, and I failed the test. And she was upset with me. I'm just like, why are we? What's the point of fucking going this fucking stupid bullshit? Like, just say what's on your fucking mind. I mean, you're telling me you want a real life relationship. Okay, let's break up. I'm good with it. I got other stuff I can do. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wasn't really concerned about it. I was like more of the understanding. I'm not a person who really gets emotional. I don't really have emotional attachment, and she just did not like the fact that I was not emotionally attached. But I left that situation alone. She never came back to me after that. Like, I don't know if the police talked to her or anything and all this, but I had the right to press charges if I wanted to, right back on her for a false police report, and I just let it be.
All right.
And then that's where the grand scope of things is, I'm now 36 years old, going on to 37. I'm about to reach that pinnacle of age to where I am just becoming an old man. My back hurts. I feel like every other day when I wake up out of bed, I'm dying. It's a great life.
I can't wait when I get there. All right. So, I think we've broken enough ice, yeah?
I think so.
So, you taking the reins, or?
I guess like in all sense is that I'm not sure where to start at. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'm not sure where to start at in this conversation. I mean, I think we broke up a good bit of ice, but
I took the time yesterday to go through my thoughts, and I've compiled a bunch of stuff to just kind of go over. I mean, if you want, we could start with like my reasoning behind like some of my more controversial uploads from the first one all the way down.
Sure.
All right. So starting like from the very beginning, the Critique of Saintontas. So I can't remember if I already said this last night, but I didn't really watch that much of Saintontas about maybe 7 to 8 months ago. I initially picked up. Are you familiar with Tabaro and his Arknights Enfield videos?
I've seen one or two of them.
Okay, for a quick refresher, Tabaro is a Arknights content creator who was making some videos about Enfield when its technical test first, after its beta test came out, which was supposed to have some changes between the prior technical test and the new beta test. And there was a couple things added to make the game more action-oriented, such as just some tweaks to mechanics and the addition of a dodge button. And he was making an argument that if the game goes more action oriented, it will enable an audience, a post Hoyoverse audience, to potentially steer the
video.
Sorry, what?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just like, when you said that, I was like, I remember this video because a lot of people brought this video to my attention.
Yeah. So he had concerns that if given enough time and enough influence, Hypergriff would continue to change Arknights Enfield until it would mirror that more of like a Genshin clone, and he was trying to push back on that. And a lot of the pushback basically came from the fact that like it's way too early to call that out. But I think he was just taking like a zero tolerance approach to that. Like he didn't want to give anyone an inch to potentially take a mile from. Because if they add dodge, he then saw the possibility that they would water down the combat more and more. Which the Enfield combat is kind of like Xenoblade Chronicles if you've ever played that before.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's part of the reason why I want to play Enfield, because Xenoblade 3 was my favorite game of 2018. Xenoblade 3. So I was definitely very interested in that, especially because I'm getting a lot of fatigue with the open world action-oriented gacha games. And then Saint came out with with his video, basically just roasting the hell out of him for basically being a Doom poster, and how Saint's perspective was that it is that to an extent vision might matter, but he also believes that the vision can also change mid development because the game's not even out yet, and that it's okay for the vision to change if the intent is for the game to be more financially successful. Now, I guess that's fine to an extent, but if it gets to a point where I want the game to cater to me, okay? The Hoyoverse crowd already has like Genshin, and they already have like Wuthering Waves, and they're also just going to have a bunch more coming out soon. I want a game that's a bit more specific and nuanced to appeal to me. So I was definitely self-motivated in wanting Enfield to maintain as much as possible without getting too watered down. And I also believe that if we continue to get open world action oriented games, then that's the only audience that will exist in there, and they will be constantly like divided and cut into pieces until there's not enough to sustain one game. So if Enfield does the exact same thing, it will need to compete with the existing ones and the new ones. But but I believed that there could be potential for them to appeal to an audience that is yet to be tapped into. So originally, I made a video called "Is the Gacha Market Oversaturated?" and then I self-promoted it on Tectone's reaction stream page, and he played it for about 10 to 20 seconds, thought he would continue watching it, but then about maybe 20 minutes later, when he went through all the stuff that he had on his reacts, he started culling a bunch of them so he can focus on certain ones, and then my video also got culled from that list. That video made about 20 to 30 views. And it didn't really go anywhere. Then I made another video just talking about, I think it was banner systems and power. It might have been also power creep following the reveal of Casterus. That got 0 views. And then 2 days later, Sarinus put out her own video about gacha game saturation, and it was so much better than mine that I felt ashamed for how badly I did, how poor I did of a job. So I removed both of those, and then also because my mic quality was dog shit, I had a Blue Yeti, and the audio was just really bad. So after, and I also had like some really bad microphone issues at the time. I just, for whatever reason, my mic would rant. I think it might be like a power distribution issue with my PC, where if my mic got short circuited to power, it would blow like it would create a loud white noise in anyone hearing, or even on my OBS recording. So I had to figure something out with that. But after some months, when I updated my PC setup, got a audio interface, which for some reason the audio interface just manages to fix my mic issue. I don't know why. I'm going to assume it's like one more. It's like a layer of failsafe or something. I'm not gonna argue why. And eventually I would have another go at it. After watching more and more of Saint's content in the meantime, and actually kind of enjoying his approach to critiquing other takes and opinions. So then I decided to maybe adjust my opinions of how I wanted to approach commenting on Saint, and just made up a full blown critique, and then going through and talking about some stuff. And I don't have you watched the original critique?
I believe so.
Okay, yeah, and that video blew up.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, at the point in time when I came back into, because I took a break from Wuthering Waves with 2.1 because Renacida was not for me. I'm going to be honest. I'm one of the people who just liked Wuthering Waves 1.0 to 1.4, even with some of the pacing issues and everything else. I liked the aesthetic. I liked how it was. So when I played 2.0, I stopped at 2.1. I took a break for a couple months, and then I came back for Zanny for 2.3. And then I got into ZZZ because of some initial talks. So your videos have popped up on my live streams, especially when I did with ZZZ, because, not going to lie, a lot of people, even though I don't particularly care for that kind of mentality to a certain degree, a lot of them just hate Saintontas for a lot of different reasons. So anytime there was a video that was like, this is about Saintontas, this is someone criticizing him, it was like the first thing that would be shown in my face.
Well, the algorithm's doing its job, at least.
Yes.
Yeah, and this was back when, like, I think the most he had to say was obviously just like this was around like 1.6 when the power creep was starting to ramp up post Miyabi, and I think I might have had more harsher things to say of him if it wasn't for EO coming out of the woodwork and just saying players suck. Because I think I definitely disagreed with that take more than I did with Saint. Like, if I had to side with one group or the other, I would not want to side with EO's takes. Hence why the second video, Elitism and the power creep debate, happened, which I still think is definitely one of my better videos.
Yeah,
I think it's definitely got some of my best comedy in there.
Well, I'll say it like this: like, in the case scenario, what you just said there, I agree with that as well. Like, I've talked to EO, and EO really likes to push this thing about skill-based play versus. And don't get me wrong, this is the thing that I'm going to say about EO. Is that he talks from a fighting game perspective, like a competitive player perspective. He's like a lot of friends that I know of in the FGC that are going to tell you that you suck. You're a brand new player, everything else, you suck. That's the reason why you can't play this game. And you need to get good. Like, that is their answer to everything, pretty much. And with EO, it's more like, I understand what he's trying to get at, is that I feel like with his takes, and I've told this to him, is that with his yapping on it, it's hard for someone to understand you because it comes off very egotistical. You make it sound like you're better than the other person at all times. And I was trying to explain this to him before in private and everything, is that was one of my situations. Like, I don't think that, like, the reason why you have issues in ZZZ is because you suck.
Yeah, that that basketball court analogy where he basically said, "Don't come over here if you're not ready, or if you're not ready to, like, take an elbow or something." But the problem with that mentality is that, like, 99% of a gacha's content is just accessible to anyone, whether that just be how you access it, or just like the lack of difficulty in 99% of the content. So then when suddenly things the switch is literally flipped, or it's like instead of boiling the frog, you just try to drop the frog straight into the boiling pot. It's just going to jump right out because it can immediately tell.
Mm-hmm.
So there was no easing into it. So people like still have those expectations, even if it is harder. Which is why in my and also just the game state of ZZZ at the time was just not in a good state, which is why I made the follow up on his comment, because I was just trying to say, after like addressing all his comments, is we have to concede some ground, because we need to ensure that this game is financially sustainable before we can worry about trying to turn things up.
Right. I mean, I'm going to say, like, for the game state itself, this is just going to be my perspective. I think that it is, it's not in any terms in the league of Honkai Star Rail or Genshin. Okay. It's nowhere, but it is in a profitable market. It's still quite profitable. And this is something that we've had kind of a conversation in private with me and a couple of people about this, is that we kind of hope that ZZZ never actually gets like to the point to where it's making money like Genshin, because it feels like when Genshin and Honkai Star Rail, they're $billion games in a sense in a year, the development's kind of lazy.
If it's too successful, they'll become complacent.
Right.
That's another weird thing with the Arknights conversation, is because like we're talking about trying to shape the game to be as financially successful as possible, but not too successful, because then they'll get complacent.
Exactly. That's why
that's easier said than done, because of just how nuanced and complex game development is.
Yeah, I think this is another reason why I kind of like ZZZ more right now than something like Genshin, Honkai, or even Wuthering Waves, is that I actually feel that ZZZ is more niche. And I feel like, Wuthering Waves has picked up. Like, let me put it this way. I'm not sure what your stance is on gacha revenue, okay? I don't think, personally, I'll say it like this, I don't think it's a scam site. I think the new one right now is kind of shitty because it's ran by Gato to a certain point, and there's more information there, which I cannot verify that information. But the old gacha revenue and different application sources like App Magic and such that talks about this, from data that I've seen, Wuthering Waves last year was always getting doom posted being EOS. It's going to EOS next month. It only made $5 million this month. It's only made $10 million. Where the fucking game, when it first launched, if anything, just on the mobile platform, made over an estimated $164 million. And I'm not sure how you feel about that, but if I would see that in the first basic 2 months, a game made over $164 million, the devs could take it a little bit easy for the rest of the year. That game just paid itself. That game paid the development team. That game paid every bill for that particular time, that now it's in the profit. And I've personally, I was stating this, and people doom posted me, tell me I was not, I didn't know what the hell I was talking about. Is like, I feel like in the next 6 months, we're going to see Wuthering Waves grow to where its revenue is going to be much higher than what it is now, because the team is paid. Now they have resource. Now they can hire more people. Now they can put more. And if the game's only making right now, from basically September to December, it's only making like $5-10 million a month, it's not bad. It's just, it proves right here that they have time to go ahead and expand upon it, and they're not worried every month that they got to make that $5 million. It would
just be easier if we had access to more information, because I'm pretty sure there's no there's no quarterly earning reports.
No,
is there?
No, 100%.
Yeah.
There is, and you see, this is why I try to explain this to several people, is because people will argue about PC, top up. They'll argue about loot bar and such. Because you got people who go on loot bar and LD player that goes ahead and spends on there instead on the game, because it's cheaper, because they're using a VPN basically to go buy the same credits that you would pay $80 in the United States for $50 in Japan. So
I've never used those sites, by the way.
Well, I know a few people who's used them.
Would you use them, or would you prefer not to use them?
It depends. It honestly depends. I've not used the websites per se. I've just gotten a VPN, and I've just loaded up a VPN and go to Japan and go buy what I needed to go buy. And typically, I'm doing that right now in ZZ. I never really did that in Wuthering Waves. And Wuthering Waves is I'm gonna be honest with you. Spending money in WuWa was a hell of a lot it's a hell of a lot cheaper than it is in ZZZ, and it appears to be a hell of a lot cheaper than it is in Genshin or Honkai Star Rail from what I've seen.
Are we talking in the most literal sense with like the conversion rates, or are you referring to in a bit of an abstract when it's like how much value a pull you get one pull out of one pull?
And more of the abstract. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I've seen a friend of mine who's played Genshin, right? Spend $6,000 to summon to basically summon 6 a character in there, and I got summoned 6 characters that only cost me $400 in Wuthering Waves.
Yeah, I could
like
see
that. That's where it's like I've always said, like, in all honesty, all gacha games are predatorial. Okay, I'm going to be honest. All gacha games are predatorial, but Wuthering Waves is honestly the cheapest one of them all.
The most value I've gotten is Girls Frontline 2. I've only recently started buying bundles, and even then I could have honestly gone without. But just being a battle pass, and for the first like 3 to 4 months, I was just buying battle pass. I wasn't even buying like subscription, and I managed to pull many 5 stars as well as their signature weapons very comfortably just off of battle pass alone. Because GFL2 has -10 off of limited -10 off of hard PD for limited character and limited banner. So it's 80 characters, 70 weapon. Soft pity starts at like 58 for characters. Pull currency is 150 instead of 160, and also patch cycles in GFL2 are is 1 banner every 3 weeks compared to patch cycles of 2 banners every 6 weeks.
Okay.
So yeah, that's my experience with GFL2. Shall we continue on down the list? Okay. I don't have this in the notes because I don't really think it's much to talk about. Just kind of for the sake of keeping a consistent timeline. Going from like the EO conversations to stuff, we jumped to the apples to oranges video with the ZZZ and WuWa comparisons. That was right before the live streams for 2.4 when conversation was starting to ramp up, and if you've seen the video, you know I thought that there was too much differences in genre for these two to be comparing to each other, especially because most of the hate was just from dissatisfied ex-Genshin players. So, but they were looking to punch down because ZZZ was an easier target, which is why I made that video.
Yeah, 100%.
And the Saintontas section at the end, section at the end was my attempt to kind of like reel him in a bit and maybe like provide like a reminder that the reason why you're looked at this way is because you openly express your dissatisfaction with playing these games, yet you still play them. And then, I reference, like Gacha Smack, who at the time he quit. He straight up quit after Castris came out in Star Rail. He quit Star Rail, he quit ZZZ, and he uninstalled the Hoyoverse launcher and just was there. He actually stood on business, to quote Loki Gacha, he stood on business. And same thing with Tectone. So I just thought it would just be better if he had just done that, but he didn't. Things started to ramp up even more, especially when 2.4 came out, and then there was just a massive wave of people just really dogpiling on ZZZ for just not having the same amount of content when compared to Wuthering Waves with the Septimont reveal. And that was the point that I got really frustrated with just seeing it so much. So then that's when I made the video. But the problem with my original the Wuthering Waves community is insufferable is I did not bring enough images and points of frames of reference to show how annoying the community is. Like, for instance, you might have seen this GIF at around the time of the Septimont release, but there was this GIF where it was like an anime scene where like this little wimpy guy just tries to punch a dude, it does nothing, and then the other guy just gets walloped by the bigger guy. That was very popular. I forgot to add that to my video, and I definitely should have tried to find a few more to try and illustrate my points. And there was also just a few other things that I didn't really elaborate on, which kind of put a lot of holes in my argument. So Saint went at it from just talking about reference points and stuff. But if I'm being honest, the person who I actually found more influential for me feeling like my video was not put together well was actually when Tectone reacted to it, because he didn't try to like poke holes in any individual point based off of lacking context or evidence, but he was just arguing from the sense of, why would you even want to have these mindsets to begin with? I actually have the video. Have you seen Tectone react to my video?
No, I have not.
Oh, do you mind having a second? I have some timestamps and I can like show a few things. Yeah. Okay, let me pull the stream up. Let's do this one. And I'm going
to I have my own feelings about the Wuthering Waves community.
Is the audio good?
Let's see.
This guy is saying the Wuthering Waves community is becoming insufferable. Now, I will say, I think a lot of the irritability in the Wuthering Waves community has come from them having to deal with the Genshin Impact community for so long that it's driven them crazy. And let me tell you, when you're a sane human being and you have to deal with crazy people who won't leave you alone for years, it's enough to make you crazy too. And it fucking sucks. Trust me. I would know. And so I kind of understand why the Wuthering Waves community has become so more vitriolic in nature lately, due to the fact that, well, think about what they had to deal with. It's like the same thing that happened when Nicholas was going to try Genshin Impact or Zenless Zone Zero. A lot of people were saying, nah, fuck that shit. Do not play that shit. WuWa better. And here's the thing, Wuthering Waves is better. You know, we can always let people try Genshin and Zenless Zone Zero, because here's the thing, guys. Be more confident in your victories. You know Wuthering Waves is a better game regardless. If someone were to go play Genshin Impact after Wuthering Waves, do you really think they're going to enjoy it more? No, probably not. And if they do, well, then that's good, and they should play the game that they like. But yeah, let's watch this video here.
Yeah, so I kind of agree with this here. Just let the game speak for itself. Would you agree with that?
I do agree with that, and at the same point in time, I will say like this, that I'm not going to be a person who's going to necessarily say that Wuthering Waves is a better game. I'm going to say that in terms of like something like, Genshin Impact, it is a far superior game in terms of visuals, in terms of combat, in terms of what I like to call momentum, by the basis of, how fast the characters can basically just run up a wall and fly and all this other stuff. Yeah. But at the same point in time, I will say that these games have different demographics. They have different appeals to different people. And
yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Someone who plays ZZZ, who tries Wuthering Waves and says, hey, look, I think Wuthering Waves is a nice game, but it's not for me, is an acceptable take.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of how open world gachas are designed. I don't like the idea where I could play a level in GFL2 where I just do one stage where I fight like a few mobs like set in a certain orientation with like maybe some modifiers or two, and then I do that and I get 20 currency. Compared to if I play Genshin, if I want that same 20 currency, I have to go find 10 common chests, and each common chest might have a different condition with which to find or reveal it. Like, right. Everyone likes to talk about obfuscation when it comes to like multiple different currencies. Can we talk about like obfuscation of how long it would take to get the free currency from digging through an open world? Because in gacha games or I guess RuneScape as well, or any game where real money is involved, even like World of Warcraft, your time is quantified. I believe is that the right term to use? Your time there is now a dollar value to your time investment. So
yeah, time is money.
So when some of these more traditionally structured gachas like have a more straightforward structuring of that time to premium currency ratio, and then these open world games is a lot more obfuscated or unclear, but it's compensated by the fact that you get to experience the open world. If people don't care about that latter aspect, then they're going to feel like the former is inferior because of that additional time spent. That's why I always use interactive maps when exploring any of these games, even if Wuthering Waves has the loop mapper, I still use the interactive map because I'm not looking to try and I'm not trying to use the loop mapper.
You see, I'll put it like this. A lot of times I played network play in Wuthering Waves last year, and a lot of times I would go into someone else's world because I'd be like, hey, I need to go get some echoes because I killed all my echoes and I didn't get nothing that I needed. And it's like, oh yeah, come into my world and come get some echoes out of my world. I'll go in there and then I would get, you don't have any idea how many times I would just go into someone's world and I'd be like, dude, there's a chest right here in the right open. Why didn't you collect it? I don't have time for it. And it would annoy the hell out of me. I was like, I want to open that chest for you. Because I actually spent, like what you just said with the interactive map, not even the loop mapper. I spent an entire solid 3 weeks with the interactive map for Wuthering Waves, and I collected every single chest in 1.2. And I did that all the way to 1.4, just collecting every single chest just to get the currency, just to do my pulls.
Yeah, I think the worst experience I've had with an open world gacha is actually Tower of Fantasy.
Never tried it.
So Tower of Fantasy, how Tower of Fantasy has it is it has 3 banner. It has an additional banner on top of standard and limited character and limited weapon. It has like this free banner. Where every single interaction, whether it be like a little contextual puzzle or an actual chest, you would get this more common pull token currency that you can pull on a separate banner that only gives you resources but has a low chance of you pulling a standard 5-star out of it. And I think I've actually pulled like maybe 2 or 3 5-star characters out of like that even lower tier banner, actually. And it does kind of feel good when that happens, but there's like hundreds of them everywhere. It's like imagine if every chest in Genshin gave you like it's not an acquaint fate or a stellar fate, or whether it's like an even lower tier fate, and every time you use it you get like a 1 or a 2-star weapon, but maybe one every 500 of those you might get a 5-star. There's no pity on that. But
jeez,
on in version, I quit playing Tower of Fantasy like after I think 1.1, and I came back to hang out with my brother playing in version right before version 3 came out. So I explored the new area, which is like it's a massive desert, but there's a floating pyramid sci-fi city in the center, and inside that city is massive with like a bunch of floating neon-esque buildings. But there was like poles everywhere in the sky, like tucked in like very weird parts of the area. We took like 7 to 8 hours to grab everything, and it was an absolute pain. I recently heard that Tower of Fantasy on CN is actually reworking its entire game to just be a traditional MMO with no gacha content. I'm very interested to see if that'll go to global.
Huh. That's actually kind of interesting.
Anyway, shall we keep checking this?
You gotta understand, like, the reason why everybody's so upset with the WuWa community is because we did exactly what Genshin Impact did to other players for years. Yeah, try playing Tower of Fantasy about Genshin Impact being brought up every 5 fucking seconds. Imagine playing anything slightly related to Genshin without it being brought up every 5 seconds. Brother, even their own games. When I try to play ZZZ, why aren't you just playing Genshin? When I try to play Honkai Star Rail, why aren't you just playing Genshin? And now the thing is, the Genshin community know they lost, and now they gon' cry. I don't blame anybody. I don't blame anybody for being like this.
This is him in response to me basically saying to not fight fire with fire. So I do understand where he's getting at with that, where he's completely fine with meeting people at the low road if need be. But then I think the problem with that is that you expect that the person on the receiving end is also meeting you at the low road. But at the same time, you could make the counter argument, well, it wasn't meant for them. Stay out of this. But then you can fire back again with, well, it creates a ripple effect, and it can just keep going back and forth and back and forth. until
No,
someone has to draw a line somewhere and then just kind of commit to that mentality.
No, I agree. I mean, I'll put it like this: when it comes down to like your video, right? You know, Wuthering Waves turning into the Gacha community here. I'm not gonna lie, history's repeating itself because look, I never played Genshin, right? But my friend Valk did, and I've watched his live streams, and I've watched him switch to Honkai Star Rail. I've watched him try to play like Tower of Fantasy, and I've seen like the Genshin community really hard go at him and call him a traitor, call him this, call him that, and was very much insufferable. Okay. They really were trying to put Genshin when he tried something new. They were really trying to put Genshin above it and be like, why are you playing something else? Why aren't you playing Genshin? That's what you're known for. You're a Genshin player. To where he ended up stopped doing content altogether for it. And honestly, what he's doing now is he's doing Roblox. Let me put it this way. You can laugh at it, but he's getting more video views right now for Roblox than he's ever gotten for Genshin Impact, and he's actually working for 3 development teams on there that's paying him bank.
More power to him.
Yeah, they're basically making all these gacha games, these tower defense games as gacha games in Roblox, and he's the one that's balancing them because he's played so many gacha games in his life that they hired him to actually balance the games.
I've watched my friends gamble for random shit in Roblox. They were playing this one mode where you just parry a ball back against like other players and the ball keeps getting progressively fast. They gambled on that for like stupid shit like wings, weapons, execution effects. Like, this game looks like shit. Why are you gambling for this?
And they do it for Roblox. And here's the thing too. He doesn't get paid cash money. He gets paid in Roblox where he's got to convert it to USD, so that way he doesn't have to report in his taxes.
What the fuck? That's not even offshore at that point.
No, it's not, because it's considered game currency until you turn it into real currency. So at that point in time, you never have to report to the IRS. So he manages to like, if I only spend $12,000 this year, with my bills and everything else, because he still lives with his mom and dad and such, and I still do all this, then technically his bank account in Roblox, he's got over $100,000 in it.
What the hell?
He gave me $5,000 to build him a computer system.
I hope you built him quite the system for his Robux miner.
Core i9 with a 5090.
You're talking to somebody who buys pre-built. It's falling on deaf ears. I was sweating just trying to put a power. I was sweating just trying to replace my power supply while having my phone on Discord on my phone, with my camera on, with my friend just guiding me through while he was in the middle of playing League, and I would like ask him like the same question over and over. This wire before I pulled out this one. I just had to remove cut some cables and remove 3 wires.
I know we're cutting into time here, but I'll just say it like this. That's exactly why he paid me $5,000 for a brand spanking new computer, was because straight up his computer had an issue where it was blue screening, and he's just like, what do I do? And I'm like, okay, we got to test a couple of things because it appears that your hard drive's fucked. And we got to open up the computer, and he's got his phone. He's going in, which one do I got to pull? Which one's my hard drive? Which one's this? And I'm like, I'm having to guide him through every single aspect of how to do it, how to pull the RAM out, how to put it back in, because he was so timid and so worried that he was going to mess something up. And I'm like trying to explain to him, look, computers are not that soft. They're not babies. You can put a little pressure on it. You could pop that stick in. Don't worry, man. You can pop it in.
I miss consoles.
Yes, I do too. I do too. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm wondering when I want to buy a Switch, because I actually checked like maybe a week ago. My store just has like 4 or 5 Switches in stock, and no one's really seemed to pick them up. Switch 2s, sorry.
The only thing I'm worried about with the Switch 2 is you can't buy used games for it.
Yeah, I can understand that. I've not bought used games in ages.
No, I'm gonna be honest. I buy more digital than anything nowadays.
Isn't it funny
completely.
how Microsoft got like destroyed like over a decade ago for going after the secondhand market?
Yep.
I mean, if I could find one reason for that, it was just too early. I think it was just too early. But the secondhand market has just been slowly pushed out because of like the integration of digital stuff, digital download and stuff like that being more.
I'm just gonna be honest. I'm just gonna be honest. It's more convenient than me having to wait to the next day to go get a game at the game store or something. It's more convenient than me ordering it on Amazon. It's just like I could buy it right now and it's in my library and I just install it and I'm done. Like it's just a convenience thing. It's like as humans, it's what we are all. We like convenience.
All right, I'm gonna resume on the next section.
Yeah.
I can't remember what this one is.
Let's be real. I obviously got to take everything that Saintontas says versus ZZZ with a grain of salt. He is right about a lot of things, but to let's just acknowledge he probably gets erect every single time he shits on Zenless Zone Zero. Let's just be real. He does. It is a fetish of his. So I just want to make sure before I go in on any information that I can check it myself. And that goes for a lot of content creators as well. I think a lot of content creators are very thirsty to get a headline, and I'm going to wait and see for the miasma mechanic myself.
Okay, yeah, this was a nothing. I guess I just wanted to, I don't know, see him get obsessed with talk about a hard on or something. All right,
Content.
Uh-oh.
Content which never accounts for more than a couple hours total of stuff to do in any given month of a gacha's patch cycle, yet these CCs want you to believe that it's the only thing that matters in these games. The downplaying, outright ignoring, or even negative spin of the new welcoming features added to the game.
I do think that the end game is very, very, very important. I don't think we should be downplaying how important it is, right? Because it is something that people look forward to on a cycle, right? So making sure that it's well and properly balanced and enjoyable for all characters is like very important. Because like other than that, like it's only a couple of hours. Okay. Well, like on a day-to-day basis, you can really only do a couple minutes of meaningful content for like grinding your stamina. So like it is like the longest form of entertainment that you can have in the game.
This is what I mean by the way, where I felt more receptive to Tectone's take on it compared to Saints, because he's not bringing up any examples. He's not like trying to find a way to like deconstruct or dismember my argument. Yet he's finding so many ways to just prove how wrong my mindset is, not how wrong my information is, how wrong my state of mind is on this subject matter. Where like Saints kind of where Tectone's basically just trying to say I don't think you should be having like these kind of mindsets to begin with, and I and that definitely makes me more receptive to Tectone's response to this. See where's the next one? I think the last one is over here, 1445 right here.
Zenless Zone.
Yeah, Zenless Zone Zero is doing fine. But the good news is it's doing the worst out of all the big Hoyo games, which means the developers are going to listen the most. Remember, guys, the less a game makes, the less the characters wear. The less a game makes, the more the developers listen.
So I'm sure we can both agree with that as well. I think. Yeah. Do you want me to link this to you so you can see the whole thing, or are you just good with those? Yeah. With those? Okay, I'll link that to you if you want to watch it in full. I think everyone can agree with that if something's less successful, that they'll get more out of it, but it's an unknown territory where there's always a possibility that they could just end of service if it's not successful enough.
Right.
So it's a risk. It's a risk that some people don't want to try and take. It definitely seems like a risk that Saints more than willing to let happen. And for other people, they would rather not try to humor that idea, or maybe push that envelope at risk of bursting it.
I agree. I do agree with that. I do agree with that take. The thing is, like, the way I see it, like, you know, like Tectone said, I mean, when it comes down to ZZZ and my argument with Saintontas is like, you could call the game dog shit in any which way, shape, form you want. I'm a person who, the only reason why I even got into playing ZZZ for the last 2 months, because back when it first came out, I'm gonna be honest with you. I touched ZZZ for 30 minutes, and I said this wasn't for me because TV mode. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I was one of the people that looked at it. There's no jump button. There's no TV mode. I did not give it an honest to God chance. And at the same point in time, I was being completely biased to Wuthering Waves. My friend Valk was playing the shit out of ZZZ. I wasn't. He was trying to get me into. He's like, dude, you like fighting games? You like Devil May Cry? This is gonna be the game for you. And I'm just like, I got adapted into Wuthering Waves, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure if this is gonna make sense, but at that point in time, even with the community itself that was coming into the stream, I felt more obligated to play Wuthering Waves than ZZZ.
How much Honkai Star Rail did you play, if any?
I have just started Honkai Star Rail, and I still haven't gone through it all. Like, I've played probably right now so far 3 hours.
Oh, all right. In the roguelite mode for Star Rail, there is a piece of content. They regularly update their roguelite mode by just creating spin-offs of the existing mode. Two of the modes in the earlier versions of the game, I think in 1.3 and 1.5, is called Swarm Disaster and Golden Gears, respectively. It's a mode that I think is more polarizing depending on who you ask, but it takes like the traditional going from instance to instance into a new room that might have a combat section or might have like a list of choices that you make that give like negatives or positives for the rest of your run. Swarm Disaster and Golden Gears had a grid-based like system where you start from one side of the map and you have to go all the way to the other side, picking in like a hexagon shape map along the way to make choices along a route until you can reach a boss, and then rinse repeat until you get to the end. And you can take like branching paths, but the longer it takes for you to get to the end, the more effects that the boss will at the end will have, to the point where it could be so incredibly hard that you're not going to make it. And one of the coolest things about it, I'll flash this on screen again. I just pulled up a random video to give an idea of the grid. So this is kind of like what the grid looks like. So you're just trying to get to the end over here. I think this is floor 2 of 3. And there's different tiles along the way. There's like shops, there's random events, and then there's also mobs, and then there's even like mini games and activities. And also in both modes, you're given a dice that you roll before you pick your next area you want to go, that can either give you combat buffs or it can let you manipulate the board as you're navigating. And Golden Gears let you customize that dice with so many different options for so many different ways to manipulate this board to navigate and move through the level. That's kind of why I was okay with the TV mode in Zenless Zone Zero, because it seemed like they were trying to go for that similar take, with just instead of a hex grid, it was just a square based grid where you would go through and make some decisions here and there, but it was also used as like a narrative device. I just wish it was more fleshed out and less hand-holdy. I'm sure many people can agree with that, but that didn't happen. That didn't happen.
I'll put it like this. Like, I played the Prophecy because my friend Valk, when I got to ZZ, said that it's a rite of passage. If you're going to play ZZ, you got to play this one mission, which is in ZZZ with the TV mode. It is over like 3 hours long.
It's a hidden level. I never actually did it. There were two levels I never did. One of them was the Prophecy, and the other one was the Abyss. I never completed those until 2.0 came out, and they just gave us the prepaid power card. And I just skipped those because I just never got around to taking an hour to doing it. I just used the power card to skip those.
Well, when I played it, right, compared to what I had experienced back when I first started, this one wasn't hand-holdy. This wasn't really it was dialogue focused, where it played like, like one of those old text RPGs back on the day where you actually
that's what I heard. That's what I heard.
It was like that's how it was playing. And there's a part where you got to grind, you got to keep killing enemies to keep getting stronger and stuff like this in order to keep advancing. And you can actually screw yourself over if you make the wrong choices. And the more I looked at it and the more I played, like that, I had no problems with. the issue I had with like ZZZ's original TV section was I just felt it's the same thing that I have a problem with Wuthering Waves is Dream Theater crap, is that there's so much
Downtime.
There's so much downtime in the sense, but it's more like, dude, okay, I don't need you to tell me how to, let me figure it out on my own. Let me hit the skip button, but not just fast forward through it. Like, I don't want you just to fast forward through. I want you just to let me go through and go figure out the puzzle. I just felt like in the sense with the TV section, it was just like way too long for a lot of different parts. And it could have been shortened down. I loved when the TV mode did some of these like mini games, like you played like the alien shooter, like in Space Invaders. It did like the thing. I loved how it did that. And it was more mini game focused. It was more to where like even like the RPG one, it wasn't hand holding. You make your choices. You have different branching paths. You pick your path, but they all end up going to the same boss and such. It's like these are great because they're more intuitive. Not, I don't need to know about go clicked on the light and then have these dialogue segments where I don't care about the dialogue. Like I care about cutscenes. I don't care about listening to Billy or Nicole for the next 15 minutes, it feels like, in this TV mode section. I want to get along with doing the TV section. I'm stopped and I'm waiting for them to finish in order for me to continue on.
I really liked kind of like the abstraction, because I'm a fan of Fire Emblem and what a Fire Emblem case, and what I like about Fire Emblem is that that abstraction because it's an overhead view where you move your units around, but then when your units get in a battle, then the perspective changes to put you more in the action, and it almost like you're shifting perspective to see how your individual unit is actually doing on the battlefield, and that's kind of how I felt like with the TV mode.
I can see that actually.
Where you're playing both characters. You're playing the proxies and you're playing your team at the same time. And when the situation demands it, you shift perspective, and it goes hand in hand like that.
Right. And I'll go say it like this, it's too, just to clarify also, like even though I personally, I might not be a person who likes all the TV sections and everything else in ZZZ. I don't like it. If someone else like yourself likes it, or someone else out there says, I enjoy TV mode, like Valk was one of the few people that I know of who loved the hell out of it. And he's actually kind of upset with 2.0 that there's no TV sections. And that's why he doesn't want to play it. He gave me his account. He just gave me his account. He said, "You play it. I don't want it because the TV's mode's gone." Because to him, the reason why the TV mode was such a main part for the game for him was because, unlike every other gacha game, this is something new. He's been playing every single type, like Genshin, and he was like, first time when Wuthering Waves came out, he didn't want to. He played Wuthering Waves for a couple of days. He gave up. He went to ZZZ, and the reason why was, he's tired of open world games, and this is something that's unique. It's something that's different, and it feels good to him. And I don't think he's got a bad thought pattern if he liked the TV mode. Like if he liked it, hey, that's you.
Yeah, I felt this. I felt the same way because if you've seen my TV mode video, then yeah, these are the exact same opinions that I also had.
Yeah, and it's like I said, it's a very agreeable opinion.
And like I tried to draw similarities with that and like Persona's calendar system, how if given enough time and given the attention it needed and the time to flesh out, then it could be something great. But the problem is that because of the structure and financial demands of a gacha game, you can't wait 3 to 4 years for another equivalent for it to be evolved and adjusted. Or people just aren't patient enough. Though no, I will say they did. In my opinion, I think they bowed out too quickly. If we're not counting the feedback from the betas, if we're just talking specifically just from 1.0 to 1.3, where they just slowed it down immensely until they just halted it completely, then yeah, they bowed out way too quickly.
Honestly, I don't think TV mode should have been completely removed. That is something that I do 100% will say. I've said this on the streams a couple of times, even with 2.0. It's not that I don't like the exploration side of things that they're trying to do right now, but at the same point in time, I'm going to be honest, it's like, it's not for me either. Like the exploration side was not for me. I feel like that the TV section, they should have given it more of a rework and really try to push that. I don't. Let me put it like this. A lot of people were trying to argue with me that the reason why they took it out and everything else was because of the beta. No one liked it, but they left it in, and it was like the game was going to fail because, you know, when they had it in the beta and people gave feedback they didn't like this, the devs still kept going ahead and still pushing it. Well, first part of that argument that I said is that maybe they were too far along in production, first and foremost.
But yeah,
to
they were in beta. They
make that
were in
change.
beta. It might have been. It might have been
Okay.
CBT1, but that's still beta.
Right. Okay. And this is where my argument with Wuthering Waves is going to come out as well. Okay. This is not like WuWa. Okay. They're too far along in the production of this. This is how it is right now. And at the same point in time, I'm not sure if you'll agree with me on this one, but this is how I pointed out. Sometimes the customer's fucking wrong. I'm sorry to say this, but I've worked in customer service for so long that sometimes when you're trying to talk to a customer does not know what they want.
I've worked retail for 7 years.
So you should understand where I'm getting at. That is that there are some times when the customer is going to say that I want this, and it's like that's not what you want. Like you're telling me what your application of your problem is, and that is not what you need. This is what you need right here. And to me, okay, it's in closed beta. Why not go ahead and release it globally? Why not and get a different viewpoint on it? But what I was hoping for was that the ZZ devs would have worked more into the TV section, because I still feel like I'm gonna be honest with you, with the proxies now coming into the world without EOS and doing like the crap that they're doing now, where they have this vision and you can pop the fucking the walls and everything, and they're part of it. Don't fit the aesthetic. It don't fit the story.
It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make no sense. Like it made sense when they were like controlling the fucking the bang boo, and they were going in and they're trying to lead the proxy out. The TV mode section, I feel like it wasn't overlaid map, right? I just feel like it could have been reworked a little bit better for the problematic part of. I felt like I'm trying to put this in the right context. I think that the entire issue with TV mode for me was it was just too long in some parts. In some parts, it just felt way too long to navigate and go through. That I want action. I want the idea where proxies is leading me. I hit enemy. I go into battle, and I want my battles to last maybe a little bit longer. In a sense, I want my battles to last longer than I want the TV mode. And I think there could have been more of a counterbalance that they could have found in this that would have worked.
I think the worst thing that happened was the Archipelago event in 1.3. I think that actually did so much more damage.
I'm not sure about that event. I'll be honest with you. The account that I have is like I told you here a little bit.
It's a piece of permanent content that you can do at any time at Scott's Outpost, where you just play exclusively TV mode in a set of procedurally generated levels with such it's an incredibly small procedural generated pool, so limiting to the point where the procedural generation can soft lock you depending on some attempts, and there's like over 100 floors, and you run out of variety after the first 10.
Yeah, I didn't like that either. Like
it was atrocious. If it was their swan song, they probably should have just shot themselves before even opening their mouths.
No, I agree. But you see, this is where like I'm going to say, in a sense, all games, not just gacha, all games have pros and cons. Okay? Sometimes things just don't work, and we have to bear with it that we might not like something, but we can hope that it gets fixed. And at least with the ZZZ devs, I do appreciate that they are trying different things, and hopefully maybe in the future with more updates, they're going to try some more different things. I think
they definitely are the most receptive to making changes.
You see, Wuthering Waves, I'm going to tell you one of my biggest complaints with Wuthering Waves when I found this out is I watched all the closed beta footage that they had for CBT1. I watched everything. And
are you going to refer to how they treated how you preferred how the rover was treated in the beta?
No, I do appreciate that. Like the rover in there kind of felt more like the story, for example, was rewritten. But in that one, how he was how the rover was introduced in the beginning made more sense. Okay, it's not a trustworthy character, stuff like this. You have the characters that still puts the gun at him. You have Baishi that's dead that doesn't trust him. But when like Yang saves him and you can see the emotion, and then he fights the Crownless. The Crownless has lines. It did make more sense of the story. The thing about the closed beta that really started getting me a little bit ticked about Wuthering Waves is not only did they rewrite the story, they took away mechanics.
Never heard of this. Never heard of this before.
So, for example, there's a whole entire playlist. I can go ahead and go look for this and show you. Is that like, for example, you see Infernal Rider. In the closed beta footage, you actually had to knock Infernal Rider off the bike in order to actually be able to do more damage to them. The monkey boss that you go fight, he would actually climb on his pillar, and you would have to beat the pillar out to actually make him drop onto the ground. The bosses actually had gimmicks, kind of like ZZZ in a sense, that had different mechanics that was revolved around the fight. The I call it the ice cockroach, the one I forgot what it's called, Lumpus or whatever, that's in the cave. You actually had to destroy his webbing by destroying 2 bombs to make him drop from the ceiling down to the ground. And these are different things that ended up getting taken out of the game because people that, quote unquote, the rumor is, I can't confirm or deny this, but the rumor is that Genshin players were playing it and they didn't like it because it was too complicated. So,
but they like their pillars now.
They like it now.
They like climbing. They like climbing a specific part of a pillar now.
Like there were still things that was in there that needed to change. Like I'm going to be honest with you, like Yinlin, for example, like how she used to look and everything was, oh god, so fucking horrible.
You mean Ling Yang?
Yeah, Ling Yang. Excuse me. Like with the short hair and everything else, all the characters had stories in the first one. Like Danjin had a story, Calchera had a story in there.
I can see that.
There was more stuff that was involved that's not been put into the game now. But it was mostly the thing that got to me was the mechanics. Is when someone showed this to me, because they played the closed beta, and it said that and they were refusing to play the Wuthering Waves as it is in the state because their entire issue is that they took away the fun. And I'm like, what do you mean they took away the fun? So they gave me several different videos, and I'm looking for them right now, that showcases like different things. There is one video in particular that is all of the boss fights. And even like, for example, fighting Scar had a shield, and you actually had to break the shield in order to do damage to him. So depending on how, like he was to explain to me, depending on what your team composition was and everything else, would determine how fast you would break the shield. So it was kind of like the miasma shield mechanic in the sense.
He certainly would. Then he certainly wouldn't have been a punching bag.
Exactly. And they took these things out of Wuthering Waves. Even their the skill tree was actually all completely 3D animated, to where you actually had like a star trail that the character would look at the ground, and you actually would pick 1 or 2. Some things were actually really cool in there. They had the ability to where your grappling hook, you actually could swing like Spider-Man throughout the entire level. So you could keep using it multiple times.
If that code's still there, then that opens up a new exploration gimmick for later areas.
Yes. And like I said, apparently a lot of people who experienced the closed beta didn't like the closed beta. So let me come to crap. Where's my okay, there it is. Let me go ahead, share screen. Come here. Like I'll showcase like this off right here in a sense.
Okay.
So right here, you're finding Orange Infernal Rider. You wait for him to charge up, you counterattack, you knock him off the bike. His stun meter was taken down, and then this is how, instead of doing a 2-phase fight like this, you could actually make it. So apparently he was tankier on the bike itself versus than he was here. This is what it was explained to me.
This definitely flows better than you just depleting a health bar and then he just says, okay, I guess I'm not I'm not a motorcycle enthusiast anymore.
Like, even the intros for some bosses, like Morning Ajax. Let's get to like Morning Ajax right here. Like, this is how Morning Ajax's introduction was. Now, I remember I gotta have to go find the other video for it, but there was a tutorial here. So the tutorial told you that, let me see if I can get to the front facing of the boss. I want to get to the boss's face. Okay. The tacit mark that's on its chest, it actually encouraged you to stay in front of the boss, not behind the boss or anything, that you would do double damage basically by hitting on the tacit mark on the chest. So there was a gimmick here to where everywhere else on the boss, pretty much, you were going to be doing a little bit less damage, but you would be doing more damage if you actually
had to put yourself at risk.
Yes. It's not a visual thing like Infernal Rider. Now, I don't know about Tempest and them because I didn't really see anything different about them, but like, here you go. The monkey boss. You can see that there's a pillar right here in the middle of the entire map, right here in Boss Arena. Well, I found all this out after, 2 or 3 months of playing Wuthering Waves and enjoying the hell out of it, and I was kind of upset. Gotta wait till he gets basically to a point where he gets a little bit critical. Let's see where exactly it's at. I think it's right here. Yeah. And then he jumps on the pillar, and now your entire job is you got to get him off the pillar. You got to charge up the pillar basically to electrocute him.
Maybe this,
this team composition kind of sucks.
This particular move maybe doesn't really seem like there's much to it. It's just rocks falling in areas you are not standing.
Yeah.
It's fair enough.
Then you knock him down and you wail on him. This is something that still could have been improved on. We get to, let's see. We get to Scar where he can summon up, where he comes in. And I didn't see much of a difference on here, but then it was pointed out to me that the difference here is if you take a look, it's not just a parry mechanic, but he's got actually a yellow shield that's in front of him. That's what you got to keep popping. He keeps popping it. The domain, even, I'm going to say, was like nice. I kind of feel like Scar, he still plays good, like in the final product, but from how it was explained to me with people who's played it, it's like the fight was 10 times better. We come like right here to what they call the Glim Tender, right here.
Ah, so that's where those mobs come from. I don't remember if I've ever seen them anywhere in the game.
Yeah,
I think I recall seeing like those little bulb mobs as like a mob that might spawn based on those events where like you try to set as many modifiers as possible. I remember fighting those mobs in one instance where you would occasionally get frozen when a sentry was trying to cut you down. I've still got to do that event. I've still got like 2 days left on that one event. I can't muster up the energy to get around to doing it.
I'll put it like this: like this stuff right here is not like inherently like it changes the dynamics of the game, but it's like to me, it showed that the developers had more personality, I guess you want to say, that they were envisioning with their original vision. that after a couple of reviews from a closed beta, apparently they rewrote the story. They took out these mechanics and these different things with these bosses and everything just to go ahead and appeal to the mass majority, to which I kind of blame more if it is true with the rumor that the Genshin community came into the closed beta and this is what they instructed. Then at that point in time, it is primarily the fault of the community, because I would have loved to see what Kuro Games themselves would have done if given the opportunity to not have to listen to feedback. Because some of the things were just absolutely more crap. Like they even took Encore, they gave her a entire storyline where she fights Scar.
That would have been entertaining.
And she goes completely nuts. She goes like a little devil girl. Like, here's the entire playlist of everything of Closed Beta 1 that has been put together.
That
like,
would better contextualize her like demon goat aesthetic.
Uh-huh. Now, like I said, some characters, some of the changes were actually really good. Some of the changes, in my personal opinion, were good. Like Yinlin, I'm going to say right now, Yinlin, she looked absolutely disgusting in the closed beta. Ling Yang looked absolutely, he was a furry. He was an actual lion.
Yeah, it was.
Like,
I've seen it.
I prefer his new design over that. Like, even Alto had an entire storyline that like he shows up like a Naruto ninja. Like Rover and Yang Yang are walking into a village, pop smoke, basically the mist all around him, and then there comes Alto popping in out of nowhere and just saying, "Hey girls, how's it going?" And then that was like his introduction to so much stuff. And then it's just like different things here that was taken out. Like we've seen even to where the camera itself, where they had someone that was showcasing like the exploration of Wuthering Waves, to where when they would move the camera, especially if it was in front of the character's head moved with your mouse. So wherever your mouse was at and how you were moving the camera, they would move their head up, down, left, right. Grant you, in the grand scheme, it's not really necessary. And I completely understand this. But it's those little things that I think would have been better to keep, because it would have given Wuthering Waves more of a personality than it is. This is something like why I kind of like ZZZ in a sense more right now than Wuthering Waves, is because there's a couple of different things that's evolved around it. Like the biggest thing is with characters. In Wuthering Waves, I have not re-seen like Jinshi in the main story.
I actually was considering making like what ZZZ does better than Wuthering Waves video. I have a bunch of like bullet points I put down 4 days ago, and in like the world building and character section, I do have better faction dynamics and relationships, and also better relationships with the player through the hangout system, and deliberately separating that from story content, so you don't create these weird this gathering wife situation. I also have just better NPC designs and characterization as well.
Some people argue with that one on you.
Well, who actually cared about Venus and who did not, I think is my best way to answer that.
I mean, like, look, I understand like the dynamics and everything, but I will say like this: you're playing 2.1 right now, ZZZ. I'm not sure.
I have not. I've actually even when I've actually been busy making videos, because I've had a lot of topics that kind of popped into my head, and I kind of strike while the iron's hot.
Oh, perfect.
At the end, if you watched my Twitch tracker video, I said at the end in the closing thoughts section that I would get around to playing it when I had a day off, but I'm near the tail end of a 6-day work week. So
well, hey,
Tuesday or the night before on Monday, I'll start working on actually playing the content.
I'm gonna give you some advice that someone gave me a long time ago, and I did this before with Wuthering Waves, and I haven't done it with ZZZ, but maybe I'll do it with ZZZ later. Is someone actually came to me and told me, if you want to be a content creator on Gacha games, and this was Valk, the best thing you can do is like take 2 or 3 days straight up and make them full 8-hour workdays. One day, write your scripts, get different topics like at least a week's worth of videos to 2 weeks worth of videos, and get them all done in 3 or 4 days, and post every single one of them up and have them, scheduled uploads. So that way you always ahead of the game. That way, in case something ever happens in your life or whatever, that you always have a video that's going to pop up every single day. And you always will stay maintained into that algorithm. And straight up, when it comes to some videos, like he actually recommended this to me, is make some videos, like really very heavily edited and make some of them not. Make it to where you're balancing it out to where you can maintain the schedule in that sense. And I used to do that with Wuthering Waves. Like some video, like I would actually sit here for 3 days and I would make 2 weeks worth of different video topics. And then if something happens, like he said, if something happens in the gacha space that you really want to talk about, you already have a video, and then you can pop up a second video right then and there, and you don't have to worry about, missing content.
The editing doesn't slow me down. It's the script writing.
I know the feeling on that one, to be honest.
No, editing is just I said this with Tuhu. Editing is just fine. If anything, I'm fine with editing because there's a very clear sense of progress that you see as you work your way through like the audio tracks and putting up your reference sources on the timeline as you're progressing. It's the script that frustrates me because I don't know how long I want to make the script, and I don't know how I want to word the script sometimes.
Yeah, I have done script writing where, like, with my job, because where I work at and everything else, pretty much I don't work. I go into meetings and I just sit there and I listen all day. And these meetings are all on Teams, and typically I do like all my gacha work, I guess you want to say, all my content work, like writing a script. Like that's what I'm gonna end up doing tomorrow. Probably from 6 to 9 o'clock. I'm gonna look at different topics that I want to talk about. And then I'm going to write a script. I'm going to do everything while I'm at work. And then when I come home and I got that script, I'm like, oh man, the script's good. The script's ready to go. I end up looking at it. I start reading it and I start recording, and I stop and I say, no, this doesn't sound right.
No,
and I'll rewrite it again.
All the scripts you see, all the videos you see me do, all like the scripts and stuff. I can get that script done in around 2. I can get the script writing done in about 2 to 3 hours. Sometimes if I really got the creative juices flowing, I can do it in less. I can do it in about an hour while laying on my bed on my phone and just script writing it. I write my scripts. I write my scripts in a Discord text channel. I don't And then when I'm done, I just delete all the messages and then just start again. I have 3 different text channels that are just script 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, that's something I actually ended up doing is that I actually created a whole entire private Discord server just to put in, like, if there's like an image or something that I want to put into a video, or there's like a video footage that I want to use or something, like I put a links in there so that way I don't lose track of it. Like it's a entire storage space.
Yeah, I do that. I do that sometimes with some video links, but most of the time not. Usually I'll just put like a single bold line that says use this. Go get this. Shall we
now?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, shall we move on to the next video? I want along the timeline.
Yeah.
Okay, let's this is going to be a spicy one now. Let's go to the second video that I privated. The lucrative, unhealthy environment that is Gacha Drama. This is going to be a bombshell because you're going to be the first person that will ever know this. No one else knows this, okay? So the reason I made that video covering a bunch of Gacha Drama content creators, which you've said already that you thought it was a banger, yeah?
Yeah.
I
thought you actually did really well because you were not biased. You presented your own arguments to everybody.
Here's the thing about that video, and this might sound insane or maybe overzealous or something. The whole reason I made that video is because Saint made that AR-15 comment 2 months ago, and I thought, and I recently thought, I want to bring this up again to try and maybe hope Saint reels himself in. So, but then I thought, if I just post the clip, I might look like someone who's trying to dig up 2 month old comments, and it would look like I'm deliberately I'm trying to do something like disingenuous or in bad faith. So I thought, if I make an entire video around drama content in general, I could draw less attention to that while still delivering my message. So literally, everyone I took shots at was just there as like a distraction. I didn't really care about most of the people in that regard that I took shots at with that video. And in doing so, I definitely pissed several people off.
But you weren't wrong.
I wasn't wrong, but I wasn't proud of that video by the end of it, because I realized that was a video that from the very start was probably not something I just should have done in the first place. I'm not wrong, but my intentions going in, I believe, were wrong, in my opinion.
Okay.
Because they were just a stepping stone for me to then deliver the AR-15 comment. And in doing so, I feel like the AR-15 comment just didn't really matter just didn't really matter.
No, I get what you're getting at, and you see, like, I'm not gonna lie, like that AR-15 comment, it's like several different comments. I mean, look, even Saintontas has called me gay. And
that's not the same thing as saying you're gonna go shoot up a public place.
No, it's not. It's not. But that was like the most unhinged. That's basically what he did is what low tier God got canceled for back in with a lot of terms when he would tell people go kill yourself and give that sweet oxygen to someone who fucking deserves it. Like
I don't mind siding with Saint, but everything that he says is something that I, in one way or another, am going to be seen as someone who endorses or supports.
I'll go put it like this: when we're finished with like your takes here and everything, because like I said, I want to understand your mentality. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna tell you right now, straight off the bat, that like while I don't like Saintontas, okay, I think he's actually, I'm gonna say it like this: I think he's actually a very smart man. Okay, I think that a lot of times maybe what he's doing is an act. Okay, but in general, there is some things that has happened in the last year between me and Saintontas per se, that there is, quote unquote, I guess you want to say bad blood, but I am more than willing to talk to him about it and get it in, basically express all points of views and bring it into it all. But the man still hasn't given me the attention to go ahead and do it. I don't mind doing it in private. I don't mind doing it on a live stream. I don't mind, because I'll say it like this: he blames me for why he got all the hate for his Genshin versus Wuthering Waves comparison videos.
I don't have any context for what your beef or Saint's beef with you. The most I know is just earlier today when I was watching Tectone react to the Tuhu video, he just briefly brought up how how you and maybe Steamed Buns were not really people to take seriously. I have no context for how Tectone feels about you.
The reason for that is, I'll tell you right now the story on that one real quick. You know Aithoma.
Aithoma, yeah.
Aithoma. Back when I was doing Wuthering Waves, and with my takes with Saintontas, people would give me like videos of his, and I would say, 9 out of 10 times I would say, okay, I agree with this video, but I don't agree with this part. I would be more thing like, okay, the balancing of Wuthering Waves, I agree with his take on this, but I don't agree that it is the better system. I don't believe the Echoes are the better system. I don't believe the Tacit Field situation is this good. But I would always generally say about 80 to 90% of the time, I would agree with his takes. It's just the other 10, 20% I disagree with. And then he made a video about gacha revenue and how it was a scam. And I made a video where I explained that the person who handled Gacha revenue in the beginning, his name is Numberlock BS, and all he did. Okay, he's part of the Gacha community on Reddit and everything else. He's watching these people argue about numbers and everything. You have people who is saying that it's got to be because Chinese data is not being recorded. They're using Sensor Tower. They're doing all this other stuff. So some people are saying it needs to be a 2-point multiplier. Some people says it needs to be a 1.25 multiplier. All this kind of stuff. He decides one day, and this is well before Wuthering Waves even was released. Okay, this is recorded back since like at least January and February of 2024 when he started doing this. He bought an account with Sensor Tower, and he pulled the data, only the data from Sensor Tower, and put only the Gacha content, not any of the other applications, only the Gacha content from that report every single month on the website, to where you as a person can go look at it. And you can see all the data for that month of what it looked like. So that way we have an historical record. And now, grant you, what he did is that, okay, we're not getting the Android Chinese data. We're only getting, the iPhone Chinese data. So you guys are saying 2.0 multiplier. You guys are saying like 1.25, 1.50. I'm going to put it as a 1.75. We're going to meet in the middle, but I'll make it customizable. So that way y'all can manipulate the data however y'all want for your own particular taste. But I'm going to leave it as a standard 1.75. He put this in the AFQ page. Every time he would post it up on Reddit, he would make a post himself about it. That would get buried under the comments because other people would come in and, they quote unquote, Holy Bible, my game's better than your game because I made more money this month bullshit. But the man had no feelings about whichever Gacha there was. And Saintontas made a video that was against Gacha revenue, calling it a scam, that it was fake numbers, that the person basically is making Wuthering Waves look bad on purpose, stuff like this. And I made a video that called him out on this. I straight up said that, hey, look, in this situation right here, you're wrong. You're 100% wrong in my personal opinion, because Sensor Tower, yes, it's only mobile data and everything else. He's only pulling this from the source. This is not this guy's fault. It's not the people who's running Gacha revenue. It's one man. It's not his fault. If you disagree with the numbers, you need to disagree with a multi-million-dollar company that Warner Brothers and everybody else uses, which is their analytical data to track the market on the Google Store and the Apple Store on mobile platforms. That's what you need to argue with. But what the data is showing you is, even though Shorekeeper's numbers didn't show up in this month's report, it's not saying Wuthering Waves is bad. The guy's not making it look bad on purpose. It's not the community themselves just treating it like a Holy Bible. So why don't you teach them instead of bashing Gacha revenue? Well, that video got into the hands of Aithoma. And what he did is, I ruined my career video, made a video, and I also took another video of mine where I was talking about Camelia's leaks, about her build leaks, because there's so many channels that was already doing it that I decided that I was going to go ahead and look at it. And I at first didn't even know that this was leaked data, to be completely honest, that I was looking at. I didn't even really know, but I got 2 videos that he made that was against me. And I was on stream, someone's linking to me, I'm watching him on the stream, and I'm like, man, this guy really doesn't like me. And I've never met him before, never seen him before. So I tried for 2 solid weeks, along with several people in my Discord and several people in my chat, to contact him, to be like, I want a conversation, just like you and I are having. Just have a conversation to find out, what did I do that's wrong? Okay, that's all I want to know. Like, what is your opinion? Because apparently you have a clear hate towards me, it seems like, and I like to know about it. All I got was a bunch of people responding back to me with screenshots, and even him saying, haha, I have nothing to say to FOXSOL. He's not responding to me. We went through this for 2 weeks. And I did something stupid that I took responsibility for after. Okay? The guy is still making videos about me. He's already going ahead claiming he's going to make a 3rd video about me, that I am the best thing to go ahead and drama farm for his channel and everything else. I copyright striked him. One video. I did 1 video. because I've been copyright strike before by Arc System Works, and if you get any more, if you one's consider a warning, 2 is considered they're going to take away your live streaming, 3 means you lose your channel.
But
And
copywriting has like a negative connotation in the space, regardless of if you're in the right or not.
Right, it did. I didn't think about it. I didn't realize it at that point because look, I'm new to Gacha. I am brand spanking new. Never been involved in it. This is like the first time. Wuthering Waves is my most serious Gacha game here. I'm getting involved, and the thing is that the way I copyright strike him is I actually went to YouTube to see about if there was anything to do here to get a hold of him, to contact him. I went to the YouTube support, talked to them. I gave them the video ID. They're the ones that copyright striked it because it was my content in the video. And but here's the thing. Here's the thing that ended up happening. Not more than 3 hours later, he contacts me about the video strike. He comes contact me. I remove it frame 1. I send an email to YouTube. YouTube removes it. We're talking. And I'm basically saying to him, like, look, if you got a problem with me, I just want to talk it out right here. We handled it like adults. We discussed it. We respect one another. And he's like, yeah, I could have came better at you. I got a whole entire video about this. It's on my channel with the DMs and everything else, because after this, he kept going into other channels like Cap the Cabinets and everything to try to say, haha, this person did this to me. Even though me and him, before any other videos were made after that, we handled it. We discussed it together. We ended up respectful. Like, he's still on my friends list. Like, I haven't talked to him, but I told him, like, if there's any issues that you have with my content, if there's any issues you have with me, I would just appreciate you come talk to me, first in that regards, and let's iron it out. Like, if you want to get into a Discord call and you want to actually, go ahead and roast me on a Discord call and get my side of views of something like Saintontas or something, I don't mind doing this, and you can roast me all you want. I just want to not be enemies. I want to actually be communicative. He was very receptive to it. At least I thought he was. Everything was done. After that, we had Fiction and several other people that brought it to Tectone's attention and called me the new Invosity. That I was a bad person. Yeah.
That's
called me a bad person for it, where it's like, well, if he didn't want to talk to you, then you should have just let it alone. I'm just like, well, this guy is, and one of the things that it did annoy me, and it was a thing that annoyed me, is that the videos, which he's no longer on his channel, he removed them. The videos that he took from a 20-minute video and he cut it down to 8 minutes, and he's clipping parts and he's making it sound like I'm the worst person in the world. He's taking things here and here out of context. And I didn't like that. And that's where my entire problem was, is that why are you taking things out of context? You're taking the part where in a live stream where I said that, I can make a video about how much Saintontas is a moron and I can go ahead and get 20,000 video views, and you're using that part, but you don't, just like Tectone with Tuhu in that regards with his video about that I watched earlier today. There's another part to that clip that if you clipped it right there, you didn't get the other part, is what I said. This is what we call hate watchers, and this is what I'm not going to do. Because all you're invoking is, if I make a video like that calling Saintontas a fucking moron, is I'm invoking to have hate watchers come here, and then my channel's only going to be considered with hate watchers. But we never hear that part in the video. We just hear the part that I call Saintontas a fucking moron. That was like my problem with what ended up happening. This right here ended up used against me by a viewer that wanted me to talk to Saintontas. That was a mutual viewer, which I had no problems with. His name was Lightning. He was part of Saintontas community. He was part of my community. He liked both of our content. And Saintontas made several different comments to him about how I was a hateful person that hated him, and that my takes in general was to be used against him, and that if it wouldn't have been for me, he would have never gotten any bad hate on his Genshin versus WuWa comparison videos because of one video that I made about Saintontas. Because the other videos that I made was never about Saintontas. I just saw other Gacha creators, in a sense, talk about Wuthering Waves, and taken it and put it into this high platform up here, and I was talking about toxic positivity. Like, dude, if you're gonna be like this, and you're gonna keep saying that Wuthering Waves is better, Wuthering Waves better, Wuthering Waves better, all you're doing is you're becoming Genshin. The same thing you hated about Genshin when something new came into light, you're utilizing this as a weapon. And I made videos about toxic positivity. I made videos about, Curl's generosity, what would happen if it ever stopped. And this is stuff that apparently Saintontas took from my understanding as me saying that using it against him. That's where, like, I could show you all the DMs where I was just like, and he even gave this person, which was name is Lightning Nix, gave this person an ultimatum. Either me or Fox. And if you're going to choose Fox, don't come back in my community. Saintontas even claims that he offered me an opportunity to talk to him. He left a YouTube comment on one of my videos, which was the Gacha revenue one. Problem was that I never saw it because I'm not sure about you, if you can understand this, but when I post a video sometimes, and if it gets a lot of hits, I get like anywhere between 75 to 100 comments on that video. And it's like a lot of, and it's just like, I got a notification bar that is so high that I can't read every single comment. It gets a little bit
notification bar. I've always checked comments by going to the your video section, just clicking and just look at the comments. Is there a notification? What notification bar are you referring to?
The little bell icon. Like if you go on YouTube at the very top, you got a little bell icon that tells you, like, it shows in red how many comments and everything. If you click it, you can scroll.
I think I have comment notifications disabled.
Oh, okay.
Whenever I feel like it and I just have a second, I just check my go to YouTube creator and just see where my comments stand, and if I see a number that's different from the one I last saw, I'll just click in and just look.
Well, because of that, because of like with the copyright,
you missed the opportunity.
I missed the opportunity to talk to him apparently, but he only gave me 24 hours to talk to him in. And at the time he posted the comment, it's like, I'm not gonna lie, it's like, well, wait a minute, man. Like, can't you give me like, maybe I was sleeping, maybe I was working at the time that this comment was happening, because I don't remember what the hell I was doing at the time when I found out in December that he posted this comment. It's like, can't you give me a little bit more time and let me communicate back to you? But it didn't work. So he just since then didn't refrain from discussing anything with me. And I tried. I have sent Saintontas several emails. I have even went out of my way to his live streams and everything. And I got told by Saintontas that he would talk to me. And the only message that he's ever given me since is that he does not mind me as a viewer, but as a content creator, he will never talk to me. And I left it at that. I left it at that. That was back in December.
It was very rough.
And all I wanted to do was clear the air, because back in the day, before you came around and we were doing this, I was considering, and it is the truth now, no one believed that it was going to be. But I always said when I saw Saintontas' videos back during 1.2 and 1.3, he's going to be the #1 Wuthering Waves content creator on the platform. And I wanted to talk to him because of the toxic positivity. I wanted to talk to him about Gacha revenue. I wanted to see the other side of the case, because from what I'm seeing, you're being disingenuous. You don't understand. You're not like, in my personal opinion, he said, for example, in the video for his Gacha revenue video, that the person who put the website together was lying by omission because they did not put on the front page how the information was calculated. That you had to go click AFQs and go ahead, and it was one click. You had to click AFQs to go read how it was all calculated. And I'm just like, how's that lying by omission? The guy's got a section on his website, which is a change log. Yeah, it's not on the front page, but he's just got it, laid out like that because that's how he organizes his thoughts. My argument to Saintontas when that was the case was, why aren't you talking to the person who makes the website and invoking changes if you don't like it? Just have a conversation. Why are you automatically straight up assisting that he is lying by omission, that he's a fake person, that he's a Hoyo shill or whatever, and that he's trying to make Wuthering Waves look bad. Maybe he could show you how he's collecting data. Maybe you two could collaborate and you could better make this data look right if you have a problem with it. Apparently, that is considered hate. That is how it was always taken. And sorry for taking over on this. We were supposed to finish with you.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Not really sure where we left off with the Gacha Drama video, but I guess we can move on from that.
I was just saying because like your points, because you were talking about there's another video whatever that no one's seen, but like you're talking about the using all the other content creators as a stone point, but you're talking about the AR-15 comment.
Yeah.
And that's where like I was coming involved with this, and I was just trying to explain is that I have my own personal beefs, and you see, that's kind of like those kind of comments and everything. Let me put it like this to you. To add on to something right here. I don't think, like I said, I don't think Saintontas does things like really bad on purpose, per se.
I think he gets he gets too comfortable. Like,
yes.
I'm sure you might have heard Tectone say before where after Saintontas got 1v9'd in a gacha cast, he's felt empowered to just go after anyone if he managed to take on as many people at once that it's almost like I can take on the world mentality after that.
My thing is that I want to express my opinion to Saintontas is that you have to watch what you say and how you say it.
That's what I said in my very first critique is that chilling effect where he empowers his audience.
Right. And because again, I've said this to a few people already, is that when you have the ability to have a platform, you could be like Jordan Peterson or something. Some people is going to think that you are God. You're holier than thou. And these are the crazy fans that you probably don't even associate with, but they know everything about you. They love you. They accept you for what you think. And then if you say like, oh, like, let's just say if tomorrow Saintontas said that I don't like Tectone no more, Tectone paints me in a bad light or something. These are the type of people that just like Numberlock could be a possibility that they would be freakish enough to be like, you hurt my favorite content creator. I'm going after you in more than just a comment. That's why like him saying something about like him saying the comment about the AR-15 to someone they're banned, like, oh, we should let him be. Let me tell you something. That is what you don't want to happen. And that's where my approach and my only real issue with Saintontas is I don't care if he doesn't like ZZZ. I don't care if he only wants to pander to Wuthering Waves. I think it's fine.
You familiar with Wotads? The person he made the AR-15 so Wotads is a ZZZ player who let me put it this way is Wotads could have easily been a ZZZ shill that Saintontas could have banned at any time, but for some reason Wotads in particular, he almost keeps around like a court jester to just pull up occasionally just for chat to make fun of him, just trying to go at him.
Oof.
But then there was this one time where he pulled up Wotads and he was saying he was being off his rocker more than usual, and then that's when he made the comment where he feels like Wotads is the kind of person where if he banned him, he would go shoot up a place.
I don't agree with that.
He should have banned if he had an issue with Wotads. He just banned him for a long time ago. Saint even told me when I started curating my comments recently. When I started curating my comments recently, to keep some people around. Like what? Like if the argument was to prevent an echo chamber, sure, but I'm pretty, if I recall correctly, that wasn't the angle he was going.
No. And I'm just like I said, like Satan does what Satan wants to do, but I just have problems with the way he comes off with certain things. It's like, okay, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with the Maggie situation.
Yes.
Now, I've seen it several different ways, but I haven't really actually, because I don't think Maggie has ever came out publicly about her side of the story in a sense. I've seen Saintontas' side, and I've seen the DMs between Maggie and Saintontas through him. And I'm not going to lie. I think the man's reading a little far into it with Maggie. To me, Maggie made a mistake, right? She leaked out information that she shouldn't have leaked out. Kuro Games removed her as CC. She made a stupid video. Tectone called her out on it, and she got spanked. That's the best way I could say. She got spanked for it. Mission done. It's over. Now, in my personal opinion, will Maggie at this point go into redemption arc, or will she, stay headstrong at this point and be like, I wasn't at fault? Well, it looks like to me, Maggie, accepted the fact that she was in the wrong. But the thing about originally with Saintontas and with Maggie, and the thing that confused the hell out of me, Saintontas contacts her about wanting to do a collaboration, and the DMs to me, I'm not sure if you're gonna agree with this, but the way I read it and the way I looked at it was like, oh well, I'm busy with a lot of stuff and everything else. What kind of collaboration you want to do? Saintontas responds, and then she never responds again afterwards. To which, to me, I've seen her in Gato's stream, yes, in his chat, and she has her own feelings about Saintontas. And to her, the best way of handling the situation is she'll talk about it in private with people and stuff like this, but in public setting or whatever, she's just going to leave him alone. She has a feeling about him. She doesn't like him. And the way I looked at it is like, dude, this is like high school fucking drama here. This is like the girl, you contacted the girl, you say you're basically asking her out on a date, and it says, hey, would you like to go to prom? And she's making an excuse that she's busy and everything, and then she ghosts you, and then you're upset about it. Like, to me, Maggie has no effect on your career whatsoever. She's not going out of her way and in the public eye and making slop videos about you, calling you a bad person or anything. She's doing her theory crafting, and it kind of feels like it's more pushed content to try to go ahead and be like, oh, 76k DPS Zanny power creep crap video is complete bullshit. You're going at her, you're calling her a rat, you're doing all this other stuff. And it's just like, I watched all this and I was just like, why? Are you just upset that she did not talk to you? That's how I felt.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't really think I have much to personally comment about the Maggie situation. To be fair, part of that reason is because I do kind of have like a negative default when I see freelance VTubers. You've seen my comment about Maggie in the critique where I just assume right off the bat that any freelance VTuber who would you safely assume Maggie uses the female VTuber to be more comfortable in public spaces?
Yes, and at the same point in time, it's theorized, and I will say this, and it's not confirmed, but it's theorized that she's a dude.
All right.
That's a voice changer.
Yeah. Well, if that's anyway, like my point is that they don't have the thick skin for the job. So I'm not really interested in what they have to say, because it just kind of seems like they're just kind of stumbling anyway. So I don't know if they'd really hold up. And and I think what bothered me the most is in that impromptu gacha cast, she was like very slow to respond, or like very closed up the whole time.
Yeah.
I don't think you're equipped for this. So if you want to start instigating people, well, you better be ready, but it looks like you're not ready. So I don't think I really want to take your word on anything.
Like I said, I mean, I took it like that in a sense, but what even actually expanded off of that though with Maggie that kind of confused me is Saintontas didn't come out right and say it, but I'm sure you may agree with this. You may not, but with Genozod, he a lot of people, he insinuated that he's a pedophile.
I was definitely on. I was on Genozad's side with this, and I thought Saint just did. It was just a massive mistake because it's the AR-15. It's the AR-15 comment again, where he's trying to pin blame on everyone else for assuming the next step when the next step is so close. We're not talking about making a jump. It's literally it's so close.
And this is where
I got really frustrated. I honestly got really frustrated with him when he then tried to turn it around on people for assuming that.
Yes.
Now with the nonce thing and Flip, yeah, I think I'm more willing to be more open on that one because nonce can be used in multiple different ways, and the entire time Saint was using the word nonce. Or was using it in the context of the conversation in all the talking points leading up to him basically saying that Flip is incompetent. It works in that context, so I'll give him plausible deniability for that one.
Right. The only thing that I'm gonna say is like our man Saintontas is still upset, about Jin after this because he didn't accept the apology, and I kind of like agreed that he shouldn't accept the apology because. If you realize that he apologized in a video about hating on about the drama with Maggie at the end of the video, it wasn't like a dedicated video. It wasn't like Saintontas went talk to him in private to say, "Hey, look, I'm sorry for my commentary" or whatever. Even when Tectone said you should, Saintontas is in the wrong with this and you should apologize. To me, that should have been when that happened. Saintontas should have made every single effort. And I don't feel like he did. I feel like he just he's talking about Maggie, and then at the end of the stream with Maggie, he's like, okay, you know what? I apologize. You know what? I do apologize. He's not, this has nothing to do with genocide. This has nothing to do with the pedophile comment, stuff like this. I apologize for the way I approach it. But you're doing it in a take for something else with Maggie. You're not really approaching Jin and going ahead and talking to him directly. You're not going in private. I understand. Like I would still, if it would have been me, I would have still been pissed. I would not have accepted the apology either.
Do we want to?
And that's why I feel.
Do we want to wrap this up for a quick break and then resume?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna refill water and I'm gonna get a slice of cake and maybe we're resuming I don't know. I can eat food quickly, so it's 4 or 5 minutes. So if you need more time than that, then that's fine.
No.
Okay.
This is the break in the video where I failed to restart the recording while eating my slice of cake. All you need to know is we took a moment to talk about doing stupid stuff in our private lives. I talked about improper use of a Debrox earwax removal kit using distilled water that was not warmed up on the 4th of July this year, resulting in me collapsing on my bathroom floor from loss of balance and having 4 hours of the worst nausea I've ever had in my life. FOXSOL recounted almost electrocuting himself from neglecting safety protocol with handling electrical engineering equipment. After the break, we resumed with talking about my Wuthering Waves 2.4 performance video and how me expecting ray tracing out of my graphics settings while maintaining good performance caused a lot of backlash in my video's discussion.
You know what? I'll bring an iPad. I'll bring myself a PS4 controller. I'll Bluetooth it in there and I will play Wuthering Waves at work. I don't want to play on the phone. I want to play it on the iPad. It ended up making me put it on my my iPhone 13 as well at that time. And what ended up happening with Wuthering Waves all the time, and ZZZ never did this. When I tried ZZZ on it, it never did this. Only Wuthering Waves did this. I would be in the middle of a fight. Maybe 5 minutes later, the system would overheat and it would crash the application. The application would just crash. And I'm in the middle of an event or something, and I'm trying to log right back in as fast as I can to where I ended up stop playing it on the mobile because it's not optimized enough for mobile. It is too optimized. It's not optimized at all. It is made, it feels like it's made for PC, but even on my PC, I'm going to tell you that Wuthering Waves, I had an issue even on the PC version where luckily, I bought a better system, which takes care of this problem. But the old computer system I had, which was a Core i7, 16 gigs of RAM, and had a 3080 graphics card in it. It was a Dell computer
16,
system.
16, 16. Don't let Saint hear you say that. 16. He gave me a lot of shit for having 16 gigabytes of RAM.
16 gigabytes of RAM. Look, I'm a computer technician, and that does more than enough. The minimum specs for Wuthering Waves, 16 is a lot. Okay, it is a lot for the minimum specs on this. And all I'm trying to do is get 60 frames per second. You know what I had to actually do to get 60 frames per second on that game? And you're not going to believe this, but it was a Reddit post that was on there that said, run Genshin Impact. Don't log into the game. Just turn on the game, put it at 600 by 400 on the lowest settings, and run it in the background of Wuthering Waves, and you'll fix the caching issue.
I recall something like that from someone else said.
And it'll fix the 60. It'll make it to 60 FPS. I was like, you know what? I have nothing else left to do. That's the only time I reinstalled Genshin Impact, was just to leave it on the little door and leave it in the back. I didn't even put my email or anything into it, and I just left it in the corner, put Wuthering Waves on top, and holy crap, it fixed the performance.
That's an 80 gigabyte door, though. I hope you realize that is an 80 gigabyte
Yes.
door.
But and you see, this is where this is going to be a bad take. This is going to be a bad take, but this is where I also feel like Kuro Games is, in the long run, going to suffer from this, is for the fact that they're doing 2 major updates a year. I showed this on the live stream the other day, where there is some areas where it's completely unoptimized, to where there is even grass in Septimont. There's a section in Septimont where the grass is on top pots.
I haven't seen that.
Like, it loads the grass on top of a pot, and I call it the Snoop Dogg pot. It's different things that has happened in Wuthering Waves I've seen. I've fallen through the floor in Wuthering Waves, and I'm just like, I'm going to say, I think the Wuthering Waves community, in a lot of ways, overlooks a lot of these issues, but these are the quality of life changes. I understand that you like your little shooting droids and everything, but the optimization is the quality of life functionality that I don't care right now about leaves flying around the place. I don't care about water ripples.
Optimization is step 0.
I want it to where my game runs better, and then we could start looking at ray tracing. We could start looking at other things to improve upon. But since 1.0 days with Wuthering Waves, it's had performance issues. And then I've seen that apparently, because I haven't touched anything more recently, but apparently that there is sections in Septimont that's having more optimization issues, when it's dropping frame rates from 60 frames per rate to 45.
Also, if you tell someone to keep turning the settings down, well, if the optimization continues to get worse and worse, and they keep having to turn the settings down, eventually they'll run out of settings to turn down, and then at that point, you're telling them to upgrade like a couple $1,000s in a gacha game that already asks you for hundreds of dollars if you want like if you want a premium team.
Apparently, like my friend plays Wuthering Waves on PS5, and he stopped playing it for a while because every time he would log into it, after about an hour going into it and doing some events or whatever, especially he was telling me like, and I was like, I don't understand how that's possible. Like, it's not even optimized according to him to the PlayStation 5. Like, it's got issues to where it's not even at 60 frames per second. When he went into the Dream Theater and everything else to go do it, it crashed on him. The app would just crash. That is just some things that just doesn't run properly on there. And I'm just like, to me, it kind of makes sense why you see a game like, Hoyo with Genshin or Zenless Zone Zero or even Honkai Star Rail maybe take a year to do their full updates, and they're fixing little things here and there, because we had a whole entire argument. It's a little bit off topic, but just to quickly get into it, is they were talking about the skip button in Honkai Star Rail and how like 5 years later we finally got it, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, do you not realize, because one of my jobs back a couple of years ago, I was the application manager for a development team of 6 people who ran all of the Department of Education's applications. They would create them, they would run them from the security processes and everything else. And I could tell you right now, Sometimes a customer comes to us and says, I want the color of this to be purple. And we look at it and we say, this is not a priority. We got a major security issue, or we got a major issue that if we change something here in the application they want change, it's going to break something else. So we got to fix what's going to be broken before we can add this. And we had one which was a teacher certification application that they wanted a print button for a certain section in it, and we could have added it. But the problem was, if you added it, it broke the print buttons, and it actually broke the grading system, because of how the database was configured and everything. It was an old program that was created like 9 years ago that we're trying to basically band-aid and make it work to where, it's like I told us on the stream, we had to actually tell the customer, you need a brand new application. We can't keep doing this no more. You want all this new stuff, all these new algorithms, you want all these new customizable features in this old application. And the old application is basically at max. The coding is all messed up. Multiple people have touched it. And there's a whole new way that things need to work. We have to do it from scratch. And that's what, like I was trying to explain, like with Honkai Star Rail or even Genshin or something. Maybe in some case, yeah, the feedback comes in. They know you want a skip button. They know you want this. They know you want that. But in the background, there's office politics that's happening. In the background, there's other things that's going on. And maybe even the development team, they're probably like, if we put that, we're going to break something. And they have to fix that. And that's going to take them in a agile system. That's what it is. You got a water flow system that works to where you got different stages of a goal that you got to do. And maybe they'll add it, but they're not going to be able to touch on that for another year. I've known with our applications.
I've seen someone respond to the make that kind of comment in my anti-skip players video. I think contextually the commenter was saying that's also an excuse I could have like countered. The way you're talking about it is like giving more nuance to the under the hood kind of thing. But I have a feeling most people won't really care.
No, like our customers never cared. That's the thing. Like you don't, like I was trying to explain this to the stream and everything. You guys want a skip button. You want a skip button. If I tell you that skip button is going to be here in 5 years, is going to take us 3 years to get to that point, you're not going to like that answer. It's just how it is.
Some people would prefer a answer at least. The biggest problem with Hoyo is they don't communicate, and whenever they do, it's you can search birthday mail, and then they go back, and then they go back to not saying anything.
And let's be completely honest. At the same point in time, I also blame the fandom, the community itself, for the reason why Hoyo is like it is. 100%. It's not just Hoyo's fault. It's also the Genshin fans. Like, if they want things to change in Genshin, they need to stop spending money in Genshin.
Well, they want someone else to stop spending money because they got to get that character they want, and they don't have enough pulls.
Yeah, like, I'll finish it off with this, and we can continue on this. But you remember back last year when they had that entire thing on Twitter, I guess, on social media about boycott Hoyo, because they wanted more representation of characters, black characters, the Natlan shit,
that
right?
Was pointless.
I had friends who streamed Genshin, right? That they were Genshin streamers, that were people who posted this, that reposted this on their own Twitter. And I would go watch them on Twitch, and they're playing Genshin Impact, and they're summoning. They're spending money. And I'm calling them out on this. And I'm like, you just posted this. You're like boycotting this. Why are you doing this? And their argument, they're trying everything to backtrace it and everything else, to backtrack and be like, oh, well, one of them was my friend Johnny, that's no longer my friend, straight up told me this is his job. He has no other options. He has to spin. He has to pull. I'm like, what? You can't play another game for a little while? You can't show your audience? Because to me, it sounds like you're a hypocrite. Why would you post that? Because you're advertising the game. You're spending in the game, and you're showing other people who's coming into your stream. These hundreds of people that's coming into your stream right now. You're showing them that it's this right here that you're posting. You don't actually. You just did it for publicity. I agree, but what's good for thee is not good for me here. I mean, to me it sounds like you're being a hypocrite. And I got banned from the chat. I got removed on Discord by him.
Bye bye.
But it's like, I'm just like, if you want change to be done, for someone like Hoyo, if they're seeing in there, and like this was my entire point, Hoyo sees every single month, oh, we made $10 million, or we made $99 million because of this character, or whatever. What incentive do they have to actually change things? And knock on wood, it's never going to, we don't need to fix nothing. This is why I do believe like Wuthering Waves being a competition is a good thing. Maybe it might push Hoyo, but I don't think it's going to be to the degree that people want it to
yeah,
be.
Genshin got 300 stamina when Renacita came out. That's their show of competition. Still 8 minutes in an environment where everyone else does 6. Yeah, okay. Still got to pick Crystal Flies. Yeah, okay.
I'm just saying, like in that regards, I'm just like, yeah, the fans themselves, they want all these changes, but they're not putting an effort themselves to make that change. They're just hoping that one day Hoyo's going to listen to them, and that's going to be dying on deaf ears. If you're spending, like my friend, $6,000 on a character that you want to summon 60, you want it at the full blown, I'm going to, even with all the 50/50s I lose, I'm going to get this character, ascended to the 6th level. Okay.
Ethan recently put out his video about the Genshin 5 point whatever live stream about the character with the updated electro charge element and his dissatisfaction with it. And I was like one of the first commenters, and I just typed, "Good talk, guys. We'll reconvene in 6 weeks when they do something stupid again." Shall we move on now?
Yeah.
We're at the My Truth About Saintontas video. I feel like maybe this should be something that you maybe want to lead with. I've already really said my piece about it multiple times across other separate videos. So if there's anything you want to talk about it before we move on, that one and the accompanying piece that resulted in me privating multiple videos. If you have anything you want to say about that, otherwise we can just move on.
I mean, I've already talked about like my beefs with Saintontas and everything. I just wanted like your perspective of like what made you privatize the videos. Was it like, let me put it this way, for those 2 videos in particular, a lot of people think, and there's been a lot of different conversations that I've been involved in, that I'll tell you right now, Loki, Rezi, AJ, that you have mentioned in your videos and everything too, several different people in my stream and everything have all thought that Saintontas has bullied you, like straight up, that Ethan, Saintontas, or whatever. There's multiple different theories that has gone down the plate with you, that people think that you got harassed or something and that you had to backpedal.
So what happened was I put out my original. So what happened is I put out the "I've been doing some dumb shit, let's talk about it" video, where I go over a bunch of videos. Let me pull up the video myself for a moment so I can double check which videos I covered in the "I've been saying some dumb shit, let's talk about it." I'm too far. There it is. Okay. So in the video, I'm sure you've probably watched the video. I go over the apples to oranges video, the waifu over meta video, which Saintontas never covered, the Wuthering Waves TCG video, Saint never covered that, the English Gacha VAs, Saint never covered that, the TV mode video, Ethan covered that, Saint did not cover that, the drama video, the performance video, and that's it. So he covered 2, and only one of them was one that he was overly critical of. So, and I said, like, in descending order with apples to oranges, I was being too strict with the idea of you can't compare. I was coming off as you can't compare these games, because even though, despite the fact that these are all video games that are vying for your attention and time, so there should be some comparison, even if I might not like the approach to it. Then waifu over meta. I think waifu over meta maybe was more of like a rage bait video looking back on it. But it's weird because waifu over meta is like, it's like a Reddit thing, you don't really see it that much from like CCs for obvious reasons, because like they're financially motivated to talk about the meta. The TCG video, nothing really became of that. I thought it was going to be like Cantarella Swimming Passive 2.0. It never really took off. So my attempt to get ahead of the curve didn't really matter. The English Gacha VAs, I just basically said it was somewhat ignorant of me to suggest that Hoyo would just kill off all English VA work altogether, and then it create a ripple effect. So that, then the TV mode, Ethan basically said that it's not up to the players to give consideration. They've had multiple years with the TV mode to determine if they were to scrap it or not. The Gacha one, I said I wasn't really gonna discuss that, and I pulled back the curtain already with you that it was literally just to build around the IR15 comment. Then the performance video, which Saint did cover. So out of all of them, only 2 of them he covered. So when I first put out that video, I got a lot of comments of people assuming then and there that I got bullied into doing it by Saint. Before the following 2 videos, I felt pressured when that happened, because I started losing subscribers after that apology video, and I didn't know how to respond. What I should have done is I should have just let the video be, lose some of the subscribers, and then just go on with it. But I was afraid, so I thought the best course of and in combination with me kind of getting annoyed with Saint constantly dogging on ZZZ, despite my attempts to try and get him to maybe reel himself in for a bit, I then made that video thinking that that was the right move to go. And in doing so, and I had an unhealthy mind. I was in an unhealthy state of mind going into that video, and then I put together and made the video. Loki will claim that I've had plenty of time to backpedal at any point. Thanks. That's not how it works, Loki. Not everyone everyone processes mental blocks or mental obstructions in the same way he does.
Let me interrupt you right here on this, because I actually fought Loki on that one. Okay. I actually fought him on that one, because we had a conversation in DMs, and we got into a call about you and about that video that he made. We called you out on that, and I said, you don't understand like a person's mentality. You don't understand, because in a similar situation, after, like I told you about with me with the copyright strike, and me with the community coming at me, calling me Invosity, and the WuWa community just dogpiling on me and all this stuff, because I made one video against Saintontas about Gacha revenue. I had several people that came to me that wasn't just content creators, that was actual people in the community saying that I need to apologize and everything else. And I'm not sure if this would apply to you in a sense, but for me, mentally, I felt like I fucked up. I felt like, you know what, at that time period, I'm in the wrong. I felt guilty. I felt like, you know what, maybe I don't understand things better. And I even made an apology video. I even went to Saintontas and everything, and I apologized to him for my takes. I apologized to several others for my takes, that I'm sorry that, maybe I come off a little bit rough in my streams and stuff like this. And when I watch content, someone makes me react to content, I look at it, I'm like, God damn, this is boring or something. It's not to the effect of to you or anything in that regard. It's more to the effect of me. It's just that I'm not interested in the topic that someone wants me to be interested in. I did all this, and I lost a bunch of subscribers. I had the entire situation to where people would come and dogpile on me on my live streams or in my comment section and call me out Heck, like several people who called me a fucking Hoyle shield when all I had was Wuthering Waves content. That I was only playing Wuthering Waves before I even touched ZZZ. They called me a secret agent or whatever, double agent Hoyle shield. That my job, that I was being paid by Hoyo to go ahead and try to ruin the Wuthering Waves community with my takes, because I did all this. And like I tried to explain this to Loki Gacha, is that I went through a similar situation, not exactly the same, but similar situation, to where when you read comments, it's great if you could block the comments, but sometimes it does get to a person. When you start reading these comments of different people that you've watched, go ahead and react to your content, and they're nice enough to leave you a comment, and you're reading that pretty much you got a dog shit take, or what, I don't understand why you did this. It makes you feel mentally uneased. And that's why, like I was telling him, is that I don't know what your mindset was on what happened with Saintontas. Maybe there was an epiphany or something. Maybe you felt pressured, not by Saintontas, not by Ethan or the community or thing. Maybe you were pressured by your own community, by people that that watch you. Maybe there's friends that were pressuring you or something. Maybe in general you just thought of it, and that's where, like, he told me at the end of all this that we could agree to disagree.
That's all Loki had to say.
That if you're not strong enough to handle the blockage, then you're not meant for this business.
Well, I also think Loki has like an outdated alpha male toxic masculine Andrew Tate-esque personality, but we can touch on that later, because I do have some choice words to say.
Hey, look, by all means. I mean, like, I think that Loki, personally, I even said it to him, like the video that he made and he's talking to you about, I was like, I thought it was a little bit too harsh, to be completely honest. Like, my video, if you go watch it or whatever, I hope that I'm not harsh or anything in it, because the only thing is that when you made the video about let's discuss to drama farmers, to the Saintontas drama farmers, is that I was just like, this kind of feels like, the way I take it is you don't want to get involved in drama, but if Loki wants to go after Saintontas, this one wants to go after Saintontas, that one wants to go after Saintontas, then let him go after Saintontas. Like, do your content, do the way you want to do it, and structure it the way you want. Like, it kind of felt like I'm not gonna lie, it kind of felt like criticism-wise, it was a little bit of a rage bait to try to get the Saintontas farmers to come at you.
I'll elaborate on that in a bit, actually.
Let me shut up now.
Yeah. So is there anything? Yeah, I felt peer pressured because I didn't really know how to handle the situation. I made the wrong move. I felt like absolute shit for the next 2 days. I had some of the most worst stress I've ever felt in my life. And at first I was thinking I'll wait it out and then ride it out for a few months and then see if I can't make things up. No, I couldn't. Just 2 days of just some of the worst stress I felt after making that.
I know the feeling.
I felt like I made a huge mistake. So I thought I need to do everything in my power to try and make this up, regardless of how overboard I go with it. I'm just going to do everything I can. So I make a new video trying to basically. Yes, backtracking on what I said, because what I said was insane. I literally said that everyone in the WuWa community that calls people out tries to correlate us with killing cats. I'm sure there's a handful of people who don't like Saint who actually fully believe that, but I think if you reach that point, I think there is a problem, because yes, everyone likes to generalize. But at some point, I think at some point everyone has to realize that the generalizations aren't like to a T.
No, I agree. Like,
it's just done to simplify the conversation so people don't have to preface every single second.
Right, and
especially in the gacha space, where it seems like everyone needs to make like 5 to 10 minutes of disclaimers before getting to their point.
Yeah.
Like when Sarinus has to do like a 5 to 6 minute preface before she addresses conversations, or when MTash always has to open up a comment with "in my opinion" every time.
Yes.
Like there's walking on eggshells everywhere. So when you have
Well,
someone who doesn't walk on those eggshells, and then you see what happens.
Yeah.
But
No.
that's all I really have to say about that.
No, because I'll agree with you, because like you're blatantly trying to explain something as general as possible. And let's be honest here, we're all human, and like I've made this statement before several times, and this is the way like I even take it with you. It's so sometimes you're gonna say something and you're not gonna think about it at the time period that it's like, you know, killing cats and everything. It's not a bad, you don't think of it as a bad take, but later on down you reflect on it, you realize that's a bad take. And in general, with the pressures and everything else that ends up happening, you know, look, I felt the stress like you're talking about. I felt the stress after a week or so of all this stuff too, when everything happened with me and everything. And it's just like, I felt like a shitty person. I felt like with the pressures and everything else that was happening to me, that the reason why I made the apology video and the way I justified it was the fact of, I do believe I'm right, but maybe, just maybe, this is one of those times where I have to take the L and for the betterment of the community, if that makes sense. Because right now it just feels like the way like Lightning was explained to me is that at that time period, Wuthering Waves is a small community and it's too early for CCs to fight one another. That's how he put it. And when I listened to him and I listened to a few others, I kind of said the similar fashion. My take is that, yeah, I need to make an apology video. I'm not going to, like I did in my apology video, I'm going to say that I'm sorry that I did all this. I'm sorry that I presented y'all maybe in a bad lighting, but I'm not going to apologize for my takes on the toxic positivity that y'all are creating. Maybe some things that I've said in passing comment, which I don't actually mean it. Maybe I did say that Saintontas is a moron. Maybe I did say things like this that, you know, was taken out of context and that's all you think about. I apologize for that. And that's where the pressures I felt was. And then I took like I said, I took a break for 2.1 to 2.3, 2 months, basically. And I went to real life. I touched grass and I went into my job, and similar situation happened at my work with drama, with two women basically fighting each other because one woman's boyfriend would go sleep with another fucking woman that was in the office. And it's a fucking stupid situation in a sense to where both these women don't want to work with each other. It's a fucking entire fight. They're both doing work, and it's like they're coming to me, and I fucking put them in the fucking conference room, and I say, you know what? We talked it out. You don't have to work with each other, everything else, but this is how it is. When you're on the job, you're on the job. I need y'all to work. If you can't do that, then we need to find a solution here. And after I did all that, I kind of realized that that apology video that I posted was wrong. Why should I apologize for my feelings? Why should I apologize for my opinions? I agree that, like me with the copyright strike, that was taken in bad faith to a lot of people outside that does not know the context of it. And even then, after it happening and thinking of it now and think of it for the last couple months, there was other alternative ways I probably could have gone around. I could have probably talked to Fiction. I could have probably talked to Ethan. I could have probably talked to someone else to try even harder to contact Aithoma to be like, hey, look, I really want to have this conversation. Before laying out, let me do a warning strike to try to get the guy to have a conversation with me. Because I don't like the way you process my video. I should have did something else. And the best way I could say it is that Tech Tone, anyone else out there could say like I'm not a person to take seriously, that I'm a bad content creator or whatever, but I'm a person that legitimately I'll still talk to anybody. One of my best friends to this day that I will still talk to thinks I am a complete fucking moron. that is an Asian man named Matsu who taught me Guilty Gear. And his first time we ever met was on a live stream. And he straight up called me an inbred redneck that I'm going to drop the game in 2 fucking weeks. When he did not know shit about me. And he told me that I was dog shit, fucking bad at the game, fucking everything else. Everybody's telling me to ban this guy in the live stream. And what I do is I invite him into a call into the live stream. And I said, okay, you got a problem with me. Let's talk about it. What's your problem with me? And then he goes in straight up, tells me, you're a fucking American person who's trying to play a fucking anime fighting game. And you don't know jack shit. And I asked him, well, can you teach me? And from that point on, we became friends. But some of my best friends are actually people who we started out hating each other. We had disagreements and we actually had some animosity that was fights and drama. But at the end of it, we became friends because we found common ground and we ended up having a big laugh about it. And yeah, the gacha space, I have some other opinions about it. We'll continue on this, but that's how I took, and I'm not sure if that is the right mentality, but I kind of felt like the reason why you did it, and since how you explain it, it kind of goes with this, is that you were pressured, but at the same point in time, and also I think that you did the right thing to a certain degree. I wish you wouldn't have privatized the videos. I wish you wouldn't have removed them, to be completely honest, because you're a content creator. You're a person that those videos in particular, I don't think they were Saintontas hate videos. I mean, you brought up like the AR-15 and everything. And I know that you didn't care about the other content creators, but you are a person that the way I've seen your videos so far has been from a non-biased point of view. You are calling the argument out. You want to talk about the argument. And then if new information comes in light, you don't seem to be a person that dismisses it. You're the person that ends up, correcting it.
Well,
and that
I've just said before, I'm just not proud of those videos. One way or another, I don't really want those videos to represent me.
No, and I completely understand that. And you know what? Either any which way, shape, form, even though you're not proud of them, I'm still going to say the reason why I subscribe to you is I didn't subscribe to you because you hate Saintontas or it felt like you were hating on Saintontas, you were attacking Saintontas. I like the fact that you did put effort into them, and you came and you approached that subject matter differently. I don't care what anyone else in the comment section might have difference. I don't care what my people say. I don't care what Loki says, in a sense. It's just in general, I've always looked at you as pretty much not an IGN reviewer. You're an actual gamer. You're going to approach this from every single perspective. And that's something that I do want that you do hear from me. That's why I honestly respect your work. Whether if you're proud or not of the videos, I am still very much respectful of your work.
Thank you. All right, we moving on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now we can talk. Now we can talk about the open letter. Oh boy. All right, so let me set the scene because I feel like this might help to better contextualize why the open letter happens, because this isn't something I mentioned. Now, I'm gonna post a few things all at once just for a second, but this is kind of the reason why I conceptualized the video in the first place and then started working on it, okay? I don't think this is acceptable behavior. Saint was busy with 2.4 at the time, and suddenly they reveal a boss that just so happens to have a pointy nose, so we bring him back into the conversation for non-productive reasons. Like, part of my language, what the fuck are we doing? What are these? Why are we doing this? And then you've got someone using Hassan in the same Hassan and Saint in the same thumbnail. Like, what are we doing? This is I don't agree. This is not productive. That was I left those out, but that was the whole point. What are we doing? What are we doing at this point? We're not even arguing points anymore. We're just trying to stir the pot for no reason.
Right.
So with that context, then just looking over Rezi's stuff again, does this look like the behavior of someone who you want to represent the ZZZ community? If you had a choice between, EO, Loki Gacha, Kete, Average Luck Gamer, and one other person, I can't remember who is it. I said Reggie, Loki Gacha, EO, Kete, and yeah.
I meant to say Average Luck Gamer in this list.
Between those 5, what is the likelihood that Loki and Rezi are going to be going to be the bottom 2?
Yeah.
And I think I did a disservice to my video, because if I'm being entirely honest, after quickly skimming like a couple, specifically like ZZZ conveniently into whose video like links to channels of like other ZZZ creators, I'm not really worried about the other ones. They're fine. They don't seem too bad with like handling Sente. It was my mistake to bring up Real Suke as well. Real Suke is he's actually a lot fairer. But what I think Loki and Rezi do a lot of damage to the community, and they need to be reeled in, or they need to be disassociated with. That is my opinion. I think they do way too much damage to the community.
To Rezi and Loki Gacha, if you want to have a conversation about this, I am open to do so. Just know, like I said at the start of this video, I have said I've loosened up my opinions of both of you. However, I am still open to a conversation about this if you wish, and I will not record either of you at your request if you would like.
The problem, and like, they want to do a podcast. Like next weekend, they invited me for this. They want to do a podcast, and I want to touch on subjects, right? Let me put this in the mentality of what my problem a little bit with Rezi and Loki is. Rezi and Loki don't seem to give two shits. Pardon my language on that, but they don't seem to give absolutely two shits about the topics. They care about Saintontas. That's it. Now, AJ, I will defend AJ on this a little bit. Now, the Hassan video one, I can't say anything. But I've had a conversation with AJ, and we've talked.
AJ's only got 4 videos. He can turn around. I'm not gonna give him too much shit, but I do feel compelled to still bring it up nonetheless.
But let me bring this position up to you, right? And let me tell you why I'm probably not going to be doing the podcast, or if I do the podcast, I'm going in there and I'm going to see how it goes, and I'm probably not going to do it again if they don't do this. But originally, we were supposed to do it today, and I presented Loki and Rezi wanted topics of what to talk about, okay? And I said, well, let's talk about the HP inflation and ZZZ. Let's talk about the Wuthering Waves 2.5 patch impressions, because it just, happened with the live stream. We could also talk about the curls patents that ended up happening, because that is a talk that's going on. We could talk about the 2.1 patch, and we could talk about maybe where we all think that the state of, where the communities are at for ZZZ and Wuthering Waves, and try to explain in a sense that ZZZ and Wuthering Waves, because I've had this conversation with multiple people, is that I do believe that both these games go very well with one another. They coexist very well with each other. That if you're a person that plays ZZZ, you would enjoy Wuthering Waves because they both give you an adrenaline rush. Well, what Rezi wants to bring up is, nah, man, let's go ahead and first part of the live stream, let's do the weekly Saintontas news and bring out what main fuck-ups of the week he's brought up. Loki Gacha. There's I like that idea. I need to go ahead and get the fish thing from Nickelodeon and go ahead and do that. I'm like, okay, so this is not going to be a podcast. This is just going to be a straight up a hit piece of Saintontas. I don't mind talking about Saintontas, but what my argument is that we're going to talk about Saintontas. Let's argue the facts of what Saintontas has in relation to certain things like HP inflation, miasma, shield mechanics. If you want to talk about this, I want to talk about the argument, not just the person. But they want to go into more about this with Kurobot Fox, everything else, to which, I ended up not responding to this.
Oh, I didn't. I didn't realize I didn't realize my open letter got copyrighted for P5 music. I thought P5 was off the table. God damn it. Sorry, off topic. I'm still listening.
Oh no, No, I know.
I just wanted to scroll back up to it just to keep it in mind. But yeah, I will say that I did kind of unfairly paint everyone, but yes, from my experience, the only CCs in the ZZZ space I am aware of is have been exposed to regularly is EO, ALG, Kete, Loki. Even though Loki says he doesn't represent ZZZ, he conveniently shows up whenever ZZZ is the topic of conversation, and he's recently seemed to get very comfortable around Rezi. And then Real Suke, like very rarely, but and that's it. I genuinely think that Rezi and Loki are doing way too much damage. And if you notice, Saint only ever is bringing up those two, and then he can use that as a vehicle to then continue to go after ZZZ. I mentioned this in my apples to oranges video at the end when I talked about how Saint should probably just stop playing the games if he doesn't like them, instead of continuing to dog on them. I said on the other side of the spectrum, you can't be constantly going in half-cocked against Saint, or he's going to use you as a vehicle to attack ZZZ.
Yep. And you see, I posted a video not that long ago about, well, two things, and this actually goes together. Toxic positivity again, as well as weaponizing information. And in my take on this, when it comes to weaponizing information, the problem here is that sooner or later, one side of the community needs to stop throwing the rock at the other side. Like, it's not going to get nowhere. I understand that, we take things to heart and everything. The problem, though, with Loki and with Rezi is that Loki, yeah, like you said, he claims that he's not a ZZZ thing, but every time ZZ pops up, he's more about wanting to be a drama channel, and that's what he's going to be. Regardless or not, he wants to do it that way. I do find some things that he says is kind of funny in regards, but you're 100% right that it's the bad image for the ZZ community. And
I'm also just not really a fan of Loki kind of like I said earlier, kind of having that being comfortable with just calling people his bitch. Like it's been ages. Yeah. It's been ages since I've seen someone use that kind of not okay. This is gonna sound racist. That kind of like that kind of projects language.
Yes, that absolutely was racist to say.
Look, I don't like Saintontas' online personality. I've always said this. I think that his personality and him in person, like if you actually talk to him as a friend type person, is two different people. I honestly do believe this. I don't like Saintontas' online personality, but I have to admit, sometimes he brings up a point. But with these two in particular, Rezi is still, I can't confirm this, but I think he's still a teenager. I still think he's under the age of 18. I can't confirm this. He has not told me if he's 16 or something like this, but he is stuck in the YouTube poop land, I guess you want to call it, and he thinks that it is funny to continue doing this, and he don't care about his content. He just wants to. He doesn't care about being serious.
Going by his voice, I always just assumed that he just had like a higher pitch. He doesn't. I only like briefly listen to a voice. Is he like Malaysian or something?
Yes.
Okay, I used to be friends with a Malaysian person. He was kind of on the weird side, but that's going off topic. I'm not trying to imply Rezi is weird just because of his Malaysian voice. But I don't know. They kind of, but yeah, that's why I could assume he was Malaysian because of like the pitch of his voice.
Hey, see how you bring up like Kate and everything? I'm friends with Kate. I've known Kate for
Gateo.
Actually. Gateo, yeah.
I know nothing about Gateo, so I can't really speak on Gateo.
Well, I've known him pretty much back since 2 years ago, and before, like with ZZ and everything else, and Wuthering Waves and all this. And I met him through Valk and everything. And I've had conversations about like my content with him, and like he's warned me. He's like, don't be like Loki. Don't be like him. Like, I think that you're doing it all right. I think that you just need to attack the argument and not the person, because I did post a video that was directly attacking Saintontas. I'm not going to lie. And that is the one where I show the DMs. That is on there, is on my channel, when I use the AI imagery and everything else with Saintontas, that it is straight up like, this is the type of person, and the reason why I don't particularly care for him is because of this type of commentary. This is what he told to Lightning. I showed off all the DMs and everything. And the other one where what I kind of like, the more I think about like the way how you're approaching things, is that one of the videos that I do have, I think I approached it when I first got into ZZZ wrong, is where I made the video that even two who's got put on his video with the caption is "Don't shit in my house," which is the entire point of that video of me going against Saintontas. Was my thought pattern is that I watched Hako, I've watched several different other ZZZ content creators when I jumped into ZZZ about the miasma shield and the HP inflation and everything, Muzzy and them. And these are people that I will say is good for the ZZZ community. And they're presenting different information that's not like taking down, Saintontas, but they're providing like, hey, look, the miasma shield mechanic it's just a gimmick. It's not a big deal. You have Muzzy that is actually showing the graphs of, how HP inflation is going up this high, but here are the different mechanics that is provided to you to counteract that the devs have in the game. And it's like, to me, when I say like, don't shit in someone else's house, is the fact that I don't care for someone like Saintontas to where his initial opinion might have been correct. Like, if you're observing the video, you're watching this, it looks bad, but new information comes into light that says from someone else who is part of a content creator server, someone else who's basically played ZZ since day one, this is their primary content, and they're showcasing different information, you shouldn't just dismiss that information and just throw it out the window. Basically, what it looks like to me is that Saintontas is the person that is outside the box looking in, when there's already people that's inside the box that could tell you a completely different story. And that video I did, I'm going to be honest, I did piss poor on that one in that argument. But since then, I've been trying to maintain my arguments to what he is trying to express, because the reason why I got into ZZZ was because of Saintontas. Was because I didn't want to follow the mass voice opinion, because I had people coming into my live stream and I'm playing 2.3 Wuthering Waves being like, Saintontas is cooking ZZZ. He's cooking them hard right now. And I'm like, okay, the HP inflation problems and all this other stuff is going on. I'm watching this. I say, you know what? Instead of me just blindly following, let me just go try it out myself and let me derive my own opinion. And we could get into talks when you're ready for it, but with the Miyabi talks and everything else, the stuff that recently happened, I got a point of view on that I think that Saintontas completely overlooked an entire argument that he was proving that actually calls out a lot of the ZZ community that he completely avoided. That this has that HP inflation, in my personal opinion, has no bearings right now in ZZZ. Maybe in the future it will, but right now it's not an issue. There's another issue that he touched on without realizing it, that he should have harnessed on, that I don't think that many of the ZZZ community could have argued against.
Could you reiterate that? Sorry, that was a lot to take in at once. Could you reiterate that?
Well, what I'm saying is that,
or what the thing he latched onto.
So, Saintontas has been latching onto, from my perspective, about the HP inflation and how HP inflation exists in ZZC. To me, I have made this statement after a little while that I have seen stuff before this last couple of months from not Saintontas, but people inside the own community that is saying, yeah, HP inflation exists in the game. But to say that HP inflation is a problem Where when I'm playing Deadly Assault, I'm playing Shiyu Defense over here, I'm playing all this, I got different barriers or different mechanics that the devs has given me, like enemy weaknesses. It's weak to ice, it's weak to fire. You got this buff right here that goes for certain things that you can use on certain team members.
The thing about I have a feeling sorry. I have a feeling you already know this, but the idea behind the whole Miyabi thing is that since Miyabi has been the strongest character in the game this whole time, to the point where you can just brute force stuff even if you're not supposed to be using an ice agent. The idea is if Miyabi is having longer clear times, what does that say about other people who are either neutral element or preferred element but not as strong in multipliers? Like it's thinking a couple steps ahead beyond just the Miyabi. It's looking beyond.
I get that. I do get that. But the questions is where I am going to oppose on that is looking at things. What was the buffing that was there? What was the type of enemy? And at the same point in time, that there is, I think that in the sense that even like the devs might realize that Miyabi has been the strongest character for a long time, that maybe they're rebalancing the game, but yet to me, I've looked at like the build for Saintontas, and I'm going to say he's got a damn good build for Miyabi. Like that's god tier. Mine's is shit compared to his, but he doesn't have the signature weapon, and I don't think he has a signature weapon, or he does have the signature weapon. I know that when I was playing it, I didn't have the signature weapon until this recent banner, and I just went to go pull it. The tools that is there to say like, okay, well, Miyabi was clearing this all before, and now all of a sudden she's not doing it. I get that point, but at the same point in time, if the enemy is weak to fire and is resistant to ice, and Miyabi and the fire team is still going to be able to pull it out of 1 minute and 35 seconds, like with my Jufu did, then all I'm seeing is that they're balancing it out some. Now, in correlation to this with ice resistance, it's not just about like Miyabi can, from her kit, it's only her stance. There's no other attack ability. There's no other thing about it. It's only the stance that when you do the judgment cut crap, because I don't really play Miyabi. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not a Miyabi fan. I'm Virgil'd out almost every single fucking game in this goddamn world's got a fucking Virgil now.
I don't understand Miyabi's kit. I just press buttons. I pull W engine so I don't have to learn every intricacy.
Right. Well, I'm just going to put it like this. In her kit, when it comes to her ability to ignore 30% ice resistance, all the enemies are at 20% ice. This enemy here that he's fighting against, the brute, has a 20% ice resistance. Well, we're going to ignore that with 30, which makes it a negative 10. But your anomaly buildup, as well as your days meter buildup, is still going to remain at a 20% resistance. So it does not change your anomaly buildup. You're still fighting a resistance when it comes to that. None of the other parts of the kit has anything to do with, ice shredding, ignoring the resistance of the ice resistance. None of that has any bearing. To me, HP inflation, it's here, it's been here, but the problem that I have is that a lot of people has been bitching about Saintontas' gameplay and say that he's playing it piss poor. I've seen Loki. I've seen several people in private Discord calls I've been in. I've seen a lot of people that shows it to me saying, oh, he should have done this. He should have did this. The quote-unquote elitist of ZZZ, okay? And he still cleared it. In 2 minutes and 30 seconds, still cleared the other side.
No, I came in. I actually came in just on your stream just at that time where the argument is, your argument is he cleared, so why does it matter? And I mentioned that in my miasma video, whereas I'm not gonna talk, I have nothing to add to the miasma conversation, where I called out like both sides not being able to come to an agreement of where the line should be drawn in terms of investment, because you have Hako showcasing M2 W1 Astriao M2W1 lighter. Now, I've heard like some rumblings that like he didn't that wasn't in the gameplay footage, but like they weren't activated in the footage, but then they were when showing the characters. So it's like this doesn't help your case. Even if you're right, this doesn't make it look. This doesn't help. And on the other end of the spectrum, Saint like expects the end game to be clear, not only clearable, but clearable sub 2 minutes with some of the worst investment ever.
Right. With Hako,
which I think is disingenuous.
I think it is too.
But I'd argue that neither side can come to an agreement. I also mentioned at the same time that also Saint omits the context of like the other side of the Shiyu defense, because at the time it was just one side had miasma. And then we're also not even taking into consideration, was there trash mobs on the other side, or was it just the boss? I think on the other side, it was just a standard Tharsian. Wasn't it standard Tharsian?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so. Hey, what I'm going to get at here, we can get talking to Hako here in a second too, but the way I took it is what Saintontas has proven to me, and this has actually changed my perspective. It's like, I had a conversation with EO. You know EO, so I had a conversation with EO who was
I kind of want to maybe patch things up with EO. I'm not really concerned with what EO does anymore, but I definitely did go pretty hard on him the three times I covered him.
And I think he will 100%. He's a nice guy. It's just that he yaps. Okay, he's just a long yapper. But the conversation I had with EO, and this is where I'm going to say is what Saintontas proved to me is completely wrong about EO. EO told me that the thing about ZZZ is you have to have skill. Like you were saying before, like with his take, you just suck at the game. You need to get better. Is that you need to understand, you need to read, you need to basically play at a sweaty level, like everyone wants to call it, sweaty level and such. To me, with everybody complaining about Saintontas' gameplay, say that he could have did this better, that there's people who's playing Miyabi that's getting a better time than he's got with their M0 Miyabi, that they're doing a mono ice team, all this other stuff, and they're still clearing under 2 minutes, and to try to prove him wrong. And he's got a 2 minute 33 seconds. He's got 1 minute 35 seconds on the other side, and he's cleared this out with an S rank. Just proves to me that your argument about you needing to have a skill level that is a higher adaptation to this is completely fucking wrong.
Well, that's why I made the tutorial videos when 2.1 came out to call attention to the fact that that the ZCC team are taking the steps to properly show these mechanics to people who the casual quote unquote player base who might not be aware of these mechanics. Now, I think assist counter is dog shit, but I think the fact that they showed off double chain attack and shoulder to shoulder is incredibly like, I'm gonna be honest, I was able to clear just fine for ages that I never considered the fact, hey, swap off the character while they're mid animation. I never considered that. And I think that's I have this written down in my notes. I think the issue that once again is that the ZZ team they're not trying to show people the what's under the hood with like the more nuanced things that ZZZ does. And in fact, I think they take a step further, and I think that they intentionally sabotage the player beyond what I said in my second ever video about like the Sakaka tutorials and whatever. Yeah. When the game gives you Anby and the game gives you Billy Kid and they give you the stun tutorial, they present all the positives of stunning an enemy. They can't do anything. You could do a chain attack. They have a damage multiplier, and you just get to wail on them. At the very beginning, they present all the upsides of stunning an enemy. And it's only until you get into end game should the player change how they see stunner characters, because you shouldn't be
if correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure I'm right here. You shouldn't be just sitting on your stunner and then just stunning the enemy and then using your character in a damage window, unless you're using Hugo Lighter, Lycon, because for the longest time, as an M2 W1 Ellen owner, for the longest time, how I would play Shiyu defense is I would have Lycon out all the time until the enemy was stunned, and then I'd go in for damage with Ellen. But only more recently, I think in like 1.7, I started playing around with having Ellen out more often, and then only switching to Lycon to like maybe get the skill off, and then maybe doing a parry or two, and then going back to Ellen.
Right.
I think that's a massive issue, and I think that's why Anomaly is considered so strong. Not just because building Anomaly drive discs is so easy because you just need to attack an Anomaly, but it's because Disorder is already so intuitive. You just need to know Disorder exists and how it works at its base to understand swap to character after you get the element off, and just do that over and over and over, and then your support just buffs you occasionally. That it's incredibly intuitive. Stunners, on the other hand, they're not explored, and your players are not presented with the idea that you don't want to sit on your stunner the whole time. And I think that's also that's a massive problem.
No, I completely understand where you're coming at from that, because
even with miasma, and everyone's saying like miasma is like it's a pro stunner move. That only happens if by that point the player is still using using their stunners at the time, but they have to like relearn that. So maybe for a period of time they decide, okay, I'm gonna better balance how often I use my stunner. Miasma comes out, and there's a chance they don't reintegrate stun only, because I think when miasma is active, then you can make an argument for having the stunner out the whole time, because you're not going to do any damage anyway, so you might as well build up that daze.
Right. I think that, like, in terms of like ZZZ, that this type of information should be more apparent to present to players on what they should be doing. And I think like the new tutorial is great, but I also am wondering if the reason why this information is not released is the same reason why some fighting games does not show you all the bread and butter combos in a fighting game, or all the shortcuts and everything else. Like, to touch on to, like you were stating before, about how they show the new tutorials about, you know, shoulder to shoulder switching characters and animation and everything. Let me put a little bit of history into with Guilty Gear in a sense. In older Guilty Gear, which this has been taken out in Strive, in older Guilty Gear, you have shortcuts that is in no tutorial in Guilty Gear that actually optimizes your gameplay considerably. So, for example, one example I can give you is that you're able to jump in the air. So you do what's called an 8-6-6, which is you jump in the air and you air dash. But the game's not going to tell you that there's a faster way of doing it. It's a 9-9. But it's got to be timed at the same point. There's different others mechanics with like Soul Bad Guy and all these other characters that they have that's basically hidden combos. That is hidden things that the Guilty Gear devs know it exists. And they know that their veteran players know all about this. But the reason, and one of the interviews, it was a long time ago, I was saying the reason why they don't showcase this in like Guilty Gear Rev 2, they don't showcase this in Guilty Gear, is because they felt like if someone saw all this and they would make tutorials and everything, it would overwhelm them with so much information. That it's just best to give the player a basic information just to because they were trying to casualize it originally with Guilty Gear XR Sign. They were trying to casualize how Guilty Gear was and lower down some of the requirements, but they just wanted to ensure that players did not get overwhelmed and think that this is like too hard of a game. They want to make it to where little Timmy over here, who's at GameStop, likes to cover, will buy the game and will feel good about playing the game. That even in Guilty Gear XR Sign, I'm not sure, I can't remember about Rev 2 or Revelator Rev 2 if they did this, but in Guilty Gear XR Sign, you only had originally one tutorial, which was basic. Once you completed it, then a new tutorial popped up, which was immediate. And then you had to complete all the stuff in there. And then the third one, which was advanced, which was the one that had a lot of these shortcuts and everything into it. But they've taken that out. And I believe in Rev 2, because people they can't get all the trophies on the PlayStation because they can't do all these comments. They can't do all these combos and stuff like this. I think that that's a bad thing for Guilty Gear. I've always thought it was. And I think it's a bad thing in ZZZ that some of this information, miasma shield mechanics, different things that you can implore, you can work with, it does feel a little hidden.
I didn't know about like all the intricacies of miasma until watching EO's video about it. Maybe I think it was in the tutorial, but I might have just skimmed right over it because I'm getting sick of being spoon-fed tutorials in these gacha games that I'm just skipping a lot of them. In WuWa, I don't even read the event tutorials. I just don't want to read 5 pages of how an event works.
Same thing. I mean, I'm from the I'm not sure about you, but I'm from the old type of gaming where if you ever played like a game like Mega Man X, there was no fucking tutorial in that shit. But the very first level teaches you everything you need to know for the rest of the part, for the last part of the game. It teaches you everything from stage 1. Like, I missed all that. Nowadays, it just feels like every single game has to have a tutorial. Probably even Candy Crush needs a fucking tutorial.
While on the topic of tutorials, I don't like the fact that assist counter is now just a fully fledged tutorial. I don't like the idea that we could potentially hit a situation. Should HP inflation get really bad, I don't like a possible timeline where assist counter becomes mandatory. Even like imagine a situation where a majority of like low investment accounts have to pull off at least one assist counter to get a 3-star clear. If that happens, so many people are just gonna not make that first hurdle. Because assist counter, I think, is so poorly implemented.
No, I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
I am concerned if it's just there for like crazy people to like kill a miasma shield and like 3 assist counters, fine. But there's an issue. Like you and I don't agree with this, but it's the pattern of behavior from like Hoyoverse games specifically. Now, we've tried to like push back on this to like try and give them a chance, because specifically with I when in the Tech Dome video, a part that I didn't show was how I mentioned how people were dunking on ZZZ for having to remove the TV mode, because the narrative is that the only good thing Helyo can do is remove stuff. And Tectone tried to elaborate on that, is that if a skip button were to like eventually come out, or like something with like daily farming and Genshin, that they should be made fun of for taking 5 years. But that there's the nuance to it, is that it took them 5 years to do. It took them 5 years to do it. ZZZ had this done in like 1.3 or 1.4.
Right.
So I feel like we're not giving a lot of credit for how quickly they turned it around, for such a substantial change to the entire game's foundation. While on the other end of this, and then at the same time, Ethan, when watching my Flying Won't Fix Huanglong video, he mentioned how adding like the Hydro Droid shooter was a quick turnaround, like only 2 patches, like. Okay, fine. Like, I understand that it's a simple gadget that you can now shoot a gun, but can we maybe give them a little bit more credit? Like, ripping the TV mode out wasn't going to be a simple flip of the switch.
No, it wasn't. I mean, they did a quick turnaround on it. They did and like I said, I think that, I don't know much. I can't really give a full blown opinion about like Honkai Star Rail or even Genshin about the power creep scenario. Everybody I talk to gives me honestly different answers. I have a friend of mine who plays Honkai Star Rail. I got actually a bunch of them that play Honkai Star Rail. One of them, I asked the question when Saintontas brought up like Honkai Star Rail's power creeping and everything and how bad it is, because he was having issues clearing it with the team and everything. My friend cleared it with no problems with older characters, and showed it to me on Discord live stream, showed it to me. And he says, you got to understand the mechanics of how, basically the way he put it to me is that like with this boss that I don't remember what the boss's name is. I don't care really, because I'm not really much of a Honkai Star Rail fan. But for the context of it, he was like, the boss right here is buffing you all the time. You got these little enemies that are buffing the boss, and you got to hit these little guys to turn them from from angry to happy, so that way they stop buffing.
The banacademic staff. Yeah, you just want to use like AoE attacks.
Yeah, and he's doing it with the same team that Saintontas doing, and he's got no issues with it. It's just that this is how you're supposed to do it. And I'm like, okay. And then the best way he described it is, here's the problem, and this is what I'm going to explain to you about power creep and Honkai Star Rail. And now he's played gacha all his life. He's not a content creator in this regards. He just doesn't care. Is that the way he puts it is that if you go to play the old characters, prepare to struggle. That's what it is. It doesn't mean that they can't clear the content. Someone's going to clear it. I could clear with the content, but it's no fun. It's
the struggle is not there's a point where the struggle is not worth it.
Right. Why do I, like he says, why would I go play it with the old characters? Yeah, they could clear it, but why would I play with the old characters when there's fucking brand new character? And there was a character this was happening in April with that new character that came out that forgot what her name is, but everybody was so excited in April for this fucking character, and she does like shit tons of damage. It's like autoplay. He shows me a fucking another team that he doesn't even touch anything, and it's just killing everything with no problems. And he's like, why would I play the old team where I got to struggle, but yet the new team just does it 10 times fucking faster?
To add on to that, I actually have something that I want to bring up that I think goes into like the psychology. This is something I kind that I straight up stole. I jumped into a Taboru live stream about maybe less than a week ago, and he just brought this up, and it's basically like the concept of like Timmy, Johnny, and Spike. Timmy, in the context of a PvP game, Timmy will win 3 out of 10 of his competitive games, but he doesn't care. He's just having fun. Johnny will win 1 out of 10 of his games, but he doesn't care. But he's fine with that because he's doing it in his own niche, unique play style, and that's what makes Johnny happy. And then you have Spike. Spike wins 9 out of 10 of his games, but gets really upset when he loses that one game. I would say definitely in like the last 15 years, almost everyone plays like a Spike.
Yeah.
And in the Genshin and in the gacha space, that's magnified because there's an incentive behind it. And on top of that, these games aren't really meant to be played for a long time anyway. So when people have to, when Saintontas says people don't want to have to try and learn that stuff, it's because everyone is a Spike. They're not going to take the time to try to learn like every little nuance or like more technical stuff about the game. If they're failing, they're going to attribute it to either their character investment almost all the time, whether they need to go back to grinding more discs, there's no clear end goal with that. You could be stuck grinding discs forever and get nowhere with it, or you just pull.
Yeah.
And we can't really do anything. These spikes, quote unquote, are just gonna exist forever. I mean, I'm a Spike myself. I'll play like a regular video game, and I'll still get really pissed off when I just die once. Because I'm an adult now. Like, this is wasting my time.
No, I mean,
it's weird. It's weird.
It's the same mentality as in a fighting game. You have your fans, you have your casual players, and you have your competitive players. And your fans who come in, they play like Guilty Gear or something. They lose every single one of their matches or whatever, but they're having fun. You know, they're playing their favorite character or such. You get your casual player that comes in. They'll win a couple of their matches and everything else. But you know what? They don't get mad. They're still having fun. And then the competitive player that ends up losing his matches is always beating the shit out of himself because what the fuck did I do wrong? Like, I need to go back into the lab. I need to trade. It's something wrong with my bread and butter combos. There's something wrong here. And there's more. And sometimes with these competitive players, they end up actually changing games and quitting because they just don't get it. And again, in a simple situation like this, I think that like there's a couple of different nuances, I guess you want to say, a couple of different issues with ZZZ. Like, there's some things that I don't even like about ZZZ, to be completely honest, and most of that revolves around content because I don't think there's enough permanent content in ZZZ.
I
I
agree.
really don't think there is.
I agree.
I think that that's a screwdriver, son. I think that in the case of ZZZ, what it's because I've seen the interview with them with Street Fighter and everything else, and I really understand that they have a passion with fighting. The director or whatever, the main guy has a big passion with fighting games and everything, and I understand this. The problem is that it's a very niche community that I feel like ZZZ is attracting, and that is the same thing with like the fighting game community, like with. And the reason why like Arc System Works changed how their fighting games are now is that old Guilty Gear only sold like 50,000 copies, but Guilty Gear Strive sold 1 million copies. Why? Because it wasn't just because of the advertising, because there was advertisements all over the place. It's just this is the demographic for this game in particular. Guilty Gear XR is not made for everyone. Guilty Gear Strive is trying to make it for everyone. And in the idea concept of like ZZZ, when I look at it, the most people that I see that is actually really quote unquote enjoying end-game content, enjoying it and everything, is what I feel like is competitive players, is the people that enjoy playing it to play it and to improve upon. It's more of the I want to improve my gameplay person. It's like, it's again, I mean, I don't want to bring in fighting game terminology to sound like EO here, but it's the best example I can give is that I've seen people who start in a fighting game and then they set goals for themselves and they keep improving and improving. They improve their way that they're doing certain things, they're optimizing different things, and this is their enjoyment. And I feel like, especially with the ZZ devs, that is like more the market that they think that they're trying to attach to, but they're trying to mix that market with the casual market at the same point, and it doesn't. This is an identity crisis that comes in. Which route are you trying to appeal to? You're trying to appeal to, I guess you want to say, to my son who can just go in there, press buttons and go have fun, or you try to appeal to the player that our in-game content and everything else is designed around the fact that we want more people like EO who is going to want to sit here, play the game consistently, and their job is to keep improving. And that's why we're going to lift up, we're going to balance things, we're going to make HP inflation come up because people are considering it too easy. I don't know per se. I can see different regards to this. Right now, my biggest argument with all this is that when people are arguing about HP inflation, miasma shield, and everything else, it's clearly not a problem right now. I don't see it as a problem right now, personally. Maybe in the future, like especially if I'm not sure if you've seen the new graph of what's going to happen, but it's going up again, the HP inflation for the next all the way into August. I mean, all the way into September or whatever, that it's going up like another 50%.
Oh boy.
And we're going to, like I said, I can worry about the fucking future. I can worry about 6 months down the road of how the game's going to be, or I can enjoy the game where it's at right now. If I'm clearing content and everything, I don't think per se it's going to be a bad thing, because I think that as long as they're not making money, I'll say it like that. And as long as the ZZ devs are still very receptive and they're still doing their job, I'm sure that the data that they're collecting from when people are completing the Deadly Assault or Shiyu Defense and everything, I'm hoping that they're still taking that into consideration, that the thing is they're using the HP inflation as a balance. That maybe that 50% is kind of necessary to put a little bit more pressure on players to improve. I'm hoping, though, that they're still in consideration that for the casual player, that it's not going to be that bad, that they're still going to give them tools such as enemy weaknesses or buffs or something that's going to allow to minimize that dampening of that inflation of HP inflation.
I will say the only thing I'm disappointed from the dev talk is I think they overhyped this, was when they were talking about an example of improving combat by saying agents would stay on field after you swap them. I thought that was awesome. I thought, oh, are they actually going to like participate, be more active in combat? That'd be really cool. No, I think it just seemed like they were overhyping Aftershock. That's what I'm getting at. I'm kind of disappointed on that. If all three team members could be active and AI could. Have you played Grand Blue Fantasy Relink?
Yes.
If it was like that, but the AI partners would just have like a fraction of their damage output and also like a fraction of their like their resource generation, I think it would be awesome.
Dude, when Wuthering Waves implemented that Dream Connect in there, when they took it for Grand Blue Relink, when they took it
1.4, yeah, that event.
It was either 1.4 or 1.3. Yeah, that event, I was so excited and I was so disappointed at the same time, because that was something that I was hoping that you would be able to do in the overworld. Like, this is something that I would hope that maybe because it's been implemented to where, can we not have this ability to where, I have options. I could either do single character alts, one after the other, or maybe like I could do the relink alt to where, boom, GN, basically like Phoebe, Shorekeeper, and my Zanny all get on the field and they work together. That would be amazing.
I really hope the Grand Blue Fantasy team looks at relink again and doesn't treat it like a flash in the pan. But it's been so long since this come out.
Yeah, I was liking the game because I used to play Grand Blue Fantasy Versus, and then that's how I got into Grand Blue personally.
Did you have a main in Relink?
Carlotta.
I was a Cagliostro main.
I was a Carlotta because that was the main character I played in Relink, and I only did it because it pissed a lot of people off.
Dude, Carlotta was so fun. Just go full retard, just mashing.
Exactly. And
I just really liked Cagliostro as like a character, and I also just, it was also just convenient that the playstyle was actually not too bad. I'd say Cagliostro's playstyle was a 6, maybe a 7 out of 10. It definitely helped. It definitely helped that they were like 4th best in the meta or something.
My favorite character though, Carlotta was my main, but my favorite character out of Grand Blue was Siegfried.
Oh yeah, my brother originally I don't even. My brother played the blonde girl with basically the insect glaive, where you just get in the air and just start swinging like crazy. But then he swapped he then became a Percival main after some time.
All Percival.
Yeah. Which one did he play? Oh. He played Zeta at first, but he thought he had like issues with trying to get to grips with how she handled in the air, so he swapped to Percival.
Okay, yeah. I have Matsu, the guy that told you to train me in Guilty Gear. He was a Zeta main.
Oh yeah. Dude, it took so long to get my book from farming. Yeah.
And you see, I'm going to put it like this, talking about power creep as well. I know that the Wuthering Waves community does not like hearing the words power creep, but I'm going to tell you right now that power creep in Wuthering Waves does not exactly matter, but there is power creep in Wuthering Waves.
My issue with Wuthering Waves is not power creep, it's how expensive the teams are getting.
It's
like
how expensive
Prolova's best team. Now, yes, we can argue about viability with like weaker teams, but what's so wrong with wanting to play the premium team? Like Cartithia's premium team includes, Arrow Rover. That's free, like the weapon included. But here you need what the hell's the name of the jellyfish bitch? You need Cantarelia and you need Rosia, 2 unpopular characters for Prolova to perform at her best. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, that completely fucking sucks. I mean, like, look, I still have faith in Kuro. I still have complete fucking faith in everything they're doing. Some people don't think I do, but I still defend Wuthering Waves a lot. I still like Wuthering Waves. My main issue is that Renosita itself, the storyline, I just don't like the story. It's not something that pulled me in.
I was a Black Shores fan.
Black Shores, I liked Black Shores, but I had an issue with Shorekeeper story. I felt like there was a pacing issue there, but it wasn't bad. I think they corrected. I think they corrected their pacing issues in 1.4 because a lot of things that was like one of my biggest problems with WuWa is that when I first played WuWa, I got really into the story, and then like at 1.2 when they introduced JJ and Zhang Liao, and Zhang Liao only had that little small section. It wasn't even a companion story. It was just bullshit. But with JJ and everything, it just felt like from that point, the pasting issues started happening rampantly a little bit.
I quit.
With that.
I quit after Chang Li's story came out. Didn't even try it, and then I came back, and I think I started with Jeja's story, and it was bad. This is like because Huang Long kind of just looks like a military. My brother said this, but Huang Long kind of gives like the visual style of like a military state, and yet I hop in, didn't play the event, so I have no original context for Zhezha, and we're in like a court proceedings over like art theft or art plagiarism.
Yes.
Where's the shift in tone? I'm just gonna quickly. I had this in chat. I had this like ready to just send. These are like the 5 things I've been brainstorming. I brainstormed like maybe a week and a half ago about non-combat, like meta related things that non HP inflation, non power creep things that I would personally like to see that aren't gonna happen. I definitely think Hoyo needs to make a game that leans more into multiplayer functionality.
This is one of the biggest things that I think that ZZZ should have done. And when you talk about like multiplayer functionality, a lot of people right now, okay, it's not a fighting game. Okay, this is the one thing that I want. I'm even trying to explain this to people. It's not a fucking fighting game. It does have mechanics that are from an action RPG, and you can even consider it from a fighting game. So when someone says that it's got fighting game mechanics or an action RPG mechanics, they're basically talking about the same thing when it comes to resource management. That is what it is. But a lot of people in the ZZ community like to bring up the fucking terminology that this is a fucking fighting game. Why the hell does ZZZ not have a PvP mode? Like, I'm gonna be completely honest. Like, Devil May Cry has a gacha game called Devil May Cry Pika Combat, and I've played that. And with that entire game, they have a fucking goddamn PvP mode and a co-op mode, where that is what the game specializes in. The fucking story sucks. Everything else sucks. But you build your characters to go online, to go fight 3 bosses together with a team of 4. And you got 20 minutes to do it all in. And then you got an actual PvP mode, which they takes out basically all your echoes or your artifacts, but they call it hell cards. It takes off all your hell cards, and you're basically fighting at a standard. Here is your standard weapon, standard. You guys are both evenly matched. Go in, and they even have a rank mode, to which I was always wondering why the hell, because ZZZ, I think if you would actually put that as an in-game content, as a PvP mode or cooperative mode, like, you know, make the tower, the infinite tower where it's co-op or something, would legitimately be absolutely the breaking point that would actually make the game worthwhile. Because crap, I could see people in the fighting game community actually take ZZZ and use it as a tournament,
especially since supports are starting to have like heal functionality now. It could work.
Yeah, it could completely work in that regards. I mean, I don't know if you want to do like, you know, a 3v3 where it's 3 different people, each person picks like one character and you're on separate teams.
Oh,
or if it's
I'm talking about PvE. I don't like PvP.
PvE. Oh, okay, PvE. Even and then, I'm not sure even if PvE, if you would want to do like, you know, I pick like lighter, you pick, like, we choose our team. Who's going to DPS? Who's the support? Who's the stunner? Or do we do 2 TPSs? What do we going to do here?
Supports would be kind of feel bad though, because they have to also be in the thick of it, but they do no damage.
I mean, they could figure out something. I'm pretty sure. I mean,
yeah, everyone would just play Astra Yao and then just watch. Unironically, I think playing Astra Yao in like a 3-player co-op setting would probably be what people do just so they can watch. Especially if no, because it would be funny to watch them get one shot and then you're just over there not doing anything. Like maybe Nicole could work because she has there's like some range to her bullets on her basics, but not that much, and also the animations leave her caught out a lot.
But I mean, they could do something. They could do something. I mean, looking at this right here, Gacha rework. Remove the 75-25 from the weapon ban.
I've said before numerous times. The game doesn't have the value proposition to warrant a 75-25 on weapon banners.
I agree with that. I completely agree with that. I mean, the argument that some people have been trying to tell me about that one, when I said the same thing, is that the difference between WuWa and the difference between ZZZ is that ZZZ's basically
viable 4. It has better viable 4 stars.
Right, viable 4 stars, and I'm not gonna lie.
I agree with that. Don't give a shit. Do it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Cut down the weekly account management suite functions, streamline weekly tasks, and remove requirement to complete Hollow Zone weekly.
And in Girls Frontline 2, they have a sweep function. You just pick what you want to spend your stamina on and just click how much you want to spend, and then just does it automatically. I can't believe we are 5 years in and we haven't, and a sweep function isn't like asked more commonly because it's not meaningful content. You go in and hit the exact same mobs for the exact same thing you've been doing every day for years now, and people still want to sit through loading screens for that.
Honestly, I agree with that, because I would actually right now I'm doing I'm in the Scott post right now, outpost, and I'm just collecting discs, and that would be such a great function to where I could just say, here, spend all my energy that I want today. I'm done.
And also, roguelike modes are just not interested. They're just not interesting anymore, and making people do it weekly is just not interesting. GFL 2 came out with a roguelike mode, and it's like, oh, fuck. But at least there, it's permanent content that's not going away and doesn't have like a weekly upkeep requirement. So you can just complete it at your own pace. Also, the roguelike mode in GFL 2, you don't use your characters. You use your given characters at random with preset stats. And you can even play characters you don't own on your account. So, there's some... And you can sometimes they're given to you with like 3 dupes or max dupes. And you can buy additional dupes while going through the roguelike mode to play around with like the more crazy stuff.
Mm-hmm. Scrap the rupture class and improve the attack class. I mean,
I don't think the dev team have enough resources. I've said this before. I don't think the dev team have the resources to make rupture interesting. So they should just reintegrate Yijuan back into the attack class and her W engine. Nobody likes remembrance. Yeah, nobody likes remembrance.
What's sad is that all rupture is just another ether. It's just another ether character, because all the damage is ether.
Yeah. Also, there's the only other thing that I saw of note when I made my rupture video is someone said like the energy your EX special meteor is called adrenaline. Like, so you just renamed it. That's it. We'll have to wait. We'll have to wait and see for when. And I've got people like saying we should just wait and see. It's only one rupture character. Bitch, it's 2.1 and they came out with another anomaly and another support. I have a feeling they don't know what they're doing if they weren't confident enough to release another rupture character after one patch later.
This is where the theory is that the new characters coming in, Orphea, whatever her name is, the one that everybody is talking to me about, is going to be a fusion. Not fusion. It's going to be a fire rupture character.
My brother's had a dream, and let's just leave it at that.
And it's like,
you will be disappointed. Let's just say that.
The only character I'm actually fucking interested in right now is Monoto, and that is the only character because it's so fucking bad guy. Like, straight up, that Seth and Soul Bad Guy mixed together from League of Legends and Guilty Gear, and my sad part is that that's going to be an A character, not an S character.
Dudes, baby. Hey, maybe they'll give us to us for free like they did with Pulchra.
Oh, what's your? Let me ask you a question. What's your opinion? Okay, on the arguments. I'm gonna bring Ryoku Sensei in this shit about the fucking waifu scenario in fucking Wuthering Waves. Like, I need to hear your opinion on this because honestly, my opinion. I'm gonna start off with this is a unit's a fucking unit. I don't give a fuck if it's a chick or a dude. Like, my only problem with Wuthering Waves when it comes to characters is where the hell's my? Can I not get something like ZZZ where when I get an S character, can I not get a brand new 4-star character as well?
So wait, did you want my opinion on that or the 4-star stuff too?
Both. Go for it. Like,
okay.
like
First off, I love women. Secondly, okay, no, let me relax. I mean, I have some male characters that I really like. I think Adventurine is an awesome character, even if his arc was dragged out way too much. I love the energy he presents. I like Tartaglia. I like Albedo. I like Zheng Lao, or sorry, the pink-haired fox guy, the guy with his eyes closed all the time, because his JP voice actor is the same person that voice acted Claude in Fire Emblem Three Houses, and I am a Golden Deers player at heart. But that's about it. And I think I think Lighter's awesome, and I wish I pulled him. And I also think Hugo's cool too, but I didn't pull Hugo because if I did, I don't think I would have a reason to use my Ellen anymore. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. Because the two stun, not just because of ice, because the two he would take both stunners. So if Lighter came on rerun, I will absolutely snag him. But otherwise, yeah, that's my opinion on dudes. WuWa has some terrible dude options aside from Cristoforo. I will be pulling Cristoforo if they make him playable.
Supposedly that is happening, but apparently it was accidentally leaked or whatever by Kuro itself with a picture or whatever from their media center or whatever, that he was a 5-star limited character, and they instantly removed all those postings and copyright striked every single person that was posting that picture back up.
As for
he was a 5-star.
As for the 4-star conversation, just to bring up Saint just for a moment. Saint's opinion is that they just shouldn't do it because if they do, they're gonna get compared to Sanhua, and then the value judgment is just gonna fall off a cliff. So people just won't care. I'd say, so what? Still try anyway. It's not. So because they screwed up with Yohu and Lumi, we should just not have any 4-star characters. I really wish people would call out Wuthering Waves more for having bad 4-star options, but they don't because weapon banners guarantee, and that's about it. And no HP inflation. So because of weapon banner guarantee and HP inflation is not so egregious, we're going to just completely just forego with the concept of more accessible character options. Because setting aside like clearing endgame aside, it still helps to create more accessible options because Perlova is not going to have a 4-star option, and Zani didn't have a 4-star option unless Spectra Rover, but the problem with relying on Rover to fill the 4-star gap for everything is you can only have one Rover.
Right.
So if you own Zani and if you use Zani, if you heaven help you, if you're a Zani and a pro, and if you main Zani and Cartithia, then you don't have an alternative. Let me check Pridwin for a second to confirm that. Gameplay teams.
Let me put it like this: Zani, I pulled Zani. I was only interested in I didn't give a. Let me put it like this: characters wise, Carlotta, I wasn't really interested in. I got Carlotta, but I wasn't really interested in because it was 2.0. I put the money in. I got Brant because the reason why I got Brant is because I wanted to make my Chang Li stronger, and I was looking at the options on it. But I didn't care about Roshia. I didn't care about the jellyfish one. I didn't care about Phoebe. These are characters I did not care about. The only one I actually cared about was Zanny. Luckily for me, at least, during this anniversary banner crap that some people didn't like, was a good thing for me, though. I got Zanny, and I'm like, oh, I could put her with, Spectral Rover. Bro, that Spectral Rover wasn't helping my Zanny out at any. No, it wasn't really doing. It was doing a little bit, but it wasn't doing, in my personal opinion, enough.
Yeah.
So
even
that's
if
why I had to get Phoebe.
Yeah, even if some people say Zane can still work just fine, it still feels bad to play.
That's the thing. It felt so horrible. Like Phoebe, I go in confession state, I pop her crap, boom, boom, twice. I get almost a full blown meter on Zanny to where she has now got Spectral Frazzles, her meters built. She feels now fun to play. Spectral Rover, I'm trying to figure out. I'm reading the kit. I'm trying to figure this out. It's like my ult's the only thing seems like it's activating this. And it's like I'm only getting maybe 1/3 of my bar filled, and I got to go in there with Zanny, and I got to parry stuff to get the bar filled. It's like, what? I got to invest in Phoebe. Fuck it, I got to invest in Phoebe in order to make Zanny proper to work.
Looking at ZZZ, just looking at ZZZ for a second. Like, okay, so if you don't have a Jufufu, Yujuan still just doesn't generate ults as fast. Okay, all right. Her kit's still functional. You don't have lighter to go with Hugo and Lycon. Okay, well your other stunner option is just not as effective. Okay, but most of his kit still functions. Okay, you don't have Yanagi for Miyabi. Okay, you can't generate anomaly effects as fast for her. Okay, that's fine, but it's not like too hampered. I can't speak on like Soldier 11 at all because I feel like nobody uses Soldier Zero Ambi. Soldier Zero but Ambi. I feel like nobody pulled Soldier Zero Ambi.
Oh my gosh. You would upset a person I know of in the ZZ community. He's small, but he's from the Philippines, and he actually really does like a lot of technical streams and such. But he's a Soldier 11 main.
I said Soldier Zero Ambi.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, Soldier Zero.
Yeah, and yes.
I don't know anyone that plays that.
See what I mean? Nobody cared. My brother pulled. See what I mean? Yeah. It's a shame too because I actually kind of like Soldier Zero Ambi, but I think I just don't think she did enough to draw attention in terms of performance.
And you see, I know this is probably gonna be a disagreement.
Anyway, what I was getting at is no one on this list needs characters as badly as the Wuthering Waves characters do.
Right. And I'm gonna say it like this, like in Wuthering Waves, like straight up, when it comes to all these, when it comes down to it, I'm not sure.
Except for Nekomata, what she needs is some serious help.
We don't talk about Nekomata. Nekomata's a curse.
I'd play her. I'd play her if she was buffed. I actually don't mind her simplistic playstyle.
That's Ling Yang. That's just the Ling Yang of ZZZ. That's how I consider it. I pissed off a Nekomata main on my channel already because of that. But I'll put it this way: in Wuthering Waves, one of my biggest, I got a couple of complaints in Wuthering Waves, and with Wuthering Waves, one of my biggest complaints is that I don't feel there is versatile building. Like, I don't feel like in ZZZ, I feel like my builds, whether it's with the disc systems or how I generate my team composition, there's multiple ways of handling your builds that, reflects you as a player, how you want to play. In Wuthering Waves, in general, my argument is that, yeah, I could put a lingering tunes set here. I could put it as I could put 2 lingering tunes. I could put like 3 moonlit clouds or whatever. I could do these different compositions of echoes, but you're at the end of the day, you're going to be forced to run a full echo 5 set if you really want to see the maximum potential, and because it's really necessary, it seems like. And also, I'm also kind of wondering why the hell these echo sets now, and it feels like they're building the new ones, is only catered to certain characters, nothing else. Like Brant's one with the Courage one, the Courage of Tide echo set. Why can I not properly utilize that on something else? Why does it feel like the echo sets themselves are just made for a character, and that's it. Like, that's it. Only one character uses this. Brent's the only one that can use this one when it comes to aerial erosion and such, when it comes to spectral frazzle. And then I'm not sure about Philophia because I really haven't done any much research, but I heard that like her echo set is only going to be utilized on her.
Figures.
It's not going to be utilized on other Havoc characters. It's just going to be utilized on her. And it's kind of, to me, that's kind of shitty. I'm not going to lie. That's kind of like you go pull the disc sets out of ZZZ and you only use this disc set. You don't use anything else. You don't mix, you don't match. You only using this, where I'm seeing multiple people do different types of builds. They're doing different types of discs and they're getting different results, but it's not like it's hindering their ability to clear content. Some of it is weaker. Some of it is,
it's especially frustrating because you have it's the only game with gear loadouts, but it doesn't matter because the loadouts contain gear that no one else wants to use.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say it like this: like, I haven't changed my echo set on any of the old characters really, except just changing their main echo from what it is to the Nightmare Echo.
I've never, I've done that. That's it. I never update gear in any of these games because if I've already got you gear, I don't want to do it again. There's plenty of characters in line to get gear who may or may not have it refined. I don't want you to come back. I don't want to add you to the back of the line again.
What? Yeah, let me turn it on. Okay. Whereas in sorry, that was my son. Whereas in like ZZZ, I do see, which one thing I wish they would have in there is actually a fucking loadout for the disc to where you could just swap discs anytime you want. Here's my 6 disc set here, so I could just instantly swap it on a character. But I could see like, I could change a disc set. I could do a pin. Let me play this. I could put an ice damage set on. I could change my my disc 5 on Miyabi to an ice damage, to a pin ratio disc, to an attack rate. Like, there's different types of customizations that I feel like I can do when it comes down to all this. That it feels like I have more freedom, right? In ZZZ, how I compose my teams, how I compose everything in general. Whereas Wuthering Waves, I feel like I'm locked. Like, if it's a sub DPS like Sanwa, and I'm going, yeah, I could put a Glacio set on her, but primarily she's a sub DPS. She's only going to be used as a sub DPS. She's only going to be used with Camellia. She's only going to be used to boost up the basic attack damage of my main DPS. So I might as well just leave her with Moonlit Clouds. I'm not going to, unless otherwise I want a main DPS, or then I'll go put her with a Glacio set, but she's not really going to be that good compared to the 5-star DPS I'm going to have. So might as well leave it with that set and be done. There's no changes. Like the argument when a lot of people were trying to say, like, use lingering tunes on Zhengli Yao versus the Electro set. It was the biggest argument, but then at the end of it all, it's like, okay, yeah, Electro set's the better set. And the argument left. I don't feel like in Wuthering Waves in particular, there is a freedom really that of how you can build a character. I mean, you can, but it's really not going to be as strong in the end of the day. It's not going to be. I'm trying to figure out how to word this correctly in a sense, because this is where my mindset gets a little bit too fast and I talk before I think. I do apologize about that. It's my own inability.
That's fine. I've never really been worried about gear options for gearing. Unless I just don't want to go farm a new set that's quote unquote better, and I just want to use whatever I have. When Fei Zhao came out in Star Rail, I did not grind for her new dedicated set. I just used a generic wind damage set and just called it there, which is fine because Fei Zhao was insane.
I mean, I just say that, like, in terms of like me as a player, when I played Devil May Cry Peak of Combat before I played Wuthering Waves, I had Virgil. Endless Judgment Virgil was the character. But I played Endless Judgment Virgil. I had several different sets for him with his Hell cards. I had him as a crit rate, crit damage based character, which is his primary set that you really do want to build into. but I ended up changing it to where I want more energy efficiency to him, to where I want to be able to ult faster. Because I looked at some different things. I was like, let's put crit damage and energy regen. We can get a 20% extra crit rate doing this. And now my character, my Endless Judgment Virgil, he's not as hard hitting as the one that some people have. But my God, when they're going to take 20 seconds to hit an ult, I'm doing it every 10 seconds. I'm just doing something completely different. I'm allowed to experiment. I'm allowed to do different things. I know some people, especially in gachas, they're not too worried about this. Like you said, they're just going to put a set on there. It's over. It's done with. I'm never going to go back to it. Don't care. But I like freedom. I like different options. And then this is where like I respect Ethan a lot in the past. I'm not sure about now how he is, but one of the videos I've watched him do, and he proved this, and I'm not sure if he still does this kind of stuff, was there used to be people in the WuWa community that used to call him out about his builds and how basically he does not know how to build a character in Wuthering Waves. And this is the same person that went ahead, got on his girlfriend's account, I guess it was, or someone else's account that was not fully built up, put on Sandwall, and straight up made her the main DPS, and straight up put up 5 brand spanking new echoes on there, put him at level 25, but never tuned him. Never got any substats on him, and still was able to complete all the content in the game with a team with 3 characters that had no tuned echoes. And basically told everybody suck his dick. That he just proved them wrong in a fucking video.
As a quick side note, I never talent or skill priority in any of these games. I just level all of them up just to the same level. I did it in Genshin, I did it in Star Rail, I did it in ZZZ, I did it in Wuthering.
I'll say it like this. In Wuthering Waves, I pissed off a lot of people in my streams too when it came to echoes, because the only character I spent time on with echoes was Changli. And I lost my mind for about a month to try to get the most perfect echo set ever to make her really hit hard. After that, I didn't give a crap what the substats were, whatever it was. Whatever it rolled in, it rolled in. I said, if later I like the character or whatever, I'll go back and I'll fix it whenever I feel like it.
My gear priority has not changed since Genshin. Just get to 60, 120, and that is it. Except that changed in slightly in WuWa, because now I need to get energy regen.
Yeah.
Have you seen my Echo video?
No, I have not.
Okay, I mentioned the problem. It's kind of like an add-on to Blazion's video, because I'm kind of disappointed with everyone's talking about Echo. To summarize, I'm disappointed with how people talk about echoes in Wuthering, the Echo problem, because they always attribute it to it's just an XP problem. Just give us more XP. In the video I made, I go in depth of like other compounding reasons that are the actual issues that result in people overspending, and it results in more. Like, WuWa has 13 substats compared to ZZZ's 9, Genshin's like 10 or 11, and Star Rail's 12. WuWa has 13 substats you can roll. You can only see the substats after you start leveling, compared to the other games where you can see 3 or all of them before you even level them up. And also the necessity for some energy regen, and I think there's like one or two other things I bring up. And with those in mind, that's why people are running out of XP, because they have to spend some XP to see if what they want to use, what they get is what they want to use. Whereas, you can end up rolling into like flat defense on like a crit damage attack piece, but you still at the very least have like something out of it. And I even compare. WuWa has like insanely wild range of substat rolls, to where if you roll crit rate at the lowest value, all you have to do in the Holio games is you need to roll crit rate once and then level it up once to be at the same level or close to as a lowest crit rate value in Wuthering Waves.
Yeah. I mean,
it's just all those issues that no one ever talks about. Even, and I still get comments saying, "Nah, just raise the XP." Like, what the? Are we just being willfully ignorant?
yeah. I mean, I think like in terms of like one of my biggest problems with the ecosystems and especially with rolling them and everything is that if I roll it, even if it's at a 5, like I go 5, 5, 5, 5 to try to get the best echoes and everything. The moment that it comes into where I get like 2 defense or whatever, it's a trash piece, right? So I use it as food. Oh, there goes 35% of my profit.
Yeah, I also mentioned that there's that it has like a 5 to 10 I think it's like 5% difference in refund rate compared to everyone all the other games, and that adds on. But like I've gotten frustrated before because like I have echoes with maybe like 1 or 2 substats and I want to keep rolling, but I'm not sure if I want to keep it because it has like a stat I want and then a stat I might feel using, like one of the three like annoying damage bonuses, like basic, liberation, resonance, heavy attack. Just get rid of those. You get like a good one, and then you get like one good roll, and then like a roll you can use but you'd not prefer. So like, do I stop there, or do I be a quote unquote 25 banger just to try and hope that I can get something out of it?
I'm the type of person that straight up, I just after probably around September or whatever and playing Wuthering Waves, I got to the point where I just level 25 to every single one of them, and whatever the substats were, and I utilize it. As sometimes I would go ahead and re-roll another one just because I didn't like it. Like, okay, this doesn't have crit rate or this doesn't have crit damage. I just need one with crit rate at least at minimum on it. And then if I got it, boom. Okay, I don't care if all the substats are HP and defense on it. I'm good with it. Later on in the future, I will grind it out. I'll get more XP in the game, and I'll go ahead and grind it out. But I mean, I would wish that there would be some. I wish there would be some better fixes to it. In general, I mean,
I think the amplifier is it's both good and a nothing burger in my opinion. Like, it's good that we have it, but it's also nothing because you can still just grind for what you need, if you really need to. It only solves the problem for the impatient or the people with not enough time.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, like I said, I mean, Wuthering Waves is look. I'm gonna tell you, Wuthering Waves is a great game. There's some things that I've had issues with. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, when it came down to ZZZ versus Wuthering Waves Anniversary, I think they were both equivalent to one another. I still think that in terms of what the rewards were, I kind of wish that Wuthering Waves did better.
I've said before numerous times, I actually didn't really care about the anniversary or even the content of 2.0. I just cared about the Ellen Joe buff.
Yeah.
Everything else was not even second or third priority. It was like somewhere in the fourth. All I've got really left on like the videos is just the toxic positivity video, and I could really just boil that down to ha ha, you guys laugh, y'all in the Genshin community pissed me off and made me leave in 3.1. Schadenfreude, if you know what that means. I did obviously like add Star Rail and like ZZZ in there to an extent because they do also have their share of toxic positivity that has created some situations where some content is not good for the game. In the case of ZZZ, it's like, I think ZZZ has way too much filler patch content. I think 1.5, yes. 1.6, 1.7, to an extent 2.0 and 2.1, despite having not played it, is like all filler content.
I agree.
I completely agree. I'm gonna make a filler patch video at some point, but I think the way filler patches, how a filler patch is determined to be a filler patch is it's like a grading system where you need to hit a certain threshold based on like major and minor bullet points of a patch. Like main story content, new explorable regions for the open worlds, and then the minor stuff is like a characters everyone waiting for, good quality of life updates, interesting events, stuff like that. And maybe like free good rewards.
Yeah.
And I think for the most part, ZZZ hasn't really done that. 1.5, was there really anything of note aside from the characters in 1.5 and their respective story? Not really. 1.6 and 1.7, I could honestly say the same. It's just kind of just a filler story, just to pad out the time until 2.0 came out. And then when 2.0 came out, you had like an explorable area, but it was not really nothing really to write home about. You had a new area, it's nothing to write home about. You had temple management, which some people like, some people hate. And then you had a story that was, in my opinion, mid. I don't even care about the black screens, but I just didn't really care about the story being told.
The thing is that the way I looked at the 2.0 story, okay, because what I ended up doing when I came into ZZZ, I ended up watching the entire story since it's replayable in ZZZ. I would go through it all over again from the beginning. Now, granted, there's some parts that's not there, but for the majority part, I got back to the entire story, and I was actually very well surprised about how well pacing it was and everything else. It felt like I was actually watching an anime, to be completely honest, even with the comic book cutscenes and everything. But when we got to 2.0, it's like I kind of, it's like, this is what I stated at 2.0 story. The entire part of it, it has its moments, but in all honesty, it's like, it feels like a Naruto fucking episode where this does not really matter right now. It's like you said, it's mid. It's just, it's the only part that I cared about in 2.0 that I thought was good was the ending, because how it looks like it's setting up the ending sequence for the rest of the patch. That was the good part. The rest of it, take it or fucking leave it. I feel like that's a fucking Naruto episode. This is not anything that I care about. You could skip like the first 5 episodes of Naruto, and you could skip the entire first season of fucking Naruto and go straight to Shippuden, and you still get the entire story of fucking Naruto from that. And
I said this. I said this like back in like maybe 1.1 or 1.2 a few times. Genshin has Inazuma. Again, for context, this is like during 1.1 or 1.2. Genshin had Inazuma. Star Rail had Penacony. What do we have? Miyabi. It's like there was no hype or setup for Wi-Fi Peninsula, because that story wasn't conceptualized until at the very last minute.
I think it was planned, but I don't be honest.
I don't think they had anything. I don't think they had. I personally think they don't have any. They weren't ready. Why else do you think ZZZ got a 1.7 when the other two games didn't? I think they weren't ready.
I don't think they were ready, but I think it was planned. I think like they were planning to introduce like a new class and everything. It was planned out, because in development, right? And this is just my thought pattern. I could be wrong. Like, I'm just gonna speculate here.
We're being armchair devs now.
I'm just gonna say is, when it comes to development, typically when you're planning for like next version and everything, that is like planned 6 months ahead of time. But in this case scenario, like, I think it was planned, but I think it was poorly executed. Like you stated right here, like, when do we see Shifu? 1.7, right? Like right at the end. Like, she just shows up. And it's not like with Miyabi or something, where Miyabi showed up in the not in the beginning of the story, but midway towards in the story, to where you saw interactions with Miyabi. So when she comes out, okay, now it makes sense why this character is being hyped up since
she
the beginning.
Showed up
basically.
Earliest, I think was either the introduction to, I think it was the introduction to the Hollow Zero game mode.
But she showed up early enough that I think it built up hype. Now, if you did the same thing with like Shifu or something, and you built it up like after Miyabi, to where, sometime in January, February's update, that's where you start building up the story path that it's going to go in this direction, that would have been a better case scenario. I just think that with a lot of the changes that they made in the game, it kind of screwed that up. It screwed up how they were going to introduce things, to where it just seems like they just threw this together. They put it out there. Here's season 2. Yeah, you got Shifu. There you go. And it's like, it's a little distraughting. I think they could have did a little bit better in hyping that up.
I think they could
But-
have done a lot better.
Yeah,
I won't.
can't
I won't.
disagree with that.
I won't sugarcoat it.
I can't disagree with that. They could have done a lot better. You're 100% right. I can't disagree with that. Necessarily, I think that even the introduction with 2.0, since it was a mid-story, I'm trying to defend it in a sense as being like, you know what, it's like a typical anime. The first couple episodes don't really matter. It's setting up the pacing, but they could have did a lot better there too. 100%. I just think that right here, the devs, yeah, they might be scratching their head and they're just, time crunch right now. Maybe there's office politics going around and they're being forced to do things that they don't want to do. I can't determine that either which way, but they could have done a lot better in this. Now, 2.1 story so far, I will say this story has been a hell of a lot better than what 2.0 brought in. I did not think I was gonna like the new characters anyway. I did not think I was gonna like Alice or anything, but the story between Alice and Yuzuha, everything else, I think they did really, really fucking well so far with this.
I'll start playing that tomorrow. Whether or not I decide to get a video out before I start doing that is another thing entirely.
I think the story is really good. I mean, again, I will say when it comes to stories, like I said this with Wuthering Waves, story is subjective, because I'll tell you right now, the reason why I don't like Wuthering Waves 2.0 story, and the reason why I say 2.0's patch in the beginning was not for me, was I took 2.0 as a theatric Broadway musical style story, and I don't like opera in that regards with the dancing and everything else, and it felt like it was a little bit too artsy compared to what we were introduced with in 1.0 to 1.4.
2.0 reminded me in a way kind of like honestly kind of like Inazuma in Genshin, where you're kind of introduced to a region. The moment you go in, reach Renesita, you have to brave a storm first off, which is kind of like what happened with Inazuma, but that was a black screen when it happened. You then immediately are exposed to like the restrictions of like the law around the area, with like getting stopped at customs and being stopped in a small area in Inazuma. Oh wait, you haven't played that much in Genshin. Shit, I forgot.
No, that's fine.
When you on your way to Inazuma, you quote unquote brace a storm, but it's a black screen, so it doesn't matter. And then when you get to Inazuma, you're stopped by customs, and you have to do a bunch of smaller scale content to eventually get out of like the smaller dock town to then go to the mainland. And then you're kind of exposed. You're exposed to how the government body works in this area, and then you start investigating to try and like maybe dismantle it, similarly to what you do in Renesita. Eventually you get kicked out after some circumstances, and then you see the other side, individuals who go against the established government, kind of like with the exiled people, and then you come back for a finale.
Yeah.
And you fight the antagonist that's been like pulling the strings.
I could agree with that, but you see, like when I got into Renesita, I took it more like Devil May Cry. This is gonna sound bad, but I took it more like the storyline of Devil May Cry 4, where the first thought in my head is that we break the storm of the whale and everything else. We come into Renesita, we meet everything. We get to the church area. It's like, oh boy, we're going to be going into the trope of the church. Church is evil, right? That's how I feel, okay? But then, I'm not going to say like Renesita doesn't look beautiful. It looks absolutely gorgeous. Don't get me wrong. It looks absolutely gorgeous. But some of the areas, like I'm not sure if you're going to know what I'm talking about, but they got like certain sections that reminds me of Kingdom Hearts or like Kingdom Hearts, Nightmare Before Christmas, where they got like these little ghost towns with the little lamps are dancing and everything else. It's just like, this is a little awkward.
Yeah, that was kind of
they
weird.
Got like, this doesn't really feel like it fits the aesthetic here in Renesita.
We went from people dying on in like a war torn continent to people literally living with echoes.
Yeah, and it just doesn't. I understand it's a new region. I understand it's a new story. But then we get to the
It's meant to be like under the hood evil, because it's the Threnodian of like deception and lies and misinformation.
And the more I get into the story, okay, I like I'm gonna say, people hated me in the WuWa community for saying this. I'm gonna say that so far, Renocida's got. I said like Renocida's got a couple of hits so far. Okay, the introduction with Brant and everything else. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a Brant fan. Brant is like that's no Johnny Depp, man. That is a goober and a half. Like Roshia's the brains and everything. I don't like his personality. I don't like the character. I don't like Roshia's character. And it feels more like a play than anything else. It's like they're telling a play. They're telling a musical. Well, this is the artistic style. Like everybody in my chat was trying to tell me, this is the artistic style. This is new. It's like, yeah, but I don't like it. Especially when we got to the part where we get to the end and everything else, when Carlotta and them, they're putting on the play first before they go and you go fight with Forlofia and everything. And I'm just like, all of this is just like me watching like The Greatest Showman or whatever. And it's like, it's a Broadway style telling of the story. Feels like, I feel like, I'm outside in the public. I'm doing the play for the town. That makes sense. But the moment the villain shows up, there's no more telling the story. There's no more dancing. There's no more theatrical talking here. It's about straight up, let's get into the battle, but it's not my taste. It's not my taste of the story. And I'm not gonna lie, when people were trying to tell me to come back into it for the jellyfish girl and everything else, I watched the trailer. I saw the cherry bullshit and everything else. And I'm just like, man, they're really going over sexualized. And again, I didn't like it. I didn't like how that story played out too much. Soul, stop. Get him out. You can do it, boy. Sorry, my son's eating, and the dog's trying to antagonize him for food. And I'm just trying to tell my son, you can get the dog out. It's fine.
My favorite story content in Wuthering Waves is actually the 2.1 story and the 1.1 story and the I think it was 2.2 story respectively, where it focuses on like the sentinel resonators of the regions and their interpersonal struggle. Like I think Jinshi and Kartithia's story arcs were actually some of the best story content.
Yes. I got to give Kartithia's story. I got to give her story really well done. Even because in a way it's an extension of like the antagonists like still being, or like the respective continents still being in like massive danger, but it's a more obscure danger that like no one's really gonna witness except you. Like, look, I like Zanny's story. I like Karthesser, and I forgot what her name is, but the other one, the one that sings, Kachona. I liked her story.
I thought that story was the presentation of it was kind of silly. Like we just exposed the Order of the Deep to like 12 people, and then we just ran off. I was under the impression it was going to take place in like inside a theater, and it was going to be like this dramatic scene, kind of like what happened with Kartithia's story, where where they had a whole CG for it.
Yeah. Like I said, I think that like 2.0 has some moments that I do like. Look, I'm going to say like even I made a guy unsubscribe from my channel because he was so adamant. His name was Charlie, and he was so adamant for me to play the Encore companion story so fucking much.
Encore one. That one was just that one was just a version 1 story, I think is the best way to put it.
I go ahead, I'm playing this. He's like, you're gonna cry. You're gonna cry. You're gonna love the story. Everything else. I played a story. I don't skip nothing because he doesn't want me to skip nothing. 3 hours later, I'm done with the companion story, and he's like, "How do you feel now?" And I straight up said, like, my entire problem with this entire story is that I feel like some kid came to me at Walmart over here, tugged on my shirt, and said my mom died and walked off. And you're telling me that I need to feel bad where I'd haven't yet to build a relationship with this character. Like, I've met this character in 1.0 and with Alto and such. We went through the introduction and everything, and this character has never shown back up till now in 1.4.
I don't think it helps that you could do the content without doing Black Shores.
Yeah.
Cuz that mean It would have just. I don't know why they couldn't have Encore and Black Shores. It must have just been like a casting restriction thing.
It's just that like it just did not sit well with me. It didn't feel right. It's like like Lin Yang's story. Everybody hates Lin Yang, but I liked Lin Yang's story. I liked his companion story. I liked Jian's one. You basically, after everything with the main story, I've built a relationship with the character. I kind of built a relationship with Lin Yang in the introduction. Characters you introduced to me in the main story that you allowed me to build a rapport with them. That they came back a little bit here and there. They came to part of the main story. They weren't just here I am and then go and disappear off the face of the earth. When that companion story came in, it really, it worked. With like Encore, I was like, dude, I totally forgot about Encore. Like I totally forgot about her, and this is a companion story about her, and then just talking about like this girl's mom's dead, her mom's dead. We're playing the Woolly World and all this other stuff, and I'm just like, I don't particularly care for it. And
I think
he's like, well, you have no heart, and he just unsubbed for me and left my channel.
I think the only time I've choked up experiencing a story was Raiden, Mei, and Honkai Impact 3rd in Chapter 14, and I think with Perry's story in the recent event of Girls Frontline 2, but that's about it. I don't think I've been emotional otherwise.
The only time I've ever been emotional in a video game, to be completely honest, would have been Last of Us Part 1 when Last of Us was good, where Joel saves Ellie and everything else, and that's like, that's dad of the year. Like the entire story, the rapport, the relationship with those characters came together, and that entire story choked me up in a lot of places. And I thought that was a really good story.
I say Walking Dead, The Walking Dead season 1.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yes, but in general, like to me, Wuthering Waves story in 2.0, I don't think it's a bad take to say it doesn't suit my taste. That I understand that maybe for you, maybe for someone else, it suits your taste. Y'all like it. It's great. I don't hold no resentment against it. I just, in my opinion, I just don't like it personally. I like key parts of it, but I just don't like the full story. Like, I'm going to even say it like this with Septimont. I got a friend of mine who's not talking to me no more because straight up I offended his waifu, fucking Lupa. Because the introduction of Lupa is the bitch sniffed me. I come in and there she is, and it's Goku. This is the best way I can describe it. This is the only way I can describe it. It's like she sniffs me, she looks at me, she smiles, and it's like now the story is about warrior. We will fight together. Warrior, let's go eat. Warrior, let's go fight together. And I'm just like, it's fucking Goku. I'm glad that she's not having a relationship with me as Rover.
Not yet.
But not yet. But
also she calls you partner in Japanese, but partner in Japanese is Ivor. So that's awesome.
He gets upset with me, and because I tell him I'm not interested in the character. I'm not gonna pull the character because if I'm basing the character off the story, this is not the type of character I think. I'm not a Goku fan. It's not Goku and everything else. And then later on, he ends up leaving the character behind and not touching the character no more because, quote unquote, the Wuthering Waves community over sexualizes the character. And I'm like, if you like the character, why are you so worried what the community thinks? Because people are over sexualizing it and everything, and she's saying she's supposed to be great and everything. All I said to him is that for me, I'm not a Lupa fan, straight up. Instead of a pool, I'm looking for a restraining order. That's all I care about because she invaded my space. That's all it is. Augusta, I kind of like Augusta. I like the introduction.
Didn't Yinlin invade your personal space a few times though?
Yeah, but I mean that was more of an effect of a dommy mommy type scenario. I wasn't too mad at being tied up.
Self-report.
I wasn't too upset about that one, that companion story. But
I'm just saying, if they could copy paste Verissa just into ZZZ, I mean, I'd pull. We're getting our interests out of the way now.
I mean, I like talking to you because, like,
I've
legitimately,
I've said before in my Prolova video, I like the latter half, how I experienced these. I don't expect much out of these stories just because of the way gachas are structured. So I treat it the same way I treat anime. I anticipate for when the character I like to show up on screen, and then I just soak up as much screen time as the game gives them.
yeah. And I'm gonna say this, and like
That's why I was able to enjoy Raiden Shogun despite her being a poorly received character based on her writing and the structuring of the main story of Genshin 2.0, because I just like Raiden. That's why I like Vivian, even though everyone's not many people are into Vivian, and maybe like one other character.
okay.
Because I just don't hold characters writing quality to as high of a standard. I understand that these are characters that get revolving door rotated out every patch cycle in favor of a different character. So I just take in what they have to offer for the time being.
And you see, that's where, like, I feel like ZZZ, honestly, kind of changes that a little bit.
By having character dynamics tied to a group of 3 to 4 at all times instead of breaking them up.
Yeah, at the same point in time, it's like even with 2.1, when you get through the story, unlike Wuthering Waves, I feel like in ZZZ, these characters that you have pulled for, right? Like if you go ahead, you pull for Shifu like right now, but you had pulled for Miyabi, you've pulled for Yanagi, you've pulled for different characters in the game, even A-Rate. Somewhere in the damn story in the future, they're coming back.
Especially since Yinkoi Summit still has that horse guy. So if when they eventually bring him on banner, you know he's going to have story content with other Yinkoi Summit characters present.
Yep. Like I was playing 2.1, I saw Lycon, I saw Hugo, I saw different characters, I saw Corrin, I saw Rena, I saw like all the Victorian again coming back in 2.1. I'm just like,
bro, you're spoiling it for me.
Well, I'm sorry.
You could have said 1.7 or 1.6 and 1.7. Which, by the way, even if I think 1.6 and 1.7 had like a lot of issues, I really like that it fleshed out Lycon.
Yeah, I really do. Like, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was not a Lycon fan. I was not into BDSM furries. I'm not gonna lie. But the story actually got me to like him a little bit. And then when they bring in Hugo and they fleshed out the story and everything between Hugo and Lycon, it's just like this act. I'm going to be honest. The story was actually really damn good. Like it actually kept me wanting to watch it. I was pissing the stream off because they wanted me to skip through it and everything. And I'm just like, no, I want to watch this. I'm
upset that they backtracked on Hugo wanting to kill people. But other than that, or Hugo actually killing anyone, so he's like he doesn't have like there's like a put your money where your mouth is problem. I also mentioned that in my Privolovo video. Yeah, I'm plugging a lot of my videos right now.
That's fine.
But honestly, I still really liked the dynamic at least.
That's what I like. In Wuthering Waves, I mean, I haven't seen Jian again. I haven't seen Jinshi again, and I haven't seen. I've seen a little bit of like Chang Li. I think. Come in. Yes. Okay. You going to bed? I'm just in a conversation. That's all. Sorry, that's my wife.
Well, even in the main story content, they like focus on like one or two characters. Like I think maybe in like 2.0 of Wuthering Waves, like that's the most like character dynamics we get across multiple characters. But then 2.1 with the fishing event was just Phoebe. 2.2 was Cantarelia and Cartithia, but neither one like really overlapping with each other too much.
And you see, like I did that
2.3 was just Zani, and then 2.4 was just Lupa, and then Cartithia and Lupa sometimes. And then, like, revolving door of the revolving door Septimon characters.
Now, see, I know that this is an older update. It's permanent content, but it's an older update. But that fishing event that happened in ZZZ, when I experienced it and I went through the entire story, what got to me is that you see Piper, you see Anton, you see Ben, you see different things. Even in like in 2.0, you see all these characters and everything, and it's just like, at least these characters. I feel like ZZZ respects me enough that I pull these characters and you're going to keep them included in the story so that it feels like they're relevant. I just feel like in the sense with like Wuthering Waves, if you're a person who pulled for, let's just say your favorite character is Ling Yang. God forbid why, I don't know, but let's say your favorite character in Wuthering Waves is Lin Yang. He's not in anywhere I've seen in 2.0. There's no, like, the only thing I could do with Lin Yang is go take a bath with him. And even then, I got full clothes on, which is kind of weird. But this is like one of the things that I think Wuthering Waves could improve upon is I would like it to where the characters that I really like I know, for example, my friend Noisy Boy really loves GN. It could be a short little thing where he is in Septimont. You could just have a little conversation. Just know that he's still alive. He still exists. I mean, this is something that I feel like a lot of games, I'm not sure about gacha games in general, but a lot of games that I've played, they try to incorporate as many of the old characters as they possibly can, and some games don't do it, and it upsets me because this is like my favorite character, and I want this character to keep showing up and reminding me that they still are alive. That's why, like I said, the problem with Wuthering Waves with Encore, the only other time Encore showed up after 1.0 was for that festival and for the fireworks stand. But it wasn't even really a story. It was just that, and then boom, no more, nothing else.
You ever play a Fire Emblem game?
No, I have not.
Okay. Are you familiar with Fire Emblem as a genre?
I am.
Okay. Yeah. Three Houses, when it came out in like 2016, it was like 2016 or 2017, was like, it was such critically acclaimed. It was best strategy game and also player's choice at the Game Awards. The way the story of Three Houses is structured is that it's a three route based story where you pick one of three schools to lead for an entire quote unquote school semester, and then there's a time jump where you meet all your students again and they're all grown up. And how it works is, depending on which route you pick, you will have a set of 8 characters associated with that house who will be the main characters that you interact with during major story scenes. But you can still recruit other students to your house. They won't show up in major story scenes, but you can still see interaction. You can still talk to them about like the state of the world as you progress through one playthrough, and you can still have conversations with them in supports. When you do activities with your characters, or you fight, or when other characters fight next to them on the battlefield, they gain like a relationship points until they hit a threshold, and then you get to see a cutscene where like the two characters then interact with each other, and they have like a miniature story arc that can go from rank C, B, and A. So even if they're not present in the main story, they're still present in your playthrough, and their interactions with you and other characters are still relevant enough to help maintain that storytelling.
And that's great.
And also there's permadeath. So if you choose not to use your limited rewinds, you can just keep going and just miss out on those stories if you screw up and let them die. Though most people will opt to, if they run out of rewinds, just start the level over. But you can do that if you want.
Okay.
Three Houses is exclusively a Switch game, but I highly recommend it.
I actually might give that a shot. I got a Switch. I actually got 2 Switches, one for my son and one for myself. My son only plays on his Switch Minecraft.
Yeah, it was especially fun when the game first came out because Three Houses is a game with steeped in like character dynamics and political ideology. And since one of each of the 3 schools you could like choose to teach eventually, after the time jump, returns home to their respective kingdoms, which are all governed differently. You've got like empire, royal family, and then like pseudo economic democracy, or like landlords and stuff. And depending on which playthrough every like individual player played first, that paints their perspective of the whole world and opposing sides, and then you go onto social media and then you kind of see how that plays out, where everyone's like defending their own side based on their side of the story they witnessed. It's kind of like ignorance done right, because the game literally only shows you some of the pieces in play to go off of, and then everyone has their own perspectives because the game was written and structured in that way so that would happen.
Damn.
Like in my first playthrough, I thought there were some characters that were just straight up assholes until I actually did another playthrough and played through and either recruited them or played their side of the story to get their side of their stance on where they stood in the world.
That almost reminds me, in a sense, almost of a game called Seiken Densetsu 3, which is also Trials of Mana. That came out as a remake, but I used to play the Super Nintendo version where when you first play the game, you're only allowed to pick 3 characters, and that's going to be your team for the rest of the game. And depending on what it is, you go through each of the 3 characters' story. But the other characters that you didn't pick, you still go through partial of their story. And there was like one character that was in there that was named Hawk or something. I thought he was a complete fucking idiot, a complete moron and such, until I actually dove into his actual story. And I'm like, oh, okay, so he's actually not that bad.
Yeah, I tried playing a Mana game. I tried playing the most recent one, Visions of Mana, but it had really bad micro stutters where like every 20 seconds the game would stall for like 2/3 of a second. I just couldn't. It just was unbearable.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't played Okay, I know gacha games are games, okay, but I haven't played quote unquote a real game in such a long time because there's nothing that's been out there that's actually interesting to me.
I was gonna play Stellar Blade, but I've been so preoccupied making videos as my new hobby that I've just not really picked up any big game. I wanted to buy Peak because my friends were playing it, and I thought, oh, this looks kind of fun. This looks like a fun flavor of the month game, but I kind of missed that train because I didn't pick it up with them.
Right now, I'm waiting till I get to the part where the honeymoon phase, I guess you want to say, it's ZZZ, it gets over to where
Not over yet.
Not over yet. I'm still very much endowed into it. I still very much love it. But I know it's gonna happen.
I'm thinking of putting ZZZ and WuWa on like a back burner. Maybe not uninstalled because I could still maybe make videos, but the plan down the line is just to play just GFL2 and Arknight's Enfield when they come out.
Yeah. Well, like, look, I put Wuthering Waves on the back burner. I like, a lot of people are upset with me because they make it known, because they come in my chat, call me a traitor and everything else, that I am the worst person in the WuWa community, blah, blah, blah. But like I tried to explain to them is that the reason why I'm playing ZZZ right now is because it's something new, it's something different. I'm putting Wuthering Waves on the back burner because I'm waiting until 3.0, because supposedly, from my understanding, that's going to be like the Cyberpunk world, because that's when Cyberpunk's collab and everything's going to come out. And I think that maybe because I am a Cyberpunk fan, and depending on how they do it, maybe 3.0 patch might be more for me. And by that time period, there's going to be a lot more content, wouldn't there not be? Like I told them, there's going to be a lot more content for me to do, and I'll have all the stuff that I haven't completed, and I'll just run through it, and I'll get the story and everything else, go into the new area, and be good. And then by that time, I'm going to put ZZZ on the back burner, because I'm forcing myself right now to not do like some people and play multiple gachas at one time. I play one at a time because I don't want to go bankrupt.
Well, you just don't spend money.
Yeah, I know, but sometimes it's peer pressure, you know. Man, I really want that character because I see something and I really want it. Because let me put it like this: ZZZ. At first, I didn't think there was a single character in there that I actually cared about, because I remember playing it back then. When I played it, it was during the time that Caesar was coming out. The first time, and that's when I put 30 minutes in, but there was no character. I didn't care for Lycon. I didn't care for Miyabi. That everybody told me was going to come into the game. There was no character that I ever cared about. So I completely only touched it 2 months ago. And then I realized there's a character called Evelyn in the game, and I'm like, why did I not know about this character? Because if I would have known that character existed, I would have been playing ZZZ back then. I would have, at the time period where I stopped playing Wuthering Waves, I would have jumped onto ZZZ just for that character because I like her look, I like her gameplay, I love the character. Now I'm waiting for a rerun.
She hasn't ran since February, so and seeing as how she's a strong character in the meta and how Hoyo likes to prioritize stronger meta characters, I can see her coming back soon. You wouldn't happen to have pulled Ostra Yao, right? Because they work immensely well together.
I have, yeah, I do. The account has Austria because let me explain to you. This account is not my account. Okay, this account is from a friend of mine who stopped playing ZZZ because, first and foremost, he doesn't care for TV mode. When I was playing on my account and I was level 45 and I was grinding it, he came into my stream. He said, "Stop doing what you're doing." I said, "Why?" Because this is when I was like, trying to figure out about the HP inflation. I wanted to get to the end game and I wanted to build the characters and get everything done. He's like, "I already got an in game account. I stopped playing it after Miyabi and everything else take over the account." And he gave it to someone else before, and that person got Yao on it. But after that, they stopped playing it. So he gave me the account, and now I own the account, and I've been playing on his account because originally the entire idea that I was going to do is I was only going to put in a week into ZZZ because I did not think I was going to like it. I thought I was going to be in the same boat that I was last year. But a couple of different things ended up happening, and this is probably going to change the topic situation here a little bit to get your thought process on something else. But when I started playing ZZZ, I live streamed it first couple of days and everything else. Okay, I'm liking the combat. I'm liking a couple of different things about it. I'm getting different people's coming into the stream that's from the ZZ community. And dare I say, the community that I have been introduced into is very, very different than what it was told to me. Because I thought that the community of ZZZ was a bunch of elitists. I thought that they were going to be telling me that I'm playing wrong and all this other stuff. And I was waiting for it. I was waiting for this entire fight to end up happening. I was going to fucking go ahead and be calling them out or whatever. Be like, I don't care. I'm going to play the way I want to play. No, I mean a bunch of people who only give a shit. And I'll say it like this: they only give a shit about tits and ass.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are the two groups. It's just you just happen to aggro the other one.
And that's why, like I said, I haven't seen.
What can I say? They have nice tastes in attractive men, you know.
All I'm gonna say is that I have yet to see the ZZZ elitist side. Okay, I really haven't seen it. I've gone into several different streams so far. I've gone into Kate, the 7th stream. I've gone to Muzzy's stream. I've gone into Hako's stream. I'm trying to find the elitist.
They're consolidated. I'm pretty sure they're just consolidated with EO, really.
And I've adapted myself with EO. And in all honesty, though, there's a lot of people in EO's chat that disagrees with EO. Like, straight up. EO's making like comments, and there's just people like, stop yapping. Like, the dude, I don't know about his community.
I mean, there is a lot of language that just doesn't have any deeper meaning anymore, especially in the gacha space. So who's to say what an actual elitist looks like anyway?
Well, this is where I'm going to say that the Wuthering Waves community, I have seen the elitists, and I've seen them more now since I played ZZZ than Wuthering Waves, because the first week I didn't see them. I didn't see the elitists from Wuthering Waves. I will say that. But then I started getting people asking me why I'm still playing ZZZ. It's a shitty game. You should be playing a better game like Wuthering Waves. And these are people who are normal viewers of my stream that's watched me play Wuthering Waves and everything, that's coming in and trying to tell me, and I'm like, well, I'm enjoying myself. I'm having fun. And then they're trying to list off everything. I made a comment that I said, well, you know what? I understand now what EO means about the game having fighting game mechanics. I had a person that came in I had actually a couple of them that came into my live stream from the Wuthering Waves side saying it's not a fighting game, and go ahead and list out, this doesn't have a PvP mode, it doesn't have this, doesn't have network and all this other stuff. And I'm just like, okay, let me explain. You know what? Using that terminology is wrong. But they wouldn't let go. They're just trying to explain to me Wuthering Waves has a better combat system. How can I say that I prefer ZZZ's combat system right now over Wuthering Waves? And to me, again, like my argument to them is that first and foremost, we shouldn't be comparing these games. We really shouldn't be. One's an instant-based game and one's an open world game. Both of them have two different structures on how they work mechanically. But I will say that I believe, my personal opinion, and you don't have to agree, is that ZZZ, when I actually engage a fight with a boss in the Deadly Assault or anything, I feel like I'm actually engaging, that the boss has mechanics, that it's not just feels like I'm going into a boss fight, like even the tactical hologram boss with, Wuthering Waves, where the only two things that I'm really concerned about is dodging and counterattacking. And actually three things, and then wailing. That's it. Like, none of the bosses I really feel has like a feedback to it that has mechanics behind it that you can make the fight harder on yourself or easier on yourself. ZZZ, there's things where some bosses you have to impair them to break the armor. There's things with the bosses to where, like, the miasma shield's a new mechanic that you got to break that shield. It's kind of a shitty mechanic. I will agree with this. It just makes it to where it helps push a little bit more of the HP inflation. I do agree with that. But these bosses have different things. Bringer, when he brings in his arm, you got to break the arm. Otherwise, you go into a whole phase, which wastes time. And it feels more engaging. It feels like sooner or later, you're going to get into a part where the boss basically turns around and says, now it's time to play my game. The last time I felt like this, and it was in WuWa, before they nerfed it, was Tempest as a tactical hologram boss. Because Tempest is completely RNG. And you couldn't stagger the boss in any which way, shape, form. You could counterattack him, but you can't stagger him. And I would fight him because he was my favorite tactical hologram boss, because you were not sure what the fuck he was going to do next. And then I don't know what Kuro did, but they did an update. They nerfed it to where now he gets staggered almost every single hit that you do. You can break him out of his judgment cut. You can do all this stuff. Now he doesn't feel as intimidating as he did before. In ZZZ, I kind of feel like some of these bosses feel a little bit more intimidating right now. Now, grant you, in some time probably in the future, I'm going to get bored with it. But right now, for what it's offering me, it just feels like I'm more inclusive into this fight. And it's not just single-handedly me having to refer to only two parts of information. There's several parts of information that comes in. I have to worry about my rotation as one key factor. I have to worry if I want to use my alt meter right here or not. That actually matters, because like playing against the miasma priestess, okay, I know that I'm coming to the part where he's about to go into the miasma shield phase. I have 3 alts. I don't use them right now. I wait until he gets into that phase. Then I blow those alts. Then I deal with the rest of the miasma shield to reduce time. In ZZZ, I have where to me, it's throwing so much information at you at one time that you pick the route that you want to go with, whether it's good, whether it's bad, but you have a freedom there where, again, ZZ's Wuthering Waves, it feels like a dance, if anything. I know that I know what I'm looking out for. I know I'm dodging. I know when I got to hit. I know when I got to look out for counterattacks. It's very inclusive. That it just shows everything. It's not bad. It just plays like Devil May Cry. This plays more like a beat 'em up that has mechanics that do associate itself with typical action RPGs, as well as what we could consider in a fighting game scenario. So it does have that. Because look, for example, there's another technical gotcha game that I do play, and I play it to go beat up 7-year-olds, and that's called Smash Legends, because they introduced Soul Bad Guy in it as a one-time collab. You will never be able to pull the character again. Arc System Works put it in there. I went in the game, I spent $150, I bought the character, I loaded up the character up, and it's straight up a beat 'em up fighting game. That's what I like. And
Let me look
I
that up. Smash Legends.
yeah,
Oh, it's on Steam.
It's on Steam. Think of it as it's also on mobile.
Looks like an arena fighter.
Yes, it's like an arena fighter. And that game is completely pay to win. I'm not gonna shit you. I'm not gonna bullshit you. And that's the reason why I bought Soul Bad Guy, because the Soul Bad Guy that I got in that game was for one purpose and one purpose only. It don't play as the other characters. The other characters have like 2 or 3 hit combos. Soul Bad Guy has his full combo set that he's got from Strive in there. So he completely plays his own game in their game. So he's completely unique. And he'll never show back up again in the game. And I bought that, and I was playing that for like before ZZZ and everything, because I like fighting games. I like the engagement in the fight. Now, this is just the engagement in the fight. That's a network play game. It doesn't really have PvE in it. It's all network based. It's all arena fighting. But certain things I like. And I can incorporate what they have in there, as well as, into ZZZ without the swapping mechanic, because you don't swap in that game. Wuthering Waves, again, I mean, I enjoyed it. I have enjoyed Wuthering Waves since the very beginning. It's just that the community that surrounds Wuthering Waves, I'm going to be completely honest with you, I feel like it is the bad half of what happened. I feel like it's a bunch of refugees that ended up hating Genshin when Wuthering Waves came in, and now they were the ones that was bullied all the time by the Genshin elitists in a sense, and now they got their game, and now they're doing the bullying back to others. That's how I feel, because in Wuthering Waves, I got yelled at for doing a 4-4-1-1-1 build. I've gotten yelled at for doing several different types of builds and everything else. And I said, I don't care. I'm building the way I want to build. I'm doing the things that I want to do. If you don't want to do them, you don't do them. And it was so bad to where the community actually is another primary reason why I don't want to play Wuthering Waves, because they feel it's not, you could call it toxic, but it's not toxic. It's just, it feels like I'm fighting with people who think they know better, who think that, for example, I have one person who came on my stream that told me my entire reason why I don't like Wuthering Waves, and the reason why I don't play Wuthering Waves is because I got summoned 6 characters. This is the reason why I'm not having fun, that I don't have a challenge. And that's my entire problem. It's like, that's not my entire problem. I had summoned 6 characters. I got GN to summon 6. I was playing GN summon 6 from 1.0 all the way to 1.4. I was having fun. Same thing for Chang Li, all the way. And in all honesty, the only summon 6 characters that I even got was Shorekeeper, GN, and Chang Li. And Shorekeeper was let me put it like this. Shorekeeper was my cheapest fucking summon 6 there was. Because I never lost to 50-50.
My cheapest dupe 6 is actually Diane and GFL 2. That was the first time, and probably I think I have it. I got 3 of her in a 10 pull.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Well, what was happening was with Shorekeeper, I did a live stream, and I made a rule after Chang Li. I made a rule that I'm going to play the characters. I'm going to roll for characters, and the moment that I lose a 50-50, that character doesn't gets no more dupes. I'm not touching that banner again.
What happens if you lose before you get them? You just don't get to pull them?
I don't get to pull them.
Just don't get to pull. All right. Well,
it was like, that was the rule. So with Shorekeeper, I pulled her. I got a copy. I got a second copy. I'm like, okay, so she summoned 1 now. I don't think I'm going to get a summon 2. I get a summon 2. I pull again. I get something, and I'm only doing single pulls because what I was doing is at first I was just only getting the asteroids and the events and in the world, go and get the chest and everything else to pull for it. And I've got like right there, like 4 copies of Shorekeeper by just doing single pulls. And I'm pissing the chat out because they want me to do 10s.
Oh,
And I'm
yeah.
just like, no, I'm doing singles. Fuck y'all, I'm doing
Oh
singles.
yeah, I
I'm
not only
pissing
got a
them off.
I not only got a triple, I also got a double too.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
And when I got to like summon 4, I said, fuck it, I'll put $100 in. Fuck it, let's see. I rolled the next 2, and I showed my entire history to the chat and everything. It's like, I never lost a 50-50. Never fucking lost a 50-50. Which made it to where Shorekeeper is the cheapest unit that I got. And it's never happened again.
I wanted to briefly mention, because you were talking about what you prefer about the combat in ZZZ Wuthering Waves. For me, it's feedback through its sound and visual design. I just think the sounds of how agents attack enemies and how they react to it, like how the smaller mobs flinch to it, and just the sounds of like each individual character's hits just sound so much better. Compared to in Wuthering Waves, I think like Zani has some good sound effects. I think Carlotta's guns are all right. But most of the cast, I don't really think they have like that well impact sound design. And I think by making the combat way too free flow, kind of doesn't makes it feel too loose sometimes.
Yeah.
And I think what also helps ZZZ is that because like the game's when you impact an enemy with an attack, the game like slows down, like you're hitting an enemy in Monster Hunter or Smash to help emphasize the impact of the move. I think that also definitely helps to give weight to the combat, and also just something like parrying, like the sound design when you parry, how the camera zooms in, and then the character is like pushed back, and then you go right back in. The sound design of the chain attacks.
The sound design is incredible, and I didn't even realize something until someone pointed it out to me, and then I now listen for it all the time. But I did not realize that your characters on the screen actually tell you when an incoming attack's coming.
I wouldn't know. I play in Japanese, so I just assumed they're just making a quip.
Well, like I was playing with Ellen Joe, and I was playing with Lycon, and I was playing with Lighter, and I had Ellen Joe on the screen, and she's like, "Watch out!" I'm like, out of clearly nowhere, and then that's when everybody was telling me, "Oh yeah, the characters in the game actually will alert you when you're about to get hit, so that way, if you don't see like an enemy behind you that they're about to attack you, and you're not looking at the little red icon, the arrow that's telling you that, hey, look, they're about to hit you, that you even got a sound alert to go ahead and hit your parry or you hit your dodge."
I also just think it's annoying to try and dodge and in Wuthering Waves, because it's just there's just a lot of the characters are getting way too overly designed with their visual effects. That's just harder to see. As someone who owns a Cartithia Kachona team, it's just hard to see. It's hard to see smaller enemies like ready up a swing.
Oh gosh, the Phoebe and the Zanny that I have, and I was playing them, and I was going with the tactical hologram boss, and I was playing that not that long ago. I was actually getting upset because I couldn't see the counterattack because it's already yellow on yellow, and it's just like I do the outro skill with Phoebe, and she's doing her light thing. I go ahead and get into the alt phase with Zanny, and it's just like all these effects is. Can we change the color to counter? Can we have the ability to change the color to counterattack on the enemy, so that way at least I have some different color that won't show up, or something like pure red or something, so I can see through this.
I've also just I've never done holograms beyond the minimum requirement to get like the journal completed. It's just not my choice of content. I'm not looking to fight whack an enemy for about 3 to 4 minutes and not try to not get hit. I want some margin of error. You know, I've solo killed Fatalis 30 times and in Monster Hunter, and Fatalis lets me take at least 1 hit before I die.
Hey, see, that's where like I'm not sure about your opinion, but like even in Wuthering Waves, like with there's events and everything, everybody calls like, oh well, the tactical holograms is the biggest challenge and everything else in there. It's like once you beat the tactical hologram boss and you defeat difficulty 6, there's no point in going back. Like, there's no incentive for me to go back. There's no astrides, there's no build up, there's no nothing, there's no reset.
I'm just not interested anyway. And it's only like 20 astrite like per tier kill, yeah.
Yeah, it's only 20 astrite. It's not really that big of a deal. Looking at something like Whimpering Waste, I'm going to be honest. I'm not sure how you feel about that, but Whimpering Waste, I feel like I'm playing Dynasty Warriors.
I just don't touch it. I don't
like it.
I've not really made a video covering it, going in depth in like meta or endgame with Wuthering Waves because I just don't care. I don't play it enough. I don't even keep up with Tower of Adversity frequently. Consistently, sorry, that's the word. Consistently. I've done my first full clear 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I have not been keeping up with the refreshes.
I just you see in my personal opinion, I kind of wish like ZZZ would have more permanent content, but at the same point in time, like ZZZ has like the infinite tower. To me that would work. I would feel like that would work in something like Wuthering Waves, an infinite tower where you go through it, you defeat mobs, and every 10 floors you fight like a boss that would be even considered like a level 5 or whatever difficulty on the scale of a tactical hologram boss or something. Like, content aside, like the only thing that I really care about in Wuthering Waves is that it's exploration. I like the exploration, but at the same point in time, I'm kind of now like done with overworld. Like that's another thing that I'm kind of like a little upset with ZZZ is the exploration side. It's like I don't want overworld type deal. I mean, even though it's linear and everything else, it just I'm done with open world games for right now. I'm just tired of them.
I agree. At least this one was the fastest, and I didn't have to open up an interactive map. I just had to go find a random item on the map, and then it just reveals everything for me. It only took me like a couple hours to do all of it. It's like, okay, fine.
And that's why I like these kind of takes that I'm giving to you is in the WuWa community, especially, is just that I know a lot of people who I got one friend of mine who his name's V Dizzy, who is a Wuthering Waves content creator, and he has some strong opinions about Wuthering Waves, but in all his content, it's 100% positive. He will not talk no negative about Wuthering Waves because when he did talk negative about Wuthering Waves, the community came at him so damn hard that he ended up deleting the videos of his criticisms, and he straight up now only talks good about Wuthering Waves because he does not want to have that type of community come and attack him again.
That's unfortunate. He should have saved it. Honestly, that would have been though. At least, the comments, just in case, like any one of us could use it down the line.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think. Don't get me wrong, okay? Don't get me wrong here. I don't think that it's the entire Wuthering Waves community that's like this. Me
neither. But I think it's important that it's called attention to.
It is what I like to call the vocal minority. This is where, like I said before, whether or not someone thinks that Saintontas is a person who is admirable with Wuthering Waves or not, it's just that what is being invoked from his content, it's just that these people take it and it's an echo chamber. You don't like Genshin, you keep talking about how bad Genshin is, how bad Honkai Star Rail is, how bad ZZZ is. I feel at home here. I can talk bad, and you now have the trolling mentality to where these people just keep coming back and they go after others. I've asked this in one of my streams a long time ago and this is why I think maybe a reason why like Saintontas might not really care too much for me is because he was in. I did see him one time in one of my live streams, and he asked me a question. I didn't even realize it was him, to be completely honest at first either. But I remember him saying something about like my Baiji or whatever. Why am I have like a certain build or whatever in my Baiji? And I just said because that's not how I want to build it. But Noisy Boy, which is one of my top viewers and everything, wanted me to react to one of his videos. And all I said, I'm watching this, and I don't remember which one it was, but I was watching it and I'm just like, can we please get off the topic of Genshin? I saw like 5 videos of this, and all I heard was Genshin's bad. I know Genshin's bad. I don't play Genshin. Can we just cut the first 3 minutes off and go straight to the 5-minute mark here and go to the rest of the video so that way I can listen to why Wuthering Waves is good?
I think the way Saint produces his videos is that he structures it in a way so that if nobody's watched his content before, they can get the gist of it going in. Which is why you'll see him bang on about the same subjects over and over. It's as if to catch anyone up to speed that hasn't watched his stuff before.
I guess.
But to everyone else who's already familiar with it, it just comes off as it can come off as repetition.
Right, and that's what it was. It was like I was solely like it's repetition that it was. And it's not like I was trying to be mean to the guy. It's just that I'm just like, dude, all I'm hearing is Genshin bad, Genshin bad. I've heard this. I hear this all the time everywhere else. Like, I don't play Genshin for a reason. I like WuWa, man. Like, I'm actually liking this. What's the balancing issues with WuWa? Like, what's so good about it? And again, like I said, his takes, 80% of the time, maybe even 90, I would agree with it. It's just that once in a blue moon, I disagree with his takes completely. Like, I disagree with the gacha revenue such. I disagree right now that HP inflation is an issue, although it is something that should be looked out about in the future. Like I said, my argument to try to be sarcastically to him was you should have argued that when every one of these ZZ elitists are telling you you're playing like shit, that you still got an S rank, which proves that quote unquote sweaty skill play does not fucking matter in a game like ZZZ. You should just. It was a whole entire argument that I wish she would have taken on that, because that was one that I'd made, and people hated me for some people in the ZZ community hated me for making that one, because it's like, well, that's not the case. He should still play like this. It's like, why should he play like this if the game still award him an S rank, even if he played unoptimally? Like, that just goes to show you that everything y'all talking about.
That's what I said in my address EO video, because part of his comment is like calling out for me for saying I sucked, and I think, and to try quote it as best as I can remember, I said, I don't really play this game all that well, but does that really matter if you can dump money into the game and the game won't recognize your skill expression over someone who spent money? And then I concluded that section with, well, I got all the rewards anyway, so by the game's own admission, I'm doing what I need to succeed anyway. So what are you talking about?
Exactly. And even with me, I only got 2 M6 characters on this account that pretty much one of my friend who gave me the account, the only reason why it's M6, why Shifu's M6 on this account, was because he saw me get hit twice in the tower and he dumped $800 into the account. And he said, start running it. I said, start running what? Start running the gacha. I saw you get hit twice. You need power. And I'm just like, he gets on a Discord call with me. We lose like a 50-50 and everything. He's like, I used up all the credits and everything else in the gacha. He's like, he sends another patch of money into it. He's like, do it again. Roll it. Keep rolling. She's getting Summon 6 tonight. I want this account to have Summon 6 on it. There, the anniversary character. Because like he said, all the anniversary characters are always going to be the best characters, pretty much. So
I don't like playing Li. I don't like Yushuan's play style, and that's the end of that.
I ended up stop playing her because of this, okay? Because the only thing I use her for is if I need to go clear like the disc, I just throw her in there and I just do one alt, like I clear everything, and then I get the disc. It's the fastest way of getting the disc.
That sounds like I have friends who play Epic 7, and I always hear them talk about Wyvern team farming. I have no context for what that is, but I hear that all the time. It's like they're pulling to opt like I don't know what they're doing, but they're keep talking about like optimizing Wyvern runs. It's like what about the game? I thought Epic Stuff was like PvP and stuff. Is there anything we missed that we want?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, I know it's getting late right now. We should probably end this call.
Yeah, it's been like about 5.5 hours. It's almost 1 a.m. It's gonna be 1 a.m. for me in like 32 minutes.
It's going to be 2:30 here in a minute for me.
Is well, I hope you got what you wanted.
Yeah.
Are you going to make I did actually watch before the night before I went to bed. I did actually watch your response to my open letter, just in case I needed to prepare for anything in that video. But it seems like we covered all that. Are you considering making a follow up to that based on these conversations we've been having?
I mean, honestly, if you want me to, I can. I mean, I wasn't really thinking about it because, I mean, honestly, I think.
I mean, if I choose to come by more often, it would probably be easier for me if your community was given the notice to maybe cool their jets.
I could do that. I mean, there's some things I'm not sure if there's some things in here you want me to redact in this, but I mean, pretty much like the only thing I would say, like I would make a video is like we had a good conversation. I mean, we touched on several different topics. I mean, I understand your point of view. I wouldn't bring up like you felt like you were pressured in the community or anything. I mean, that's up to you to decide whether you want to mention that or something in a video or something. But pretty much,
I mean, I've already said numerous times in my videos that I did get put at a crossroads. But if people still don't understand that, that's not my fault. If you want to reiterate that, that's up to you.
Okay. I mean, I'll make a follow. I mean,
or reiterate or clarify based on some more in-depth discussion of it here.
And I'm going to also, if it's all right with you, I'm also going to end up having probably another conversation with Loki Gacha. And I'm going to tell him to chill his ass out more on you because, like, legitimately, so far out of everyone that I knew that I have spoken to, and I know too who wants to speak also, he messaged me and say he wants to have a conversation too. And I'm going to hold off on that to probably like tomorrow or something for that conversation, to be honest. But so far, like, out of everyone I met so far, you're actually the most, I hate to say it like this, you're the most sane person that I've met so far. Like, you're a person that even if we might disagree on something, you know, it's okay. It's not a big deal. We could find common grounds. We can objectively say, okay, we know we don't agree on this, and that's what I appreciate. That's why, like I said, I think that you are, content-wise, I mean, you're a person that like I said before, I respect you the most because even with your takes, and even though you're not proud of it, respectfully put there, you have done something that I don't think many content creators do, which is you may come off a little bit sarcastic in your videos. Don't get me wrong. That is the entertainment value. I completely understand. But you do hit the points and you are very much non-biased. Like the way I even took this conversation here, because I'm not going to lie, I was kind of being like, okay, this is going to be one of those conversations where we're going to probably get a Saintontas. You're part of the Saintontas community. This stuff happened with you and everything. And in general, you might use it as a way to attack me in a sense. That was something I was kind of wondering it was going to happen because some people I've talked to before in the past, it's like, I feel like the conversation is going to go one way, but it goes a whole completely different way. No, this one, like, you clearly have your thought pattern. You're not being swayed by Saintontas. You're not being swayed by Ethan. You're not being swayed by, like, a lot of people think it is. You're not being swayed by other content creators. It is your opinion. I don't know how else better to put that. Like, this was actually the most educational, most intellectual conversation I've had compared to being with someone like Loki and everything and talking about, how shitty fucking Saintontas is. It's like, yeah, I mean,
The way you put
we
it
already
kind of
know.
sounds like one note parody, honestly.
Well, that's basically what the conversation has been. And like the only person in the entire group that I've actually had conversations with, and we
Like
get interrupted all the time.
it sounded cartoonish when you were talking about when you were discussing podcast ideas, and they both just defaulted to talk about it. Sounded so cartoonish.
I know it's
I'm having trouble believing it, if I'm being honest.
it's not about the argument.
And yet at the same time they want to say that their channels aren't so heavily attached to Saint.
Like, look, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Sorry to quickly quickly ask something just now I thought about. How'd you feel about the Tuhu video? Because in my response, I just wished him the best of luck. But if I'm being entirely honest, I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's going to get off the ground because of Tuhu's reputation.
No, I completely agree. I mean, I do agree with Tuhu on the situation of stuff needs to be called out more. Okay.
But Tuhu's being the one saying it is kind of the problem, in my opinion.
Yes. Again, I'm the type of person that wants to get the other side of the story because I know that one side of the story with Tectone and everything with him, the guy has a bad rep. I completely understand that. But I don't think he's far off from being redeemable. In a sense, maybe there's more context to it. Maybe if I have this conversation with him and everything, I'll probably be like, "Oh, you know what? No, I don't want to touch this kind of subject."
I think Tuhu needs to go on cooldown for a little while. He needs to actually make other stuff to try and help mend his reputation, and then maybe try again.
Again, I'll put it like this: I did not know anything about Tuhu until 2 days ago.
Oh,
where I've done my research for the last 2 days about him. That's where I watched the Tectone videos about him. I watched different opinions about him, and then I realized he's got a bad rap. Because I had some people in my community that's like, "Oh man, you would be great friends with someone like Tuhu." I was like, "Who the hell's Tuhu?" I don't know many content creators in regards to different things. I just stay to myself most of the time. That's how I like to be. And at first, the video that he produced, I made a comment on it and everything because I was watching. I was like, I didn't even watch it because of all the way at first because when I saw it, I was at work and I watched maybe 10 minutes of it and I realized the video is 42 fucking minutes long and I'm like, what the fuck?
Are you familiar with Soul of an Artist?
Soul of an Artist. This sounds familiar.
It's he's a top. I think he's one of the. Where is it? What did I click on? I think he was one of the top comments. Before, yeah, he was the top comment on the Tuhu video before Tectone reacted. And I can't remember exactly what happened, but he got into a controversy that he didn't need to be a part of, and it blew up in his face. And I'll link his channel. He doesn't go by Soul the Artist anymore. He goes by Mr. Leech HCG. He tried to insert himself into a controversy he wasn't a part of, and it blew up in his face. And after some time, his brother tried to start getting into content creation, and apparently he crashed out in the background of his brother doing an HSR stream, and he slammed a wall or something nearby him, and I don't know exactly what happened, but it's frightened or it pressured his brother, and he cried on stream. And that was basically the last of that most of us heard of Soul until I started noticing he was making videos again under a different name.
Okay.
So it's that's the kind of weird people that are kind of aligned with Tuhu.
The thing is, I put it like this. I think we all fucking make mistakes in some way, shape, form. I don't think there's no one that is irredeemable. It's very rare to find that. I mean, look, I'm sure you know all about like Gato and all the controversy around that and how he's a racist.
I know very little about Gateo actually.
Okay, yeah. Well, pretty much the only thing that like I'll say like this with him is he was avidly, attacking Saint. That's straight up. I have to agree. He was actively attacking Saint, called Saint, and the day that Saint did his face reveal and everything else, the first words came out of his mouth. He's fucking Asian, so he's sucking Tucktone's white dick.
All right.
And the way I took it when he said that wasn't that he was racist. It was more the fact that he blurted out something that he thought was funny in his head. He made a mistake, but then he got painted as a racist. He got Tectone got into a call with him, and then Tectone hung up the call before he was finished speaking. Then they got into another call, and then it's just like this entire situation. It was just blown, but his reputation is ruined because he's a racist because he straight up said that Saintontas is sucking his master's white dick. Okay, and it's like. First and foremost, I'm not going to say, I don't think he's racist. I really don't think he is. I think he actually has a good opinion when he was talking about it, which is Eastern CCs versus Western CCs, Billy versus YouTube, to where in Billy, the content has to be more formulated. And it's not really drama. It's more you actually got to work on it. Where in YouTube, it's easier. You can just get into drama thing and you can just blow up. You can make money. Where in Billy, you got to earn it. You got to earn it through sponsorships and stuff like this. I think it was a good point. They got overshadowed by that comment, and I'm just like sitting here, and I know Gateo. I talk to him every now and then, and. Again, here's another thing about Gateo that I realized that also plays against him. The son of a bitch is rich. He's one of those people. Let me put it this way. He summons 6 every character in a game. He summons 6 every character. Like he plays Wuthering Waves, he just automatically Cartithia and everything, boom, summon 6. He plays this, summon 6. He flies over. He's got the last couple of live streams. He went to go spin apparently over fucking almost 10 grand in just anime waifu figures from that fucking game. I forgot what it's called. The goddess one where they shoot the guns and they have the acid fucking jiggles. Decay. He just bought like $10,000 worth of figures, and he basically shoves out that he is rich. He's one of those types of people. I'm rich. I got money. I don't give a fuck. He doesn't have to live stream. He's making money outside. Okay, so it's a guy who thinks he has no consequences in life. I got it. Does it mean he's a bad person? Not necessarily. It just means
he's a tower fantasy creator. I forgot about that.
Yes, he's a tower fantasy. But at the same point in time, I mean, he's an egotistical bastard himself. In the gacha space, everybody's got to have some kind of an ego, it seems like.
Oh, I think I was thinking of Gabby Maru. Yeah, I was thinking of Gabby Maru.
Now, I'm going to say with Gateo that there's a lot of takes that I don't agree with. And there's some takes that I do agree with. Now, one of the things, and I will tell you right now, I know this from his community. He does not own Gacha Enjoyer. He does not run it. His editor does. That channel, Gacha Enjoyer, that everybody hates, it seems like, it's ran by his editor. That I know of. And that is just why Gateo's always on there, and Gateo has not done anything about it because Gateo don't give a fuck. But I've also seen with Tectone, Mr. Poke, I've seen it with them that because they're friends with at the time period with like Gacha Smack and everything, that they would end their streams being like, I'm going to say it. I got the pass. I'm going to say it. and then end the stream. And I'm like, okay, so if Kateo over here is racist, and you're making a joke by ending your stream by saying, I'm going to say the N-word, wouldn't that be, isn't that the same shit? I mean, for contextual speaking, you're making fun of you saying you're going to say the word at the end of your live stream. I don't particularly think that it makes y'all racist or what he said makes him. I just think that he, again, blurted it out on the live stream and then people just ate it up. This is why, like, the gacha community, to me, it is insane with some of the content creators. Who's got a bad reputation because it does appear to me with the leaked DMs that Tectone did that, you know, he was trying his best to get, you know, a job. He was trying his best to get him to watch his videos and raid him and stuff, which, it is what it is. I mean, when you're in a situation in life, maybe when it comes down to financial...
Tectone has a history of getting backstabbed by people he supported. Who's just another, as far as I'm aware, to him, who is just another one to add to the pile.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that Tectone has got, like, I'll say it like this to you. I got a few people who's left my stream from the ZZZ community because when Tectone comes involved as a name on my live stream, and I will say it like this, I don't know Tectone. I see what he's done. I've heard the things about, like, the sexual abuse shit and everything else, but nothing has been fucking proven. I am not going to talk about it. Man, I've had some fucking people get pissed off at me over that because I'm not a Tectone hater. I don't think, if anything, I think Tectone's one of the smartest fucking people that's ever fucking existed in the gacha community.
I've shared a few DMs with Twitter DMs with him.
Like, I would like to talk to him. I would like to. But at the same point in time, I don't want to come off like I'm trying on purpose to get anything out of Tectone or anything. It's just more the fact that I would like to clear the air, if it would be, for previous content, previous thing, and explain the situation, because even the video that he watched at one time about me being in Varsity was taken out of context, because Fiction even admitted it to me when I talked to Fiction, and he took some stuff out of my live stream. He took some stuff out of here to paint me into a bad picture because he didn't care. That's drama. To teach me this is how the drama world works. It was like, okay, I got it. Because one time I was playing Love in Deep Space on the live stream.
Oh boy, here we go. What a great way to start.
I had made an avatar and everything else, put it on there, PNG tuber of the girl, made her look ugly as fuck. And everybody thought I was drunk, but I wasn't. It was just for entertainment value. I kept re-rolling the account because all I kept saying is, I want 5-star demon dick. If I'm going to play this game, I want Cyrus. I want 5-star demon dick. I don't want Dr. Dick. I don't want Soldier Dick. I want 5-star demon dick. And I did that for 5 hours, and Fiction did on purpose with some people and everything to watch the entire stream on his Twitch and go at every single part that they could use in the video. That they were that dedicated because Aithoma was friends with him. And after me and Aithoma had a conversation, not gonna lie, I don't appreciate this from him, but it is what it is. He kept telling people the sad story of, I copyright striked him, even though I retracted it. Even though we had a conversation, he kept using it against me, even though we respectfully had a talk and, hey, I thought we cleared the air. I didn't realize that even after we talked, that apparently there was still an issue. Like, I thought, hey, here's the olive branch, here's everything else. I made a mistake. I understand, but I want to talk to you and everything. And he's just like, yeah, man, I could have did better. I could have talked to you.
Have you like adjacently related. Have you seen Aithoma's channel lately?
He's branched off from Gacha.
He covers drama. His content kind of struggles. Like 12K subscribers, made a Corey X Kenshin video 6 days ago, 800 views. VTuber conversation, 6K. Two Ludwig videos, one with 3.6, one with 2.5. Another VTuber video, 4K. Well, first Ludwig video out of 3 was 13K. Tommy in it, 4K. Mango, less than 700 only. I said this before in my quote unquote break video, but I do kind of find it concerning that these numbers he's pulling. I don't think the drama community finds him interesting enough. I think he should probably maybe find something else to do. If he's not doing this as a hobby, he should probably find something else to cover.
Yeah, it's either that, or I will even say that even his optimization with tags or something is also not adjacent correctly. Like there's something going on. And look, I'll spill this.
What I guess I'm getting at is well, I guess you came out ahead in terms of consistent viewership.
I mean, look, I got one video that I did about ZZZ, and it just proves to me that I tested the waters with it, which is who should you pull for the Miyabi or Yuzuha video? It only did like 800 views compared to everything else that I've done. It's not matched up. And sometimes I do videos like that on purpose anyway, just to see where the waters are at, to understand where my content's at. So I know that my channel is in the algorithm for ZZZ in Wuthering Waves, and I know it's based on where people just want me to do topics of conversation, where it is I'm just talking, and mostly it revolves around drama topics. That's what it is, and that's just how the channel is going to be. If I want to let me put it like this: my channel has reset several times. My channel was in the Guilty Gear platform for the same kind of thing, doing topics of conversation, talk about builds, talk about fights. It worked. When I got into Lords of the Fallen, I actually was making good money with Lords of the Fallen. I'm not gonna lie, I was making good money with that game because I was doing, like, as soon as an update would come in, I would cover the update. And it's about being consistent. It's about every single day I'm posting a video, every single day I'm live streaming, every single day I'm trying to push this content there is. Until Lords of the Fallen. You want to talk about HP inflation? Fucking Lords of the Fallen kiss my fucking ass on that shit right there. Because, let me put it like this. Their update, they claimed in update 1.4 that they were going to do a behavioral change on all the bosses and make the bosses much more aggressive. Their behavioral change was changing all the bosses' HP values from 1 million to 7 million. And I sat there and I made a fucking video of me fucking taking a spear and keep hitting the boss for a whole solid 10 fucking minutes. To show that, and I was fighting with the actual game devs. The game devs actually were watching my fucking stream, which was so fucking hilarious because I was speedrunning the game. So they started putting gates on their updates to stop me from speedrunning. Every time I found something. Every time I'm running through the game, they're putting something in there in my fucking way on purpose. And I'm like, there's no coincidence. Some game developer is watching my shit right now, and they're pissed off because they had kept doing interviews about that they were upset that people were speedrunning the game because this is supposed to be the hardest Dark Souls style game there is. And they were trying to make that.
Just one moment. Come in. Come in. Okay. Yeah, I'll be ready. I'll be getting sorted out soon too.
Yeah, we need to do that. But
yeah, getting up.
That's what ended up happening. That's what ended up happening. Had the fight, but no, I mean, if you future wise want to like have more conversation or something, probably something that's less than 5 hours.
Yeah, we could do 4 hours 50 minutes.
Yeah, yes, we could totally do that because I mean, I actually do enjoy talking to you. Like it's very, like I said, it's very rare to meet someone. I'm not sure about like with Tuhu how that's going to be, but you know, I was almost diving into the deep end, be like, okay, you know what? Maybe I need to change my entire personality to be someone like Loki Gotcha or whatever, and put myself there, but meeting someone who actually has a conversation and it doesn't end up with, you know, what the weekly news of Saintontas is actually kind of refreshing.
Yeah, I just make stuff. I just make stuff I would want to watch, and if anyone else wants to watch, well, I guess there's more people that want to watch me than just myself.
So
No. Like seriously, I quite frequently lately, I've actually just put on my own videos and just listen to myself. Because if no one else is going to articulate the way I like it, I guess I'll just listen to myself.
I'd be honest with you, I try watching sometimes my own videos and I can't stand my own voice.
It took a little bit for me.
Because sometimes I'll listen to myself, like even in editing, and I'm just like, I just hate my voice. I just hate my voice so much. And then it's just like, but it's the only time that I realize, like, man, this point does not make sense. I gotta re-record this real quick. And then I don't want to see the video again. Like my one-time takes where I just do it one time, I just put it together, I put the pictures and everything. But I'm gonna be honest also before I let you go on this one. I'm gonna tell you something else. Is that because of your videos too, don't think that you don't inspire things, because the way you handle like your editing is actually something that kind of forced me. Because originally the way I would do my videos is I would just, talk and then record my talk video, and then I would just put gameplay video behind it, and I wouldn't do anything else. Because of your videos, it actually kind of inspired me to actually start putting more effort into the editing. So
I appreciate that compliment.
That's something I want to let you know. Like the editing wise, it actually now forces me, when I'm writing the script, I read it. I'm not just going to throw gameplay footage in there and someone can just listen to this podcast. I want to put pictures in it. I want to put like stuff that explains visually what I'm talking about. When I talk about communities, when I talk about different things, and that's something that I'm trying to implement more. And look, if there's anything that, I'll say this like I tell this to everybody. If there's anything that you think that I say about, if you catch a live stream, you're lurking, you catch a video or whatever, you watch a video and you think there's anything in there in particular that is wrong, that you feel is misinformation, or you think that I'm diving too much in the deep end, please, by all means, tell me. Talk to me. Let me know. Break it down to me, because the only way, as I feel like, as content creators to content creators, or viewership to content creator, is that the only way we get better is if we get the feedback that's not just fuck Kurobots, fuck Hoyle Shields. It's actual criticism that actually is not in a hatred. It's not given off in hatred. It's just being like, hey, look, buddy, I don't think that this is right. And this is why, and get into a conversation about it and how you could do something better.
I'm willing to take shots occasionally. I have no intention of taking down my toxic positivity video, and that was pure hostility. But like I said, they brought it on themselves.
Yes, they did. I mean, to me, like I said, toxic positivity to me is just something that, I hate to say it, they treat a lot of these communities treat, even ZZZ, I'll say it, even this, they treat this certain game as if it's a fucking god. And they put it on the highest fucking pedestal there is, and they use it to attack everything else. And it's just like, I don't understand why. Oh boy. But in any case scenario, it was great talking to you and everything else. And I hope that we can have more conversations. Hopefully I don't ever piss you off or anything in that regards. And if I do, please let me know. I will correct myself.
Yep. And I will be, well, I was going to say I'll be more mindful now, but I wasn't really aware of you. So I couldn't really have taken shots at somebody I didn't know which direction they were. But yeah, I'll be sure to be mindful as well and attentive.
Well, like I said, like when it comes down to it, I'm not like Loki Gacha. I'm not going to be rosy. I'm the type of person that, look, even if I disagree with you, I still want to understand your stance. And maybe if I at the same point in time, agree to disagree. It doesn't matter to me. we're all different. We all human beings. We all like what we like. And
I guess I guess I feel like you probably wanted to ask me at one point, like maybe why I watched Saintontas. I feel like maybe we didn't explore that. I'm just gonna say for 1 second, I'm just gonna say this. I'm still a viewer at the end of the day at times, and I just like watching drama. I'll eat that shit up as much as everyone else likes to.
no, 100%.
I never said I wasn't a pig at times, and that slop is looking pretty juicy.
Let me ask a dumb question though. See, now you bring something else up that I totally forgot to ask, because I'm kind of curious about this with everything. But did you give those subs to Saintontas because you felt bad, or was that like just,
I felt like that was kind of the way I needed to make amends, because I caught him. I lurked in the chat when he reacted to my video, and he was talking about how my videos were constantly doing damage to his reputation. So I literally said, quote, well, because it was cut. It was the follow up, the response I said immediately that was cut out was, consider this compensation for damages. Now, you could argue I didn't need 100 gift, but I really needed to, like, make sure that that I could, cover all my ground,
No, I completely understand now. I mean, the way I looked at it, the way I look at it, like, in that sense, it's like you're covering damage. I almost kind of thought it was like a sarcastic way of doing it too. Like, in a sense, like, yo, you think I'm damaging your reputation? Well, here's 100 subs, like, almost. Because I mean,
I meant it in like a genuine sense. Like if I wanted to mend the relation. I really wanted to mend the relationship. So at that point, the money didn't matter to me.
Let me ask a question. Has the relationship been mended?
Yeah, I'd say. I still after he reacted to my apology to Electric Boogaloo, after he reacted to it, I said that I still think it would be best if I just keep a distance from the community, so I can better manage my my emotions towards how you approach some certain topics, and I can better approach these conversations and be more mindful of what I say.
Understood.
I had a conversation with a random chatter while in Tuhu's chat, and I just told it, and he agreed with me on this. I just said I have a higher level of tolerance for how Saintontas acts, but it's not infinite. And that's just it, really. I have a higher than usual tolerance for it.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, honestly, I'm
not good at venting that kind of stuff in a healthy way, though. At times, obvious that hence why I literally exploded.
I got you. But yeah, I mean, I think we covered everything. All this is done. It's 3:00 in the morning for me, so I at least need to try to get a nap in, because I got to be at work in 3 hours from now.
Jesus. All right.
Well, all right. Well, great talk. Everything else, you have a nice night too, sir.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.